some too.
Yeah, that would be great if you could. All right, here we go. Welcome to the, I don't think we have sound.
Yeah,
There we go.
hit it again.
Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of December.
Gotta hit it again.
Welcome to the Lincoln, hello. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Lincoln City Council meeting of December 19th, 2016. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silent meditation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In accordance with LB 898, a copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted in the back of our chambers. The order of the business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on our agenda under public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk calls that item. The applicant and those in favor should speak first, then those who are opposed. The applicant then may make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating his or her name and address and whether or not you're speaking in favor of or opposed to the item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker, and as a reminder, the timer will sound after 4 minutes. After all public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and on items listed under third reading. On the second and last meetings of the month, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda or not planned for any future agenda. Agendas are available outside the entrance to chambers, and parking passes are available should you need a pass to get out of the north parking garage. And Teresa, will you please call the first item of business?
Yes. We do request those giving testimony to please clearly state your name and address and to sign in on the sign-in sheet laying on the podium. Our first item is our public hearing consent agenda, items 1 through 21.
Okay, we have some appointments today. Do we have anyone here who's wishing to come forward to testify and speak to any of these items? Any appointees? Is Jane Merlis here? Oh, come on up, Jane. If you could just state your name and address for all of us, and you can fill the paper out work later.
Jane Merlis, 2845 Williams Street, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Welcome.
Thank you.
See, you're being appointed to the Human Rights Commission. Do you want to tell us a little about yourself and why you want to be a part of this commission?
Well, currently I'm a lecturer in the business college at the university, but prior to that I worked in organizational development at Bryan Health Systems during the merger and after. But I've had a long-standing interest in upholding the perspectives and rights and privileges of all people, and I think this is a wonderful opportunity to support the systems that are in place.
Any questions for Dr. Merlis? All right, thank you for coming down this evening.
Thank you.
We have another new appointment, Katie Engel. Is Ms. Engel here tonight? Come on up. Thanks for joining us tonight. Can you just state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Kate Engel, 3400 Southwest 73rd Street, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Welcome. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your interest in the Telecom Cable Television Advisory Board?
Sure. I'm the Director of Communication and Culture for Nebraska Innovation Campus and also a current member of the Lead Fellows 32 class, or Leadership Lincoln class, and interested in giving back to the community and also hoping to bring some additional millennial perspective to the board.
Good. Any questions? Ms. Engel? Well, thank you for your volunteer service.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, did Trent have a question?
I just appreciate you saying that because not that we don't have millennial perspective on that board, but it'll be nice to have another person under 40. Thank you.
Thanks, Trent.
No disrespect to anyone else. Just thank
Especially
you.
Santa.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like we have additional appointments on item number 6, Elaine Hammer, Nick Kusick, John Spots, and Marion Price to the Charter Review Commission, or Revision Commission. Would you like to come forward and just introduce yourselves to us? You can have 2 at one mic and 2 at the other, and just take turns going through brief introduction, although many of you are familiar faces.
Thank you. I'm Elaine Hammer, and I've been on a number of different committees and boards, including the Planning Commission at one point, and the Pedestrian Bicycle Advisory Committee, and long involved in some of the energy and transportation kinds of issues. So it'd be interesting to be involved in this aspect.
Any questions? That's okay.
Hi, my name's John Spots. I served on the Lincoln City Council from '07 to '11, and it's a lot of fun for me to be back here. And I see a lot of familiar faces, and this is a pleasure to have this opportunity. So I appreciate having this opportunity to serve on this commission. Thanks.
Thanks for serving.
But Trent might not have been born when you were here before that. just to be clear. Okay, Marion.
I am Marion Price. I live at 2430 North 87th Street. I was very pleased when I received the call to invite me to become a member of this committee. And like I said, I look forward to serving on this committee, providing my input and responding to other responses.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And I'm Nick Kusick. Address is 6400 West Shore Drive, Lincoln, 68516. I'm a local business owner. I consider myself to be a consummate centrist. I'm a registered independent, and the Charter Revision Commission, I think, is critical to the city. It's our constitution. And I believe I'll bring 2 millennial perspectives because I'm twice the age of a millennial. So thank you very much. Any questions?
All right, and item 7 also is another appointment to the Charter Revision Commission. Mr. Clancy Woolman, if you're here, do you want to come forward and introduce yourself?
Clancy Woolman, I go back to Sam Schwarzkopf, initially being appointed to the Park and Recreation Board, and that goes back to '72. So I've had the pleasure of serving on that board for a number of different years in the golf committee and golf chairman, et cetera. One of the co-founders of the Park Foundation, which has been very successful. So I look forward to this new challenge, and thanks for the opportunity.
Any questions? Thank you for your leadership over the years. All right. Additional new appointments. We have item number 9, Kathy Campbell for the Community Health Endowment, if you'd like to come on up.
And Dan.
And Dan, you're number 10, Dan Marvin for the same board, if you both want to come up. Introduce yourselves, that'd be great. And you can go ahead and just state your names and addresses and fill that out after if you'd like.
I'm Kathy Campbell, and I reside at 6111 Chartwell Lane. And when the mayor first contacted me, actually we were at a dinner in the community, and he said, well, I don't know if I should ask you this now, but, and I said, oh, I'd be delighted to do this. I am very impressed with the Community Health Endowment, and I hope to use what I've learned in the legislature to return to my community as a private citizen.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Campbell? Thank you.
I'm Dan Marvin, 5918 Rolling Hills Boulevard, past member of the City Council, and 2, I'm thrilled to have been given the chance to work on the endowment board. I remember it was the council that helped expand some of the investing powers for the board that I think has improved their returns, and I was happy to play a part in that. I remember reading the mandate of the Community Health Endowment Board when I was on the council, and it said to make Lincoln the healthiest community in this country. and there was a survey that said Lincoln was the healthiest community, so I asked Lori what she was going to do for an encore. But I think that the encore is to maintain the quality of healthcare that we have in the community, and that's what I hope to be able to do.
Any questions? Carl?
Just a comment, and glad that Lori is here because I was quizzing you before we met about the history of the foundation and the millions of dollars that the foundation has grown and the millions of dollars that have been distributed throughout the community. Just doing tremendous work, and thank you for serving in this important endeavor.
Jane?
I just want to let you know that it is a working board, but it'll also be probably one of the funnest boards that you've ever had, a wonderful opportunity and honor to serve on. And Lori runs a really tight ship, and but you'll just make tremendous contributions. So thank you for your willingness to continue to serve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're still on our consent agenda. Are there any other folks here who want to speak to any of the items on our consent agenda? These are, again, can you remind us what items those are, 1 through?
1 through 21.
1 through 21. Anyone else? Okay. All right, please call the next item, Teresa.
All right, we can vote on these items. Items 1 through 11 were introduced by Fellers.
So moved.
Second?
Seconded by Jane. Discussion?
With all these former elected officials on here, I'm trying to figure out some way of amending this to include Doug Emery, who's sitting in the back room. I see you.
Loud and clear as ever.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Then items 12, 13, 17 through 19, and 21 were all introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge? Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Next then are our public hearing liquor resolutions. Those giving testimony are asked to come forward, raise their right hand for the clerk to administer the oath. After the oath, witnesses shall state their names and addresses. I'll call items 22 and 23 together. They're the application of Chef Kareem's Place for a Class I liquor license at 333 North Cotner Boulevard, Suite 1, and the related manager application of Abdel Chobani.
Good evening, everybody. And here I am again.
Evening.
But
If you want
this time
to stand in front of the
by
microphone.
myself.
Do you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth as you verily believe it to be?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And again, guys, here I am, and I'm here in Lincoln. I'm not living in Lincoln, and I want to serve what I love to do in Lincoln. And I just want to thank all of you and thank everybody in Lincoln.
Great. Did you state your name and full address? Okay.
My name is Abdel Kareem Chibani, and my address is 333 North Cotner Boulevard, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68505.
Thank you. Any questions from the council?
Yes.
Carl.
Yes. Welcome back.
Thank you.
So tell us what you will be doing now, please.
I'm just, this time I'm by myself, so nobody can stress me of what I do. And I made a decision, I'm not leaving Lincoln. And I love Lincoln. I love people in Lincoln. And very soon, again, all my customers that appreciated what I was doing, I'm expecting them to come back. And I will improve every day that I go what I do. Of course, during the 6 months that we open, I promised a lot of people that I will get involved in the kids' schools and change some of the food that kids eat in some schools, and I will do that as soon as I have the opportunity.
Okay. And when do you open?
I already opened, and so I'm expecting a lot of my wonderful customers that love what I'm doing to come back. And I want to thank you again very, very much for your support, and thank everybody in Lincoln for supporting my business.
We're glad you're here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for coming down this evening.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd move approval of items 22 and 23.
Get a second? Okay, moved by John and seconded by Cindy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Next then are our public hearing resolutions. Item 24 is accepting the report of new and pending claims against the city and approving disposition of claims set forth for the period of November 16th through the 30th, 2016.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak to a claim? And just before he testifies, I'll just make a note for the folks who have come down here tonight. Item 30 will be, when we get to it, will be withdrawn from our agenda. So if there are folks here who are waiting to testify on item 30, just want to let you know there won't be a public hearing, and you should feel free to go if you wish.
Excuse me. Point of order. I don't.
That's my item.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome, sir. Could you let us know your name and address?
I do, thank you. My name is Rex Moats. My address is 131 South 202nd Street in Elkhorn, Nebraska. I'm an attorney, and I'm here on behalf of a client of mine that has presented a claim by the name of Rose Marie Lunn. Your procedure is a little bit different. Most of my cases are in Omaha, and I actually found two things I like very much tonight. You make your people swear when they do their testimony, and we don't do that in Omaha, and I think that it's something that we should do. So I got a little nugget I can take back with me to Omaha. Ms. Lund was attending the September 17, 2016 Oregon game and was a pedestrian on the bridge that is north of Memorial Stadium. I have a picture here I'd like to put up on your, if I might.
There you go.
I don't know how many of you are familiar with this bridge or have ever used it. It is a bridge that comes from the North Bottoms. It was built over the railroad tracks primarily as a safety measure to keep people from going across there. And for the most part, it works very well. Unfortunately, on that day, she was southbound on the bridge with a group of people prior to the Oregon game, and without notice or warning, and because of the mass of people that are on that during the game day, her foot became trapped in one of the grates. I would point out to you this particular grate right here, and if I might, I will have a close-up of that grate, and I believe that you can see that is a red Solo cup in the grate. You can see the size of the grate and get a feel for it. Unfortunately, as her foot went into that grate, it broke her ankle in several places. This young lady is from California. She was here for the weekend. She spent 5 days at Bryan Hospital and had about 8 screws in her ankle as a result of this. Usually I would not come down on a claim like this. I would quite honestly have you deny it. I would go ahead and file a lawsuit after the Political Subdivision Tort Claims Act had run, and we would let the litigation run its course. In this particular claim, though, because of the volume of people that go over that, we felt that we had a duty to put the city on notice of an inherently dangerous condition here that now currently exists. It hasn't been changed. It hasn't been modified. Perhaps the most disturbing thing in this particular case, besides her injury, was the fact that a paramedic told her that this happens about once a Saturday during game day. I think that this is something that needs to be taken care of. It won't have any impact on the claim that we have whatsoever, as far as any subsequent remedial measures that the city may take at this point in time. It's not admissible in our proceeding anyway, but it's something that needs to be taken care of. And I want, if I can, one last picture to show you the kind of the size, how big it is compared. This is my foot when I went out, and I took a picture of it. So you can see that is this shoe right here, and you can see that it would not take much for your foot to get lodged in that and sustain a very serious injury, as happened in this case. So I don't expect you to move on this particular agenda item tonight. We're still within the 6-month period of time, but I felt that it was important for the council here to understand the gravity of this and for no one to be able to say that we are not on notice of this. And it isn't just this grate. It's every single grate that is on that pedestrian overpass has that size of grate that is in it, and anyone can slip and fall. I think that we're all cognizant of the issues that are and the volume of traffic that goes back and forth between the Russian Bottoms and the university, especially on a game day. I think it makes sense to have your engineers, take a look at this and see if there isn't something that they can do to get it fixed. So, any questions?
Carl?
Yes.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Moats, for being here and bringing this to our attention. So how many grates are there on the bridge, do you know?
Well, there are approximately 6 on each side, 6 on the northbound side, and then it peaks, and then 6 on the southbound side. And I went out and I took pictures and extensively looked at, what from an engineering standpoint, forget about the case, what can you do safety-wise to try to fix that thing? And I think one of the problems is they don't want the drains so that they're draining on the road that is below, so people aren't driving underneath where that circle is at on the north side of the Hawks Center there. And there may have to be some gutters or something that is put in there to be able to run it down to a storm sewer or something like this to be able to fix it. I don't have the answer for that. I know that as I looked at them, they were, and they drained down. They just, as you look into them, the hole goes, in fact, I have a picture here of one of the holes, and you can actually see the size of the hole in comparison to a beer bottle here, just, the size, that we're looking at as far as, so a lot of water, I suspect, comes off of there. I don't know if there's a better drainage system. I do know this can be a lot smaller. I mean, you don't have to be an engineering major, although I was at the University of Nebraska. You don't have to be an engineering major to figure that out, that they can do something to fix that, even if it's just to run a single rail down the middle in an effort to make it so it's a lot harder for people to get their foot caught in there. And plus, it'd probably help save all the trash that's in there as far as keeping it in there, keeping it from being as clogged up as it looked like it was.
And just to be clear, you did make a claim, but there's not a dollar amount on the claim.
Well, at this point in time, it's still pending. Okay. But with her surgery, her Bryan Hospital bill alone was $30,000. The emergency room or the ambulance was another $1,500, plus the physical therapy and rehab she's going through, and she had to have another surgery in California to take some of the pins out. So she's still treating at this point in time, but we expect her to be at maximum medical improvement later in the spring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you for taking the time to come
Thank
down.
you.
And
Mm-hmm.
our Public Works Director is probably taking good notes right now. So. Thank you.
Question for law. Yeah.
Jeff Kirkpatrick, City Attorney.
Yeah, Jeff, so what's our appropriate action here, given this condition that we've just seen?
We recommended denial of the claim for the reasons that he talked about. We don't have all of the medical records. We don't even know exactly how she allegedly tripped and fell. So I don't think that Mr. Moats is here before you asking for this claim to be approved. Our recommendation remains that it be denied. My assumption is after the denial at some point he will be filing a lawsuit with the city and we'll deal with it accordingly.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak to a claim this evening? Okay, seeing none, please call the next item, Teresa.
All right, our next item is item 25, a cooperative agreement between the Nebraska Department of Environmental Quality and the city regarding State of Nebraska grant funding from the Stormwater Management Plan.
Hello, Ben Higgins with Public Works. Good evening, Madam Chair and council members. This is a funding program. This cooperative agreement is a funding program with the NDEQ. What it is for everybody that has a stormwater permit, every city, the cities and counties and other entities like the Department of Roads that have a stormwater permit to get funding from NDEQ. And what it is, it's allocated by population. So like Omaha gets a lot more than everybody else because they're bigger, and we're about the second biggest entity that gets the most money for that. This grant has been going on since 2006. We got it in 2006, and we've got it every year since then. So this is our 11th year of getting it. We use it for stormwater education. We use it for illicit and illegal discharges and detection. We get help from the health department for that. Erosion sediment control, which is a pretty big item. Stormwater best management practices, industrial facility reviews, good housekeeping and maintenance practices for maintenance facilities, and also for water quality monitoring. And all of these are required by the state. So we have to have a stormwater permit, and so all of these items are required by the state. And so this is funding we get from the state to help us out with that. We use it to help pay for, in fact, we pay for 3 FTEs through that. And our cost share that we have, so what we have to put into it is 20%. And all of that comes from capital improvement, from the 2016 capital improvement bond, for the money you guys approved for that, for public projects for that. The NDQ match is projected to be available within about a month, if it's all approved, and then that's good until June of 2018.
Any
So
questions?
with that, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Seeing none, please call the next item.
All right, next is item 26, use permit 26A, application of Chase ELPL 1 LLC to change the use from hotel to apartments with waiver of parking requirements from 2 spaces per dwelling unit to 1 space per studio apartment and 2 spaces per 1 bedroom, and waiver to allow parking in the side yard setbacks at 200 South 68th Street Place.
Applicant here. Please come down. If you could just start by telling us your name and address.
Sure. My name is Anthony Santo. My address is 12177 Gay Rio Terrace, Lakeside, California.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about your application?
Very good. I represent Mr. Hardage, the owner for the Chase Suite Hotel over here in Lincoln. Based on his market research and gut feeling, we were exploring the possibilities of converting, if need be, from an extended stay hotel use to an apartment. Basically, the conversion would be in business use with regard to how we sell the rooms, with very minor construction as required for the change of use.
Any questions? All right, John.
Yes, Mr. Santos. Well, welcome to sunny Nebraska.
Thank you.
Free air conditioning today.
Oh, yeah.
My question is on the reduction here, on the parking, just how many spaces, is that a reduction? Or is that an increase?
Basically, we found from what our current permit requires, I believe we found an additional 7 spaces on the site, but it is a reduction from what your city ordinance is for, which I believe is 2 per unit. Again, being that the property is predominantly studio apartments, consists of 15 buildings where we have 6 studio apartments and 2 one-bedroom. We requested the reduction from your ordinance, again, knowing that, Sam has operated this hotel for many years, and we have not had a parking overflow issue.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Would anyone else like to speak to this item? Any questions for staff? All right, please call the next item.
All right, next is item 27, advertising agreement between the Parks and Rec, City Golf Courses, and Bentcraft Company, which will provide revenue from advertisement at all 5 municipal golf courses and will provide scorecards, benches, and other supplies and equipment for each course at no cost.
Good evening, Lynn Johnson with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. This is a 3-year extension of an existing agreement. The current agreement expires on May 31st of this year. One of the things that we're trying to do with this agreement is get it to align with the calendar year instead of having it expire essentially during the golf season. This is the agreement with Benchcraft, where they go out and they secure advertisers. They provide us with scorecards. They also provide $20,000 a year that goes into the Golf Capital Improvement Program. They provide benches, ball washers, and display boards. And like I say, this is an extension of an existing agreement for a 3-year period, and it would extend from January 1st, 2017 through December 31st, 2019. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have this evening.
John, then Carl.
Yes, Mr. Johnson, could you review the past performance? And you mentioned the 20,000. Is that what has been paid each of the last 3 years? And so just explain a little bit better the city economic benefit on this.
That is correct, Mr. Camp. Yes, the prior agreement was that they would provide $20,000 a year or $10,000 every 6 months. They have made those payments. We've incorporated those into the capital improvement program, and they are that we utilize those for golf infrastructure repair. We have monitored their performance, to be perfectly honest. We had, as you know, that we did have a concern the last time this was renewed. We've not had any repeat instances, and the challenge that we had the last time this was renewed, I worked very closely with Benchcraft and that local business and got that issue resolved, and we've not had any repeat instances since then.
So how long have they had existing contracts and renewals?
The prior contract before this one was for a 2-year period. Before that, it was on a 1-year cycle, and unfortunately, I'm not sure I can tell you how far back those go. We've had a relationship with Benchcraft for a number of years, and unfortunately, I don't know when the initial agreement with Benchcraft was.
And have they always done the 20,000 per year?
I think that they have done that.
Since it's been that long, was there any consideration of some modifications as this continues?
We did not discuss the possibility of increasing that amount of compensation. One of the things that was new with the prior agreement is that they provided the benches, the ball washers, and the display boards. So that was a new element of this contract. And those have been provided. They are in place at this point. But as I say, we did not look at increasing the compensation.
It would seem like after so many years, that would be a natural, slight modification. Is the contract done or just ready for us to approve?
Yeah, I think it's ready for review. They've reviewed it. We did have a conversation and confirmed the $20,000 commitment. We did not ask them to consider increasing it.
Thank you.
Carl?
That brings to mind the position that we've talked about, the golf program manager. Where are we with that position?
That position has been advertised. We're calling it the golf business coordinator. The position closed, closed 2 weeks ago. We had 75 applications, which was kind of surprising. We are in the process now of waiting for the Human Resources Department to go through the screening process to provide us with the top candidates that we'll interview. Hopefully we'll have that new person in place, ideally by sometime late January, early February.
Okay, thank you.
And one of their responsibilities will be overseeing this contract as well as others.
Any other questions? Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? All right, seeing none, please call the next item, Teresa.
All right, next then is item 28, amending Resolution A-79056 to allow additional use of public right-of-way along P Street for an ADA accessible ramp and entrance.
Council Chair, council members, Harry Cross with City of Lincoln Public Works Department. This is primarily just amending a prior resolution which granted hotel owners, the property owners, some space along P Street as well as 9th Street adjacent to the hotel for some entryway, some stairs, some existing ramp off 9th Street, as well as some facade and stairway.
One recognizing it right there.
This is P Street area along the side of the hotel. Currently, the ramp that they have on 9th Street does not meet the technical requirements of the ADA accessible entrance. It's a little too steep. What they're proposing to do is primarily go off the existing entrance at the restaurant, build a ramp to the corner of the hotel, which will allow the acceptable slopes to enter the hotel for handicapped people in wheelchairs. The prior agreement for the hotel back in '98, the prior resolution, granted spaces along P Street as well as the spaces along 9th Street. primarily what we're doing, we're amending this to include the additional space that's going to be occupied in the sidewalk area along King Street.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Kroos. Or this other gentleman, did you want to speak to?
This is Kevin Murphy. He's with AJ Capital Partners. He's representing the ownership group for the hotel.
Okay. Well, I know there's going to be a change. I think your marquee is going to like the Graduate, if I'm not mistaken. My question is, will there still be the restaurant there? Because sometimes that door is locked, and as a result, you wouldn't have ADA accessibility all the time.
The restaurant remains. That the plan for that to become the ADA accessible entrance is to allow install a door buzzer that communicates with the front desk. Therefore, anytime after hours, after the restaurant is closed, there will be communication between that entrance and the front desk to be able to allow that entry.
Thank you.
Questions? Carl.
Well, I drove by there coming here this evening and saw a lot of trucks out there, so things are happening. Can you tell us about what's in store for the hotel?
Yes, sir. So right now we're currently in the process of liquidating the furniture. We've been closed for about a week now. We will go through this liquidation process for the next couple of weeks. We're starting light demo pretty soon. And over the next few months, we'll be getting into the guest room and the restaurant and bar construction. So the plan, the long-term plan is to have the hotel, the Graduate Hotel, back operating June 1st.
Just one question about the width of the ramp that you showed, the proposed ramp. Is it the same width as the stairs, or will it extend further into the sidewalk?
It'll pretty much match the entrance of the stairs.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you.
All right. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? All right. Seeing none, please call the next item.
All right, next is item 29, Comp Plan Amendment 16005, amending the 2040 Lincoln Lancaster County Comprehensive Plan to adopt the November 2016 draft of the L Plan 2040 update, the new Lincoln City Lancaster County 2040 Comp Plan with amendments.
Okay. Do we have applicant here? Do you want to come up and tell us about this item?
David Carey with the Planning Department. Really just want to, I guess maybe establish what we're doing here tonight, or in a general sense, we've continued the public hearing, and we had testimony at the previous week's meeting, and so we're here to continue that public hearing, I guess, for potentially new additional testimony, but then also to get to a point of either continued discussion and or action on the proposed comp plan amendment or comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. Looks like we have someone who'd like to speak on this item. Welcome.
Yes, my name's Anna Marie Chakowski, and I live at 1000 O Street. I'm a senior citizen, so I use the bus a lot. So I would hate to see anything changed on it. I mean, I use it for getting groceries, going to the doctor. I'm a foster grandmother. It takes me to my place where on 23rd and O Street. I mean, I would be lost without the bus. I mean, I moved downtown for just because of the bus service. So I'd really hate to see anything happen because seniors really do count on that bus.
Thank you. Cindy.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, that's okay. I just wanted to ask her how she thought the new system was working, how the new system is working for you.
It's great because before the buses always came all at the same time, but now they've, certain buses hit certain spots, and it's great. It takes me, I think, about 8 minutes to get to work, and that's on 23rd and O. So that's pretty good.
Good to hear. Thank you.
My name is Richard Schmeling. I live at 4612 Van Dorn Street, and I wear many hats from time to time. One of them is president of Citizens for Improved Transit. And I'm like John and Roy, I was getting in the Christmas spirit up until a certain point in time. And that's when a Scrooge appeared on the scene and proposed to take money away from StarTran and Trails and move it over to street construction. And folks, that's my reaction to that business. I had a lot to say, but I picked up Sunday's paper and I saw a local view that one of your council members had written, and it was fantastic. She said everything that I would have said and probably said it better than I could, and I hope you're all familiar with it. In addition to that, in Saturday's paper, we had a letter to the editor from a person from Omaha who heads up the bicycling group up there, talked about let's not shift this money. We had the Great Plains Trail president put a local view in there, and I think that would be a huge mistake to at this late point in time, after hearing and after input, to let somebody walk in at the last minute and say, hey, let's throw this thing all up in the air and redo it. I have furnished each of you, I know you haven't had time to see it, but I became aware very recently of a study which was done by the American Public Transportation Association. And I think that study and what it says has huge implications for planning, for transit, for safety, and for everything. And I hope you'll take an opportunity to review it. It's devastating. Basically what it says is that if you use public transit, then you're 90% less likely to be involved in an accident. And the converse of that is if you drive instead of using public transit, you're 10 times more likely to be involved in an accident. Well, when we try to quantify this, think of all the fatalities, the injuries, the property damage that we have as a result of automobile accidents. And it seems to me that our city has been auto-centric for so long, we need to shift that emphasis and move in the direction of trails and public transit. We can no longer afford to be an auto-centric city. Now, if we were to shift that funding that a certain gentleman suggests be shifted, it would make a teeny tiny difference in what we could do with our streets. So I think the notion is ill-conceived, and I think that our planning and our comprehensive plan and everything ought to be oriented toward beefing up our trails and our public transit and de-emphasizing to a certain extent the highways and streets. I know that Cindy has some language changes that she may propose to the plan. I've had a chance to review them, and some of them are good, some of them I don't agree with. Regarding her proposed amendment to 10.35, alternative transportation modes and complete streets, she makes a statement in there that increased trips using alternate transportation modes such as bicycles and transit may theoretically reduce the number of single occupant vehicles on the road and so might therefore reduce congestion. Texas Transportation Institute did a study nationwide, and they found by cutting the amount of driving by only 3.8%, there was a noticeable reduction in congestion and a reduction in commute time. So I think the language Cindy is proposing doesn't accurately reflect the scientific study that has been done so far. Well, if you guys pass that comprehensive plan pretty much the way it is and continue to be supportive of public transit, then I'm going to take my bah humbug hat and put it back in the closet, and I won't wear it this Christmas. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Schmeling. Question for you on the financial side of things. We've talked a lot about the expansion. We've done that on StarTran and so forth. We have a great trail network. Are you supportive, or what would you recommend as some financial commitment by bicyclists and riders of the city transit?
as to how much funding goes to each of those modes?
Of how much the patrons would help contribute.
All right. I think it would be reasonable for a number of reasons to have reestablish bicycle licenses here in Lincoln. That way it might help us have them registered and identified, so if they were stolen, they'd be easier to recover. I think a nominal fee, $5 a year, something like that. But with all the bikes that I see around, that would help. As far as StarTran and the patrons, I think our fare structure is fair and equitable. It recognizes that even that $8 a month pass for seniors and low-income people may loom large in the scheme of their budget and their cost of living. So I know that we did not raise the fares. I don't think Mr. Davis has any intention in raising the fares soon, and I think they're about right where they should be. And of course, there's always a correlation in any mode of transportation. When you lower fares, you increase ridership. When you raise fares, ridership drops.
Are you aware that 92% or more of the fare box or of the cost of the transit is subsidized?
Oh, sure. There is only one transportation system in the world that I'm aware of that pays for itself, and that's some sort of a van shuttle service down in Las Vegas that takes the people from the motel to the casino. Everywhere else, China, Great Britain, France, Japan, everywhere else, public transportation is more or less subsidized. Sure, I'd like to be able to recover more money through the fare box, but I don't see that as a real practical thing. As a matter of fact, Beatty Brash at the Center for People in Need advocates that what we do is we furnish bus service and it'd be free for everybody. I don't think that'll ever fly, but I'd like to see us approach that.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Schmeling? Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? I think maybe. If just come on forward. I don't know that we have any other folks left to testify. If you'd like to come forward, please do, Ms. Kinsey.
Jane Kinsey, spokesperson for Watchdogs of Lincoln Government. This written report is long on conclusions, short on data. The figure 31 shows 824 responses. That's hardly a lot of people in Lincoln, Nebraska. It's not realistic. There were 8 focus groups, an email, and it was hardly a cross-section or even a reliable statistical approach to conclusions and recommendations. 93.5% own cars. So even the poor are able to afford cars. Transit ridership in 2015 was down. We don't have any reports for 2016. So I hardly think it's appropriate to be entertaining this resolution or this proposal at this time. It is not a good use of taxpayers' money. I think if you would ask older adults and millennials, they would say that, or that's what this says, that they want bike trails. However, most older people own cars, and millennials want cars. Licensing and owning a car is a status symbol in the United States. The U.S. was built on self-reliance, and it's human nature to have wide open spaces taken care of by individual cars. How many people ride bikes in bad weather? Millennials may do that because they live, if they're students, they live downtown. The national trend is for infrastructure expenditures. So it flies in the face of the national approach. The next president has called for more jobs and for infrastructure rehabilitation. Bikes are okay for students who have trouble with parking and so forth, but you're not thinking about most of the people who live in Lincoln who are not students. Millennials may want idealistic kinds of implementation of the way the world's going. But Erik Erikson, who studied the 5 stages of man and is considered a basic idea of how people progress across the developmental process, they change. When they get older, they become more practical, and they realize that these idealistic solutions do not last, and that everyone has to come to terms with reality if they're going to be a productive member of society. I looked at on the web at Travel Channel and CNN for the best cities with bike trails. Most of them, Boulder, Portland, New York City, Minnesota, Minneapolis, Tucson, Chicago, Ottawa, Canada, Portland, etc., are big cities with a lot of money. They're also out of sync with Lincoln, Nebraska. I don't think it's realistic to believe that all of a sudden you're going to have mass transit in the United States. It just hasn't gone that way at all. One of the biggest complaints from the citizens of Lincoln is the poor condition of streets. I travel a lot over Lincoln. I don't go to Northwest Lincoln, but I'm telling you, even with rehabbed streets, the best place is Capitol Parkway, A to 17th. Otherwise, your shocks are all disturbed. We have the highest wheel tax in the country, and this proposal wants a raise every year. So you are penalizing people with cars for the mass transit situation.
Thank you.
Hey,
Welcome. Let us know your name and address,
Cameron
please.
Murphy, 1001 West Dillon Street. So I didn't actually come here to really talk about this, but I figured, hey, since I'm here, why not? So I understand the point of biking. I used to live, when I first moved here, we lived out by Capitol Beach, and I would ride my bike into the university every single day. And guess what I rode on? A street. No bike path, you don't need that. Ride on a street like a big boy. And then when we moved up into the Highlands, I would still ride. You know, we have some bike paths there, which is sort of nice. You know, it is a little nice, I will admit. And then ultimately you end up downtown on a street, which is fine. I mean, you know, it's funny, we were talking about the budget process coming up, and everyone was complaining about $3 million. Well, I'll tell you what, there's a $3 million boondoggle called the N Street Bike Path, when you can ride around downtown like a car, because the speed limit is 25. And if you have trouble going 20, you know, maybe biking as a transit isn't necessarily for you as a younger person. And then StarTran putting up a bus route where I live makes 0 sense. I mean, what am I going to do? I can get anywhere in town in about 5 to 10 minutes driving, or I can take an hour and a half to go to South Point. You know, what am I going to choose, right? So why waste the money having a bus route in places where it's not really going to be all that useful? You have a handful of riders, you know, you can get a carpool service and spend a lot less money. You know, have someone on Uber on speed dial. So, you know, and the roads are terrible. And just as a point of reference, so a good friend of mine lives both here and in Toronto. So he has, and guess what the difference is in taxes that he paid? Anyone want to guess? $47. So we're talking about a socialist country in a big city where he gets he gets health care for free. And he's paying $47 more in Toronto, Canada than he pays in Lincoln, Nebraska in taxes. You know, what sense does that make? I mean, you know, the wheel tax, by the time you add all of our taxes together, I mean, shoot, the wheel tax, what, almost $400 for me. My wife's about $300. And then you add in our property taxes, and you're talking about more than 10% of our income, if you put it in that perspective. And what are we getting for it? Well, I drive around Lincoln, and, you know, I see the same potholes every winter, and I'm just waiting to see it again. And I talk to guys who I play hockey with who work construction, and they tell me about all the money that is wasted because of just people being morons as far as the engineering of the roads, where they put it, we messed up. The engineer screwed up, rip it out, put it back in. And guess who's paying for that? The city is. You know, so, you know, maybe part of the problem is we're spending an awful lot of money just wasting it for no particular reason, because we can't think and plan ahead. We can't get engineers to get in there and say, hey, we need our roads to be this way. And here's the reason why. I mean, shoot, where I'm from in Grand Forks, our roads are wavy, like this. And why is that? Because at the bottom of every one of those is a drain. Because it's so flat, you have to build the roads wavy and get proper storm drainage. And the roads last. You know, they just built expanded a road there when we moved up there in 2000. And I haven't worked on it since. And not one pothole. Not a one. And the road's, you know, 15 plus years old. And that says about quality of construction. It says about planning. It says about spending money the right way. And this concept of we're just going to, you know, spend all this money for mass transit that no one's going to use. I mean, the needs of the many need to outweigh the needs of the few. I mean, I feel for you, you know, needing to use the bus downtown. Makes sense. Downtown, great idea. I mean, I don't even take the bus between Innovation Campus and East Campus because it takes too long. I'd just rather drive. It's easier. And that's just the way the city's built. Like it, don't like it, it's the way it is. We're not going to be Copenhagen. We're not going to be Amsterdam. It just ain't going to happen. You know, if we really want to have public transportation, why don't we just build a subway system? Go for broke. Why not? You know, but to maintain the infrastructure that you have and then expand it in places that it's needed. So that's about on this misuse of public funds, which we pay a lot of money for.
Cindy.
Mr. Murphy, thanks for coming and testifying today. Can you tell me where this road is? It's 15 years in excellent condition.
It's 42nd Street up in Grand Forks, North Dakota. So it goes right by the Alaris Center.
Okay, I was afraid of that. I thought you were talking about where you live now.
Oh, I wish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Please come forward. We can have more than one person come to the microphone and take turns. Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Eberly, and I'm a resident of Lincoln. And I currently have a car, but my long-term goal is to get rid of that car and to move closer to downtown, and I'm very interested in the public transit system. When I'm a senior citizen, which means that everything costs more, I'm living on a fixed income, and a car is a luxury item. I actually have more time than money, so if I have to wait a little bit, that's fine. But when I first came to Lincoln in 1964, I had 3 little boys, and we used public transportation because it was very effective. We didn't have to wait a lot for it, and it was inexpensive. I could not afford a car. And I am looking forward to the day I part with my car and I start using public transportation. As a senior citizen, I know that it is very important to have this type of transportation, and I hope you continue to fund it. The bike trails are excellent. Of course, naturally, I have kids, grandkids, and all the rest of that. they ride the trails. I have a little tiny dog, and I'm afraid he'll get hit by a bicycle, and he can only walk about so far anyway. So I don't really use the trails, but I have in the past, and I'm assuming that that's something I may possibly do again. But please, please concentrate on public transportation. There are a lot of people just like me. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
You want me to give my name again? Yeah, Anna Marie Chakowski, 1000 O Street.
Oh, wait.
We
I'm
allow
sorry, did
only
you speak
one
on this
testimony.
particular item? I'm sorry.
Yes. Oh, I can't?
Test me once.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry. Would anyone else like to speak to this item?
Does this mean I can't speak on another item?
No, you can, on a
Okay.
different item, yes.
Terry Pope Gonzalez, 349 South First Street. I'm the neighborhood founder of the Neighborhood Association. What are we called? South Salt Creek Neighborhood Association, in memory of Joe and Scout Gonzalez, Psalms 91. That reminds me to behave. Thank you. I had to teach the kids that you're not a tweak. You know what a tweak is? It's a druggie. It's a meth head. So I had to say, no, this lady is not a druggie. Now I guess I'm going to have to use your bus system, because I go into anaphylactic shock now because of you guys. Isn't that nice? I even own a Mercedes that I can't drive. Runs like a rape ape. Can I say that? I can't. I don't know. You guys have too many rules. That gentleman, he is still able to get around. You notice I have a walking boot now. Now it doesn't work, does it? So I had to duct tape it. I don't care if it costs $1 million. It doesn't work. I think my husband is a journeyman iron worker. He builds roads. That's what he's done for 40 years. But you guys aren't doing it right. I don't know why you're not doing it right. I am born and raised in Denver, Colorado. We have the best RTD you've ever seen. Cindy there, her and I had our kids at the same hospital. Yours is 6 months after mine, right? Now, she rode a bus. I went by motorcade. Now, I wish I'd have known that you were having a baby. We'd have sent you a limo. But we would have. You're having a baby. That's the best thing in the world, right? That's our future. So I get really tired of coming up here, really tired. These are called EpiPens. I'm going through 2 a week. That's $1,000 a week. You guys all did it. So, hey, my brother sent me a shirt that says, the more you complain, the longer God lets you live. Looks like I'm going to be 600 years old, right? So anyway, I'm real tired of coming up here. So somebody somewhere, let's get this figured out, okay? I was never staying. Now I'm never leaving. So let's get it figured out. Cindy, thank you for this. Like I said, I had to go into the word tweak. We had to, I had to, because these little kids are 3 and 4 years old, and they know a tweak is a meth head. So I had to say, no, she's not a meth head. I know the lady. But anyway, I think you guys, I don't know. He called you morons. I say this leadership, whoever this leadership is stupid. How can you be so stupid? But it is what it is. Here, let's do this, okay? What did we learn from 9/11? What did we learn? Firemen make beautiful funerals, right? Because we're real busy building buildings. There is no money going into the fireman or the policeman. Did everybody watch Towering Inferno? So it's nice to have all your roads. It's nice to have all your bike paths. And that man is right. That place that's on, is it N Street? That's stupid. But it is what it is. Get with the university, because that's who pays our wages, right? Then they can build everything, and guess what? Then we don't feel like we're shafted, right? And I actually, because I don't feel well, so I have to stand up, because I have a tumor now. Aren't you guys proud of yourselves? I'm so glad I live in Lincoln, Nebraska, right? Where the leadership chose to poison the ground. You turned my neighborhood into a wasteland. So let's do something with the bus system, right? Because I'm going to be on it, right? That ought to be fun, huh? You guys know my address, 349 South First Street. Come by and see what you've done to my neighborhood. Only took you 16 years.
Would anyone else like to come and testify on this item?
Hi, I'm Pat Schurz, and I use the bus, and it's nice that it's spread out to go to different other places for other people who may be able to drive a car, but they choose not to. And when people go saying how, oh, we need to fix the roads, fix the other stuff, well, I'm sorry. There's people who are working that are paying taxes as well as the people who think that they're so much better than everyone else. They come up here and criticize about everything. I'm a little sick of that part.
Hello, my name is Kurt Donaldson. I live at 2860 R Street. Haven't been here for a long time. Won't be back again anytime soon. But I did review all the comprehensive plan material on this item, and I was impressed again with the comprehensive plan of Lincoln, Lancaster County, Nebraska. That it is a great achievement. It is a plan for logically, efficiently, and rationally planning for growth decades into the future. It is an amazing enterprise to plan for growth out 22, 23 years now, adding 33% to the population of Lincoln, Nebraska, another 100,000 people. I think that's bigger than any other city in Nebraska outside of Omaha. And all of this plan is made doable really by our annexation laws, which are unique in this country, by the gift of the legislature, to be able to annex farmland for growth and avoid suburbs. It is a great gift that we have to maintain one tax base, one public school system, one police force, to be able to maintain the historic core of our city while growing on the periphery, logically and efficiently. It is probably because of the strength of the comprehensive plan and our annexation laws that I came eventually to the idea that growth could be good. This took some doing when I was a young person, and I still believe that growth is good, but it is good up to a point. Bigger, simply bigger, is not better. And when people start saying that all we can do now is add police and streets, or cops and concrete, that we cannot maintain sidewalks, we cannot add trails in new areas, we cannot extend public transit, no, we can't do that, then I have to question whether growth is still good. It is said that a majority do not use trails, sidewalks, or public transit. That argument is a slippery slope. I've never got to say that before. The question is, do a majority of the people use the Pinnacle Bank arena? Should people who don't have children in the school have to pay for public schools? Why should people, like people in my neighborhood whose sewer lines and water lines are 100 years old, pay for gigantic new lines in Stevens Creek? Well, it's because we are one community, growing together. So I do ask you to adopt the recommended update to the 2040 Transportation Plan. I understand that its approval is required for federal funds. Items which are in contention will not be funded without federal support. That's my understanding. And I think going forward, it is unlikely that we are going to see federal discretionary expenditures. I think that in the future they will actually diminish. And those who wish them to diminish will get their wish. But as the saying goes, be careful what you wish for. That's my comments.
John.
Former Councilman Donaldson, good to see you. Can you give us some ideas on financing all of this? And you heard a prior question I had of another testifier, but it keeps looking ahead. I think we have to have some financial integrity to a plan. Can you give us some observations? And again, you've sat up here, so you know some of the challenges.
Sure. Well, I think, it was noted that there would be an increase in the wheel tax every 5 years, that this plan assumed that, and I think and it was also noted that construction costs are going up 5% a year, whereas our funding is going up 2.5%. So to say that we can maintain a dollar amount of wheel tax into the infinite future without increasing that wheel tax is very unlikely. I know in terms of trails, every year I write checks to the Great Plains Trails Network, which, as you know, does a lot of the capital funding for trails, which then are matching funds for federal funds. The bus system is probably the most interesting thing in terms of what's going to happen in the future. There's lots of young people on the West Coast who live, and their dream is to disrupt everything. And right now they're planning to disrupt the entire transportation system of the United States by bringing in self-driving vehicles. And I don't believe it. I don't like it. But I think it's probably going to happen, and I think that's going to change our public transit system also, where we may see the development of a hub-and-spoke system where you have a backbone of buses, but then people get on to a subsidized Uber for the rest of their journey. I think things are going to change radically in transportation by 2040, and we have no idea.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Okay. Seeing none, please call the next item, Teresa.
All right, next would be item 30, directing submittal to the qualified electors of the city a proposed charter amendment amending Article 9 relating to finance and taxation by providing any tax increase for general revenue purposes may not be implemented without a vote of the people. A temporary tax increase in an emergency must be approved by unanimous vote of the city council and goes to the voters in the next city election.
Madam Chair, I move withdrawal from consideration of this item.
Second.
Withdrawal moved by Roy and seconded by Trent. Discussion? Jane?
Well, I want to thank Councilman Christensen for doing so. I think sometimes we get in difficult situations, we run out of time, we don't have an opportunity to review and research and evaluate, and I think it took the city staff some time to review and evaluate and realize and recognize that this proposal would have been disastrous in terms of our financing and funding of our budget. And I do respect Council Member Christensen for withdrawing it, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Carl?
Yeah, and I just would echo Jane's words. I think it's helpful to where we are tonight, and also, process is really a big deal. Process, a lot of times, in what I do, my daily work as an ombudsman and mediation work, process is everything. I mean, process is more important really than the outcome. So it's really important that we do carefully look at what we present and how we do things, because that's something we're going to live with for a long time. So thank you.
Anyone else care to comment? Okay. Well, I'm not sure I totally agree with you, Jane, on the point about sometimes we don't have time to research. I think that's really important, and I have to say I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed that you didn't give your proposal thoughtful review before you submitted it to us. We're here to represent the citizens of Lincoln. And it's great to consider ideas that citizens bring to us. Citizens do that fairly often, but they're rarely ready to go straight to our agenda. In this case, the proposal came from Citizens for Better Lincoln, a special interest group known for its partisan political agenda. But regardless of who handed that proposal, again, these ideas are rarely ready to go straight to our agenda. You didn't evaluate this idea before you asked all of us to. And failure to read and evaluate the ideas you bring to the council not only disrespects this council, it disrespects the public. Please call the roll.
Raybold,
Yes.
Camp,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Eskridge,
Yes.
Fellers,
Yes.
Gaylor Baird,
Yes.
Lamb.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Next then is item 31, directing submittal to the qualified electors of the city a proposed charter amendment amending Article 9, Sections 25, 25A, 26, and 26A of the charter relating to the city annual and biennial budgets.
Cindy.
Madam Chair, thank you. Since I am introducing this, I didn't have anyone come forward and speak in order to introduce it, and we will be taking public testimony. But I did want to address the public about what I am proposing in this charter amendment. And I would just like to say that since March of this year, I've heard citizen after citizen lament that our budget process is broken. Our budget process is dysfunctional. Our budget process needs a change. People have felt through the process that their voices were not heard. The people of Lincoln are sovereign. They're the ones in charge of how they're governed. And the charter is the way that they direct us how to govern them. They are the ones that are able to say how they want to be governed, what they want in their government, and it's the people who hold the power, not the mayor, not the city council. Under the charter constitution, the people of Lincoln have given lawmaking power exclusively to the city council as a legislative branch, and enforcement of those laws is given to the executive branch, the mayor. The people do not anticipate that any mayor of any political affiliation should be able to veto something into law, especially a budget that has not even been voted on by the city council. But that's what happened this past year. And the proposal before this body begins with the sovereign people. It's a proposal that we put a charter amendment on the ballot for the people to vote on, for them to vote on whether or not the people want their budget process to change. The charter amendment seeks to get the mayor and the city council to the table to truly collaborate and cooperate in developing a budget to move the city forward in a way respectful of every resident. If the majority of the council adopts a budget and the mayor vetoes it, should the council fail to override that veto, as it stands now, the mayor's budget, which is not even up for vote before this committee, becomes the budget, the default. The proposal on the charter amendment is that the previous year's budget becomes the default. The city can continue to provide reasonable services to the residents of Lincoln with neither the mayor nor the city council getting their ideal budget. My goal is that if the people of Lincoln vote for the amendment, their elected representatives will be drawn to the table, that regardless of the political party of the mayor or the political or ideological makeup of the city council, that this will work to bring collaboration and cooperation and compromise, because otherwise the default kicks in and nobody gets what they truly want. The people's business continues to go on, but the governing body, nobody gets what they want. The default is designed to be the last resort, and I wanted to make that very clear. This is not something that we would anticipate would kick in with any frequency at all, and it's a hope that it would never kick in at all. It only happens if everything else fails, and by everything else I mean earlier release of the budget for review by the citizens and the elected officials, public testimony on items on the budget after discussion about potential changes. Only if the mayor and the city council can't agree on how to make the changes that address the concerns expressed by residents and to address the challenges a growing city has to face. That's the point. A last resort that allows the city to continue services to the people that we serve. We serve you in a reasonable manner, but one that does not present an outcome ideal to the council or to the mayor, thus the need for being at the table and compromising. The people do not expect, nor should they expect, that a single person, whether Republican, Democrat, or other, should be able to single-handedly decide the taxes that each person should pay or how their money should be spent. That's why we have representative form of government, to prevent that from happening. People are telling me the mayor should not have the Trump card. They're right. The council shouldn't have the Trump card either. It's the people who should have the Trump card. I believe the proposal will give the people that card. The goal of the proposal is to allow us to move forward as a city in a responsible manner. Tonight, we're going to hear public testimony on whether the public should be allowed to vote on the amendment. I will likely be asking to delay the vote until January 9th because I have visited with the city attorney, want to make sure that all the I's are dotted and all the T's are crossed, and that the effect of this charter, of the revision amendment, when it goes to the vote of the people, that it does exactly what I hope that the people want it to do. Whether they approve it or not, that is not up to me. That's a vote of the people. Policy considerations aside, this is a proposal that puts the people in charge. In fact, I know and heard from a number of people that the outcome from this year is not at all what they expected. They didn't believe that when they gave sole legislative power to the city council that something could be vetoed into law. And so I will be asking that the city attorney work diligently so that on January 9th we can take a vote, that we can make sure that if this goes to a vote of the people, from a technical standpoint, it does exactly what I would like it to do. And so I would invite anyone that wants to come forward and speak, and that is my position tonight. Thank you.
I think I'm going to recognize some questions first, and then, because you are the applicant in this case, and typically we speak with the applicant, so who would like? Jane.
Just to clarify, Cindy, thank you very much. We appreciate the delay that you're proposing. I know that in our packet last week, we had your outline or your draft, and then I know on Friday afternoon, late Friday afternoon, we received another revision, and then during an ice storm, and on late last night, early this morning, we received another draft. I'm hoping that I know there have been some changes, and we're just trying to keep up with all the changes, and as it morphs along, I'm wondering if you could just take a little time and tell us which version we should be looking at. Is it the one that was sent last night? And then if you could just step back a little bit and just walk us through the changes so that we have a clear understanding of where we're at.
Certainly, thank you. There will be a substitution amendment in front of this council. Currently, the one that, the substitution amendment that you received, not last night's only changed some grammatical or some spelling errors. The city attorney we had caught some last minute things that had to harmonize. For instance, the month in one paragraph read it should be released in April, in one paragraph it said May. So we harmonized things like that, no substantive changes at all. In fact, the substitution does not change anything substantive about the proposal. We're working out the language that will go on the ballot and working to make sure that that we added those items that may need to be added in order for the default to do exactly what we propose it'll do. And that's what we'll be working on between now and January 9th.
So the substitution is what was sent to us early this morning, or is that what you're saying? Or you're going to be presenting another draft this evening?
There will likely be, I've spoken with the city attorney, and there very well may be something else that will actually be offered. The substitution hasn't actually been offered yet, and so you will have in your hand exactly what the substitute amendment will be. And the public will be aware of that also.
So will we have the substitution prior to January 9th, or?
Yes.
So this is the one that we're going to be working with this evening, this version that you sent to us this morning? I'm a little confused. What are we working on?
Well, the question before this body isn't what the charter amendment is. The question before this body at this point is, should the people be allowed to vote on a charter amendment having to do with revising their budget process? So that's what I suspect we're hearing testimony on tonight. Should the people be allowed to vote on changing their budget process?
John.
Yes, Ms. Lamb, just for clarification for everybody, could you explain the substance of your proposed charter amendment?
Certainly. The charter amendment, it does, the one thing it does is it cleans up language and combines the annual and biennial budget. It calls for an earlier release of the mayor's budget, and it calls for a different default. In the event that the mayor and the city council cannot reach agreement, but that a majority of the city council adopts a budget that is afterwards vetoed by the mayor, and the council does not override that veto, then the default provision at this time is, and the desire is that the default would be to the prior year's budget so that the city could continue running, but that the ideal budget would not be available to either the mayor or the city council. And we're working on the details to make sure that that's exactly what would be in place. It's important that the citizens know that in the default circumstance, what they're wanting to happen is going to happen. It's going to default to a prior year's budget instead of defaulting to the mayor's budget as it does now.
If I could paraphrase, then I hear three substantive changes. One, you're saying clean up the biennial versus the old annual budget. Secondly, you're saying move up the date that the mayor would present his proposed budget to the city council. And third, the default would not go back to the mayor's proposed budget, it would go back to the current budget.
I would agree that those are the three things that are happening. It's all in one action that is revising the process, which is, it all went on the ballot, it all went on the charter as one provision, and it would be one provision again, one change to change the process.
It'd be one amendment, but basically
Correct.
those are just the three things. I'm just trying to capsulize
Yes.
what would be different.
Yes.
Thank you.
That would how it would be changing the process.
Carl.
Okay, thank you. I'm not exactly sure where to go with this, because I think we need to talk about the substance of the revision that you're suggesting, because otherwise there's really not anything to talk about. That's what you've proposed, and that's what the hearing is about.
I would disagree. This
Well-
hearing is about whether the people of Lincoln should be able to vote on process changes in their budget process.
Well, you've presented a document to us that has specific information here that would be on the ballot, and we need to clarify what that is. I mean, we might want the people to vote no more winter. Great, let the people vote. I'm in favor, but that's not realistic. We need to understand what we're voting on, what we're talking about.
The charter amendment that changes the budget process.
Okay, and how does it do that? That's kind of the critical part, and I appreciate John, because John's well, for a lot of things, but for just what he clarified here, I think there are kind of three main parts of it that we see at play here, and how these do work out. I've just starting with the biennial versus annual budget. I mean, if that's something that's at play, my first year on council, elected in May, start here, boom. It was the last year of the one-year budget process. It wasn't fun. We're not elected to have fun, but it was really challenging to come here and to try to get your arms around the whole budget process fresh after an election. The biennial budget is a whole lot better for our election cycle, and how we have an opportunity to kind of get accustomed of what understanding the city and the budget and that whole thing. So I would really hope that this isn't a way to somehow undermine the biennial budget, because I think it's a real strength for our process.
May I answer your question?
Please do.
Councilman, thank you. There's nothing changed that's not in the charter today. The charter today allows the council to either set an annual or a biennial budget. What it does is it merges the two provisions to simply call it a city budget and still state that the council is free to set an annual or biennial budget.
Okay, that's helpful. And so you have removed the biannual part, it looked like, and combined it under the annual or vice versa. And I was concerned because it looked like potentially, again, this is something that needs to be clarified, was that the public hearing of the budget was taken out. And this is a well-attended meeting, but the public hearing on our budget is twice this size and 3 times as long.
The public hearing will not be taken out.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
So point of clarification, so you're saying, I think on the draft that we have, the public hearing was removed, and so you're saying in a future
Public hearing has
revision-
been directed by the mayor and city council up to this point.
Wait,
By
say that again?
ordinance, it's still an ordinance.
Okay. The date when the budget, the mayor's budget is presented to council, I think there's probably unanimity on this dais here about, a desire to see that information earlier.
Good to know.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what date works. I mean, we've got financial director, information that he or she has to get together, and then we've got a, state legislature meeting down the street, and we got county board meeting here, and all these things have to be coordinated to make sure that we have the best information possible, and the mayor has the best information possible to make a prudent budget decision. So, and I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is. Initially you said April 1st. Is that
Correct.
April Fool's? But no, or then May 1st. And
No, originally I said April 1st, but then I visited with the interim finance director, and we visited about a later date. At the time, I changed it to May 1st, but let him know that I was open to further change, whatever he thought worked best.
good. Well, that sounds like something maybe we can make some progress on. That would be good.
Yes.
Then the last one. The fallback or default, however we term it. When we were involved with the budget discussions last summer, we kind of brushed up against that, and I think it was something that none of us wanted to see that, and I don't think we fully understand what that could possibly mean to the city, to have a budget that would be locked in at last year's receipts. And so, for example, I'm assuming that you've thought this through, that with every employee in the city costing 3 to 5% more each year for their increased salaries and benefits, 1 year it's 3 to 5 dollars or percent more, and then in 2 years it's 6 to 10% more. And what that means to every department is that in 2 years they will be dealing with what they have to deal with, but with 10% less staff potentially. And those cuts are per department, and it's not like you can steal money from the libraries or the parks and give it to police and fire or to roads. Those silos are tight. You can't shift money across. So it's really concerning. And we just heard hearing about the infrastructure needs, whether it's buses or trails or roads. All are important, I think, but there's that much less.
Councilman?
Yes.
That's why this is a last resort. 54 years, this is the first time that we had a budget impasse. I would hope and believe that we would go through the rest of the history of Lincoln without another budget impasse. That being said, this is the last resort. You're right. There are things that would probably have to be cut, things that would have to be done more efficiently. It's not what anyone's ideal would be. That's why the mayor and the city council would have an incentive to go to the table. This year, that's not what we saw. We saw a mayor who dug in his heels and refused to negotiate it at all on anything that he wanted in the budget. That was not what anyone expected, and that's not what anyone wants, and he shouldn't have the trump card, we shouldn't have the trump card. The people are the sovereign in the city of Lincoln. They should have the trump card.
Well, we had the opportunity to negotiate here, and we didn't do it.
I don't think that's true. We were presented with something that was, we were presented with something that wasn't even explained to us. It just said, hey, would you support this? Well, and there were no changes. No changes were discussed with me. So, but that's not the point. The point is that the legislative branch is the branch that makes the law, and the executive branch carries it out. The people want more collaboration and cooperation, not just among these council members, but the council and the mayor. If the roles were flipped, there would be a whole other set of people in the city that would be upset also if you had someone, a Republican mayor and a Democrat-controlled council. My objective in this charter amendment is that it would not favor any party or any ideology, and I think that's what the people want out of the leadership in Lincoln, Nebraska.
Okay. There are just two more things, just in terms of the consequences. And you say this is the last resort. I say it's no resort. It's something that has to be avoided. And John has worked really hard on police and fire pensions and raising our contributions so that we're in a healthier position there. If we were to get to this point, that would be shot out of the water. We would just go back into a bad place there. We don't want to do that. We can't do that. And then I don't know if you've talked to bond counsel, but what happens here where we've issued bonds, stormwater bonds, whatever the bonds might be, we've issued the bonds, and then we don't have enough money coming in to be able to pay off those bonds. We look in potentially defaulting on the bonds. What happens to our community? We have all these great accolades that we receive for the great things that Lincoln does. One of the most important ones is not an accolade at all. It's the truth that Lincoln does business well, and that's why our bond rating is so very favorable as it is. And we can't mess with that. We just can't.
There's no doubt in my mind that the city would fulfill its obligations. The people don't expect us to borrow beyond being able to do that, and we shouldn't be doing that. And if you feel that's a factor, then they need to have even more of a hand in how they're taxed.
I have a question of the chair. I have a number of questions, but I also have questions of staff on what we're trying to work through. I think since we have the staff here tonight, I would like to just walk through a few of the issues and some further questions that I have that I think should be part of the public hearing. And
Point of order, that is for the voting session. We are here tonight to hear public testimony on whether the people want to see or want to be able to vote on a change in their budget process. We are not here to examine the policies or anything. Consider this particular process. We're not going to vote tonight. I'm going to ask for a delay on the vote till January 9th so that we can cross our T's and dot our I's, and the voting session is where we should be talking to staff.
Can I ask a clarification? Are you planning to have a continuation of the public hearing as well, or just a vote? Because now is the time to talk about some of the issues that were raised by staff. There are some very serious flaws in your proposal as well, and I think at a public hearing, this is an appropriate point in time to have an airing, particularly if you're not planning on having a continuation of the public hearing.
This is not an appropriate time to discuss the policy implications.
I have 10
of
questions
the people
that I
voting.
think should be discussed, and I'm pretty sure people out in the audience have a lot of questions about how is this process being handled as well. But I defer back to the chair. Is it appropriate at this time to have our staff come up and answer some questions and explain some of the concerns that they've raised in a memo that they submitted to us this morning?
Well, you're both right. Cindy, this is a public hearing. We are going to hear public testimony, and that's very important. That is a primary purpose of this body, is to allow the public to weigh in. During all of our public hearings, we offer the applicant a chance to explain the proposal, and we ask the applicant questions, and that may or may not involve asking the staff to come forward and clarify items. We've, in this case, received a memo prior to this meeting from staff raising important issues that have bearing on questions we may have for you. We also typically have staff questions during a public hearing. I have a script I follow, and at the very last part, after testimony, we have an additional time for staff questions. So you're both right. We'll do both. I'm going to recognize Trent now because he's asked a question, and we'll keep going.
I would appreciate us moving forward and having the public testify before we ask questions. There's a lot of people here tonight. They deserve the respect of being heard before we get heard. I would had a couple of questions for Cindy, but I'm going to hold off on that because I think it's appropriate to let the people have the ability to come up to the mic and talk about this, and then we can ask our questions later.
Okay, so Jane, if you have questions directly for Cindy, I think you have the opportunity, the choice to ask them now, or you can wait, depending on what you'd like to do.
I think I will defer to the public because I want to be very respectful of their time, and I'm very thankful that so many have chosen to be here tonight. So I would agree with Trent on that. I wouldn't say he's right, but I would agree with him.
Would
Every
anyone,
once in a while, right?
We'll take testimony in favor first, if you'd like to come forward, and then we'll move to those opposed.
My name is Deb Andrews, 1235 A Street. I support putting the charter amendment on the ballot to provide the budget plan earlier to the council and the public for review. Let the voters decide in May. Some elected officials refer to Lincoln as a world-class city, scoring at the top of numerous national city measures, amazing growth, growing economy, and quality of life. There's another Lincoln. Over 21% of families with young children are living in poverty in Lancaster County. Half of renters in the Lincoln area spend more than 30% of their income on rent. The mayor doubled down on renters and sued the city council to increase property taxes. Homeless people camping on sidewalks cause problems for Lincoln businesses. A legislative task force determined poverty programs need to work together to better serve those in need. According to a report by the ACLU, unequal justice, being poor in Lancaster County can land you in jail. Bail and fines are inconsistently applied and create a debtor's prison for the poor. When unable to pay, their fines are reduced $90 for each day they spend in jail. Unemployment is on the rise in Lincoln. In January, the unemployed will have to pay $1.25 per hour to park downtown and look for work. Please vote to put this charter amendment on the ballot and let citizens decide if they want more time to review the budget that will affect their future, and for the budget to revert to the prior year's budget if the council and mayor fail to reach agreement. And Councilman Eskridge, I am so glad you brought up salaries and pensions. The union contracts largely determine what services will be available to the public. I urge you to lead the way and boot the union out of government so they're no longer sovereign over the public. Thank you.
I'm Richard Schmeling, and as far as I know, I still live at 4612 Van Dorn Street. We've been here a while, but I don't think I've been ousted yet. I think testifying at this point in time as a private citizen as opposed to representing CFIT. CFIT has not discussed this issue, but certainly it's important. I'm in agreement with Cindy. I think it would be to the benefit of everyone to have the budget information out earlier, not only for the benefit of the city council, but for the benefit of organizations like CFIT, to assess what's being recommended. This budget process was fast and furious this year. I actually saw all these sheets of paper with all these numbers. It's very difficult to interpret all of that. And I think that it would be a benefit to the process of city government if we had that information to the city council earlier. And I'd like to see that aspect worked into things. My minor when I was a university student was political science. I took a number of courses in federal government, state government, and local government. And the idea of having a good, long, deliberative process is generally thought to result in a better end product. So I support the idea of working with Cindy's language to get it to the point where everybody can agree upon it, and then urge you to go ahead and put the matter up for a vote by the citizens.
You.
Hey, Cameron Murphy again, still at 1001 West Dillon Street. So definitely it's not a step too far, right? Because, you know, like I know that Mr. Christensen, the one you were going to present, which, by the way, kind of, you talk about disrespectful. I mean, can y'all have, if you want to drag someone under the bus, don't do it in public. Do it behind closed doors, all right? You know, I mean, it had one problem with 50% of registered voters, you know, needing to approve it, which is a technicality. And you guys want to jump all over someone for a technicality, which is, of course, why Cindy's going to make sure she dots all the I's and crosses all her T's. I found it amazing, actually. You guys, Mr. Eskridge, or Reverend Eskridge, pretty dense. We're a little dense over here as far as understanding what we're trying to do. And you guys seem a little nervous, like, you know, power might be taken away. And what I noticed during the whole process here this summer that I was involved with testifying before you guys, we have certain people who are interested in power to the people and other people who are more interested in power for themselves or government. I think we know who I'm talking about. And, you know, so the idea of not putting this to the people would just be, well, a slap in the face, to say the least. And it's perfectly reasonable. What happens if there was a Republican who decided that I don't want buses, I don't want trails, I don't want all kinds of libraries, all kinds of city services I just want to get rid of? And you had 3 people that agreed with him, and, oh, that becomes the budget. All those things get axed because that's the way it's set up right now. And that was set up in 2010 by the mayor with the approval of the city council to give the mayor more power. So as long as we understand that this is a process of going back to what worked before, undoing what was done in the name of power for government and taking power away from the people. And so then by having this a more drawn out process, now you can get more public input on the budget, what's important, what's not important. As the city grows, as have been able to point out, you know, budgets can get tighter. You got to spend money more wisely. And, you know, man, if I can get a 5% pay raise, that'd be fantastic. So, you know, if you're worried, Mr. Eskridge, about, you know, people working in city government not getting a pay raise one year because the city council and the mayor couldn't come to an agreement, well, that's awfully elitist of you. Because, you know, I happen to work over at Novartis, which is now, of course, GSK, and the people I worked with hadn't had a raise, not even a cost of living raise, since 2000. So if people in the city staff have to go without a raise for a little while, well, that's okay. They can join the rest of the world. You know, and that isn't it because of this amendment. It's because the mayor and the city council couldn't come to an agreement. So apparently, you know, we have 3 that want power to government and away from the people, and 4 who want power for the people. And that's what this fight is all about. This fight is all about process and making sure that we still have a good republic. And while we're on the subject, just real quick, we might want to think about moving when elections are, because the turnout for the last mayoral election was 20,000 ballpark, and the last midterm election in November was 80,000. So that's something else we probably want to visit upcoming, because unless you're all under voter suppression, having the election in May just doesn't make any sense. I just thought I'd get my 2 cents in there. Thank you all very much. Unless you have any questions.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak in favor of this item? You can come on down, sir, if you want to get in the line.
My name is Brian Cass, 3830 North 9th Street, and I support this amendment. As a veteran who proudly and honorably served my country, I find it disturbing that the people of this great city are in essence being taxed without representation. The fact that one person has the authority to increase taxes without so much as a discussion or approval is beyond my comprehension. That there is no accountability is unacceptable. In this country, that any citizen feels that their voice is being taken from them by any elected official is intolerable. This is not an autocracy, but a democracy. This resolution will begin to put power back in the hands of the people and take it from the elected officials and hold them accountable for that. Ultimately, the responsibility is to the people and not to the government. As elected officials, you, the city council, have a fiduciary responsibility to your constituents. This resolution will enable you and future city council members to fulfill that promise that you made to your constituents, to represent them and address their concerns. And I thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify in favor?
My name is Russell Barger, 7831 East Avon Lane, 68505. I'm in Cindy's district. I like Cindy. Actually, I have a great amount of respect for all of the council members. I've seen you in different environments doing different things. I'm an attorney here in town. I'm also a former board member on the Lower Platte South board. You know, as I watched this budget deal go down this summer, it reminded me of one of those movies, Lemony Snicket's Series of Unfortunate Events. Things just seem to go wrong again and again and again. But in the end, you know, I had to step back and think, who should really be controlling the purse strings here? You know, we're a city nearing 300,000, I think, at this point. We're not just an overgrown small town, and some small towns need to have an executive with a large amount of authority. But, you know, our founding fathers had it right. They let the legislative branch control the purse strings, not the executive. You know, I didn't have prepared comments for tonight because I figured they'll be working towards a solution. They may have some details around the edges they want to work around, but I am disappointed. I'm not really seeing solutions. I see partisan bickering. I see a city council that doesn't have its own legal counsel assigned because they don't have the money budgeted for it. And so then we have a bunch of partisan bickering. We're going to pick apart Cindy's solution when none of the rest of you really have a solution. You know, I know folks from all over the state. And I've noticed from reading the Sunday Journal-Star, out in the western parts of the state, they don't always deliver the World Herald anymore like they used to. So they look at the Journal-Star now. And I can tell you from Holdridge, McCook, Grand Island, when they saw this budget deal going down and the fact that it ended up in a lawsuit, it doesn't reflect well on the city. It looks like a bunch of partisan bickering. And they're shocked, I think, that they had a mayor who sued his way into getting his way. It was crazy. So when I come up here and I don't see solutions, I see people picking around the edges of something when there's one council member trying and some of the others supporting her. It just looks like another rubber stamp job. If you want to appear as a rubber stamp for whatever the mayor wants, continue down your current path. If you want to actually propose some solutions that the electorate might actually like, you should actually try to get behind Cindy, as opposed to just bickering and trying to derail whatever she comes up with. Because the rest of you, I have not seen a solution yet. And you need a solution because you look bad, and this system is dysfunctional, as she describes. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify in favor?
Hi, my name is Julie Talbot, and I reside at 912 South 31st Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. This is the first time I've ever been here to testify, and I have seen Cindy go through this whole thing this summer and this last year, and I want to commend you all because this is not an easy job, and you guys put in so many hours beyond the job that you have outside. And so I just want to commend you and say congratulations, because I wouldn't want to be you. But on the other hand, I want to say that you guys need to have that budget before. You guys received the budget so late that you don't have time to really dwell on it, think on it. And it's like he said, you guys are bickering back and forth, picking at the edges when it is a simple, let the people have their vote. It's our privilege it's our duty, whatever you want to say, to be able to have it on the ballot. If the majority doesn't want it there, it'll be voted out. But we should have the right to vote because we are your constituents. We are the people. You guys and the mayor are not the ones that should have all the power. We, the people, need to be able to vote. And I'm behind it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify in favor? Please come forward. Let us know your name and address, please.
Mark Freehoff, 461 Fletcher Avenue. I'm in support of Cindy Lamb's amendment to the city charter. Recently, we've noticed what happens when the council and the mayor's office disagree about the budget, and it's not pretty, and lawyers get involved, and it costs a lot of money. Seems like there's room for improvement in this area, and maybe the current law in place is not directing that kind of dispute enough. It's unfair, as things currently are, to just have the mayor's office get their way in this case. I mean, why do we want the budget to default back to their proposal? In my mind, it makes more sense to just go in such a dispute to go with the previous year's budget. So let's turn the tables for a sec. Let's say we had a conservative mayor and he wanted to just draconianly cut the budget. But we had a city council that disagreed with that idea. Would the liberal members of the city council, would you support that mayor getting his way? I doubt it. I think you would much prefer that the previous year's budget just carry over in that case. So in this case, I don't know why it's any different. This is just a good idea in general. And I just support good ideas. I don't care where they come from. But I think there's a tendency on the council to not let good ideas get in the way of partisanship and loyalty. And that's what I'm afraid is going to happen here. So I guess you guys have to decide whether good ideas or partisanship is more important. And we'll be watching, of course, the election soon. I think there's 3 council members, 3 council positions up. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify in favor of this item?
Jane Kinsey with Watchdogs of Lincoln Government. In the paper, you will notice that the tweak is supposed to empower the council. Our newspaper definitely feels that, and I assume the op-ed board, to allow that to be put out. It's important for this to be passed because you need public input. I won't go with on that because that's been said. The mayor doesn't have that when he makes up a budget. And so the need for dialogue and to arrive at fairness for all, this must be presented to the folks. It's too important for short-term perusal of a budget to have happen. And I've heard this complaint for many years about the fact that the council doesn't get information before they're supposed to vote on things, not just the budget, but on other issues. So this proposal will improve compromise. It will avoid the administration from being too strong, and it keeps the council from being a rubber stamp or put in the position of a rubber stamp, which can happen. The council is closer to the people. The mayor is influenced by powerful people in the community. Namely, as we go look through the history, the 2015 vision, which is made up of many wealthy people who also get money from all of this development that's being put in here. Some of the members do. The public hearing allows proposals to come forth. It improves transparency, which Watchdogs is in favor of. Each one's input can be reported and investigated, and it's devoted to democratic principles. Otherwise, we have autocracy. We're more likely to arrive at a compromise, which is a democratic principle. We can't have too much discussion, too much input. If staff's worried about their jobs, it's probably the political appointees that have jobs at this time. My understanding is probably the lower echelon don't have to worry too much about their jobs. Actually, the city attorney who is making this proposal received money for his campaign from Ms. Gaylor Baird, which hardly makes that an impartial position. Our main concern is that this, if it's approved and is put on the ballot, that it won't pass, because the powerful people in this community have voted for the mayor almost 100% of the time. It's time for that to stop, and it's time for the people to be able to have input on what's going on. Watchdogs wishes that you even listen more to people, because a lot of times associations come up here and they are against the developers' proposals and they get shot down. So it really is a matter of setting a precedent where people have the power to do that, and maybe that will influence the council and the mayor to listen more to the people in the future.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak in favor of this item? Okay. Seeing none, we will start to take testimony in opposition, should there be any.
Again, my name is Carolyn Eberly. Live at 7201 Candle Tree Lane in Lincoln. And I don't know if I'm as much in opposition as I am in just general comments, that I really think we need to look at this from a larger viewpoint. Some pointed out Republican and Democrat. When as I've said before, when I've been here, when you walk through that door, you're nonpartisan, and I think that's the way it should be. I like Lincoln. It's home for me and has been since 1964. I appreciate what each and every one of you do and the viewpoints you have, because it's a microcosm of what it is, and I thank you for the time and effort that you put in. And I can appreciate the fact that you think there needs to be an amendment to the charter. But we have a charter revision commission, and I think that is where this should go. It's very complex. You've heard the different things, the viewpoints that go toward that, and it's complex, and I think you should get people involved in that commission to look at all these different viewpoints and to react to that. I've also heard you comment about people who are employed, the city attorney, various staff members. My experience has been in organizations that these people work hard, they care, they're going to do their best to give you a good budget. And I don't want to see them cut down because I expect their services to be there. Lincoln's growing. We're not a little town anymore. We've seen a lot of good things happen. And there are more things that need to happen. We're going to be a continuing growing committee, and it's going to continue to evolve. And I really think this issue is very important. I've watched the budget hearings for the last 2 years, and there's been up and down and stuff, but I think it's been because people cared. And I think it may be time to look at the charter, but I think it should go to the Charter Revision Commission and get the emotions down to where we're looking at real facts. Each council member should have some input on what they think it should say. And the attorney, whatever you need, but let's get the emotions out and let's get a good charter amendment. And so I would recommend that what you do is recommend that this go to the Charter Revision Commission and then come back to you. Obviously, there needs to be some changes in the budgetary process, but let's make them this way because they'll be around for a long time. I'm not here to criticize any one of you or to give any one of you accolades. I just think that something needs to be done, and that's the place it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify in opposition to this item?
I'm Nick Cusick, 6400 West Shore Drive. I need to acknowledge that I was just earlier appointed, approved to be on the Charter Review Commission. I'd be commenting not in favor of or against, but just making comments from a neutral position. I have not attended a single meeting of the Charter Review Commission. I think there is no question but there was hiccups in the budget process this last year that was less than ideal. I believe that's been in that same charter revision or charter regulation, if you will, has been in existence for, I think somebody said 50 years. I think a cautious, slow, deliberate approach to looking at this is the right, prudent way to do. To jump to conclusions after having one hiccup in 1 year is probably not prudent. We will end up in a better place, and this council almost always ends up in a better place if it goes through a process of careful review, doing due process, and part of that due process, I believe, is the Charter Review Commission, as the last person said. So I want to be open to all input on this, and hopefully we will move it through a process that if it results in a vote in May, so be it. I'm not opposed to that. I think that might well be a possible outcome, but I think there's too many unanswered questions at this point. It's too early to be able to tell whether the details that have been proposed are the appropriate details or not. So I'd answer any questions.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak to this item?
Dan Marvin, 5918 Rolling Hills Boulevard. Used to be on the city council, and I served Just so we know, when I was on, we had 4-3 councils and we had 3-4 councils, and so I worked both ways. We never had a situation where we had a budget impasse like you faced this year. But, you know, I don't understand why you need the change. And then when you've hurried to make a change, the thing that came to mind after I read about it in the paper was PEX pipe. That's all I could think about was PEX pipe. Because when I was on the council, we had a proposal to change from a requirement of using copper pipes to using plastic PEX pipe. And how did we get to that? We got there because there are committees of plumbers and other experts that review this, and they worked with the building and safety department through their committees, had open meetings, they met and they decided, we'll look at other communities and see how they're working with it, see if that's caused problems, if that's a safe way to switch the building code to adopt and take to the city council a change in the building code that would switch from copper to plastic pipe. And after about a year of review of looking at what's done around the country, the controversies and all that, they brought forward a change through the building and safety codes. The council voted on it. That's a process that involves large numbers of people, and everyone checks to make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. And Councilwoman Lamb, I'm sure you're going to do that along with the city attorney, but I'm talking about in the case of switching from copper to plastic pipes in a building code, the process is much longer than the process that you're proposing for changing what is, in effect, the city's constitution. That process was also transparent, too. The transparency of this change that's being done bothers me as well. I don't know who's working with you on this, whether you're working alone, working with other people, behind closed doors on the changes. I don't know what's been done, but a process that's done through the Charter Revision Commission is an open process. People get to listen to the dialogue. They check to find the unintended consequences, of which I'm fairly certain a big one, even one that you, Councilperson Lamb, would agree to, is one that would have dramatic cuts in the budget if we go back to the default budget. And if that's the case, if that's what we're expecting, I would expect ballot language that is similar to the ballot language when we tell people, vote for a stormwater bond issue, but by the way, if you vote for this, it's going to cause your property taxes to go up. I would expect ballot language to inform the public that your proposal, if it follows through, could result in dramatic cuts to city services, including police and fire. That's the only fair way to inform the public, if that's what we're talking about, is transparency. We should get all our cards out on the table, let people understand the inner workings, in the same way that we would try to figure out the inner workings of switching from copper to plastic pipes in houses. Those are my comments. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify?
It must be homecoming.
Doug Emery, 9246 Garland. Thank you for reminding me why I left this august organization. I'd like to get to dinner sometimes. Good luck with that. I think if there's ever a question about why something, or whether we should or should not have it mandatory that requests for charter change go to the Charter Review Committee, they should just watch this tape tonight, because you guys have provided them with a poster child for why you ought to have everything go through the Charter Review Committee. Because frankly, I don't think any of you know what you're voting on, or at least y'all couldn't agree on it. So that's a bad plan right off the start. I think what we have with Ms. Lamb's amendment is a mixed bag. I certainly agree that the earlier that you can get the budget out, the better it can come out. The problem is that in certain years you're going to have a mayor and perhaps 4 city councilmen who come on the 20th of May, roughly. I don't know what they're going to do from that point to get hot. The mayor certainly doesn't want to have to accept a budget from a previous mayor, so that's problematic. The part I guess I have a problem with is where the default is, or the idea that I heard coming in tonight on the radio that this was, if this amendment passes, that it will equal the power between the city council and the mayor. Horse hockey is what I'd say to that. Here's the truth. The truth is for 54 years, we never had an impasse. For this year, we had an impasse. You can blame the mayor, you can blame the city council, but ultimately, every person on this council had an opportunity to change and get 5 votes. If you guys send something to the mayor, Dan would tell you he was on the council. I'm sure Mr. Donaldson would tell you he was on the council. We never sent a budget up to the mayor unless we had 5 votes, just to make sure something like this doesn't happen. If you didn't veto that budget, veto-proof that budget, then part of that responsibility falls to you. So now we have a charter change, and charter changes are very, very important. They should rarely be done, and they should be done at least with some thought process, a long-term thought process. So we're going to make a charter change to solve a problem that we've had once in 54 years. That sounds to me like we're searching for a solution for a problem that's not there. I understand everybody's idea that we ought to have the citizens do it, and I'm all for that, but that's what they elected you all for. So the idea that I keep hearing this, I mean, I've heard it again twice this evening, that the mayor sued to get his budget. That's not what it was, folks. You ought to go back and look. What it said was, you guys need to do your job, which was either override the veto or you have to revert back to his budget. And what you really did was say, nope, that's not what we want to do, and we want option C. Option C wasn't available. It is a sad situation when we have to go to the court to get this solved. So there is a solution. The solution is, and Roy, you've quoted me a couple of times in the paper, not accurately, but close. I said a good budget is one that everybody finds something not to like. Unfortunately, we couldn't find enough people up here who were not willing to take less than 100% of what they wanted to get, and were willing to take 80% or 70% and get something that was your budget and not the mayor's budget, and thus we will have to live with the mayor's budget. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I quote you on that?
Absolutely.
Hello. Excuse me. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is Mary Beauchalt. I live at 950 South 49th Street. I'm the current president of the League of Women Voters of Lincoln and Lancaster County. Excuse me, and I'm representing the League here tonight. The League of Women Voters was established in 1920 and is a nonpartisan political organization. We encourage informed and active participation in government. We work to increase understanding of major public policy issues and to influence public policy through education and advocacy. We have issues with the process primarily on this charter amendment. The League, excuse me, the League has a long history of participation in the development and review of the charter. Councilman Camp may even remember some of the discussions of the charter probably occurred in your living room when your mom was a member of the League. And it occurred in Helen Booth Salas's house and Jan Gogger's house. It occurred in a lot of places when the League worked on the charter and charter revisions. My experience with the city charter is fairly recent, actually, but I did review some files in the League office. And I brought some of those along today to show that it's a torturous sometimes process. This is the 50s and that work on the charter. And then we have the 60s. And then we have 69, and then we have the 70s. And then we have Facts About City Government, the Handbook of Government, Your Government at a Glance. These are all publications from the League of Women Voters to talk about Lincoln and Lancaster County, how it works, and how we construct that charter. The last work that we did was in 2013. The charter is our city's constitution, and I will repeat some comments that you've already heard, but we hold it in high regard. It should not be easy to change, and any change proposed should be carefully and thoroughly considered before it is presented to the people for a vote. The Charter Revision Commission was established by a City Council resolution to review and study amendments proposed to our charter. The 15 members of the Charter Revision Commission are recommended by the mayor and approved by the City Council. The League supports open and representative committees, boards, and commissions with records available to the public. Records of their membership and meetings and decisions should be open to the public. We note that the agenda shows an amendment and now another amendment, and so that it's hard to comment on the content because it seems to be fluid. We would like to comment on the content, but we're not quite certain what it is. The League does support a defined separation of administrative and legislative functions in city government. The current sections on budget process fit with those roles. They have been in place since 1959 and 1963. They have worked and can continue to work. Again, a constitution should not be easy to change. This amendment proposal needs to go to the Charter Revision Committee to flesh out and deliberate the details of it and the consequences, both intended and unintended. Thank you for the opportunity to offer our comments.
Thank
Questions?
you. Carl.
Just one real quick one. How many members are there of the league?
Right now, we have about 100.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify in opposition to this item?
My name is Corey Keelty. I live at 2316 Lake Street. And like Kurt Donaldson, I have not been here for many, many years to testify on anything. But when it came to my attention through the newspaper that there were proposals to change our charter, it really concerned me. And I'm going to say what's already been said, but it's really important, I think, that we do have an appropriate process. If we need to change the process for the budget, then we need to go through the appropriate process to change our charter. I think it's interesting that you appointed people to the Charter Revision Commission this evening, really qualified people, to a nonpartisan commission that is there to review any changes to our charter, like Mary said, that is our city constitution. It's there so that we can vet out all of the questions that you brought up, questions that other folks brought up. I have concerns as well about what might happen if this process is followed, if the charter amendment passes and the process is followed. But honestly, I don't know, and that's why the Charter Review Commission is there, so that they can vet all of that and they can tell us these are the possible consequences of changing the charter in this way. So I would really encourage you to send this amendment, whatever else that you've changed since then, to the Charter Review Commission and have them review it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to testify? All right. At this point, we can open up for staff questions.
After hearing tonight's testimony, I will move in the voting session to actually continue with the hearing also. So just so that everyone knows and that we can perhaps save some time for the other folks that are here to testify in other matters and take up staff questions at the January 9th hearing.
Well, I think that if there are staff questions tonight, we should be able to get those out. And I know that it's a long night. It's a last meeting before Christmas. It's the last meeting of the year. But this is such an important issue. I don't think that putting off questions that people have right now, I mean, I think if I understand what you said, you're not planning to make significant substantive changes to your proposal by the 9th, that you're dotting the I's and crossing the T's?
That's correct. We'll be working to make sure that what I want to have done is done. If I could maybe call city attorney up to make that clear.
Jeff Kirkpatrick, City Attorney.
Thank you for coming up, Mr. Kirkpatrick. So we've been working on this this charter amendment, and I had sent you a first draft, but by the time it went in our packet, the ballot language was changed, correct?
That's true. Yes.
Okay. And so we've been working on that ballot language in order to make sure that the citizens know exactly what they're voting on, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And then tonight we had a conversation about making sure that the charter amendment can do what I've stated it would do, that the fallback position would be one that allowed the citizens to have a budget that, so that the city could reasonably move forward, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're able to, your office has the resources in order to make that happen?
My office will be happy to work with you and provide whatever assistance we can in working through any obstacles as far as harmonizing your proposal with state law and with the other existing city charter.
And in fact, as city attorney, it's your ethical obligation to help me reach that goal, correct?
I do represent you in this capacity, yes.
Okay, and if we vote on a delay tonight and the delay is successful, then you will work to make sure that happens and we have something before us on January 9th to vote on with the T's crossed and the I's dotted, correct?
I'm happy to work with you in whatever changes that you think are necessary to get the charter amendment in the way that you feel is ready to come back before this council, yes.
And is your office, and I know you're saying whatever ways I think, but as legal counsel, not everyone has any kind of a law background. So as legal counsel, isn't it your ethical obligation to make sure it meets the legal standard we need rather than to just work with me?
That's true, but I say that because the policy ideas are yours. And our job is to work with you in putting your ideas, your policy ideas in a form that we feel meets the legal qualifications. And if we feel that there are any conflicts, to make you aware of those.
Okay, thank you. And I'm glad that you brought that up because today I called you at 2:30 in the afternoon, didn't I?
About that, yeah.
Yeah. And at that point in time, then I was told that there might be some legal issues with the language, correct?
We have some concerns, yes.
Okay. And before that, though, you had not reached out to me by phone?
No. I had talked to you by phone last week.
And that was when I called you?
Yes.
Okay. And so I just am wanting your commitment, Mr. Kirkpatrick, that if there are issues, that you will inform me of those issues prior to the time that it's the 11th hour before this council.
I will guarantee to you that my office will fully inform you of any potential issues we see as early as possible.
As early as possible?
Yes.
Thank you. And then we can, and you'll make sure that this is on the agenda for our vote on January 9th.
Well, I think if the vote's successful tonight, it'll automatically go on the agenda for the 9th.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trent, then Jane.
So the confusion tonight, let me just make sure that I'm following it. Cindy had a proposal that was put in our packets and then contacted you because there's some discrepancy in the language that she had proposed to you with what was introduced in our packets?
We've been in contact several times.
Okay.
The first time I think she contacted me after it went in the packets was when she contacted me and said that the language, the ballot language, which summarizes the charter amendment that I put in the packets, was not what she wanted.
Okay.
And I said, be happy to change it back. She had sent me her original draft. I had changed it to a form where I thought it accurately summarized her proposal.
Okay.
And usually, and I think I've worked with pretty much everyone on the council of this, I would have sent her the draft back, made whatever changes were necessary, but because of the timing when she got it to me, by the time I got the draft done, basically I just had time to put it in the packets and not send it back to her for her review. After she contacted me, when the packets came out, we made those changes, and we made some changes since then, including the changes that happened over the weekend that went out, I think, last night that were just some typos, essentially.
So first draft that was in packets was your summarization of conversations you had with her. Second draft was a little bit more closer to what she wanted when she introduced. And then third draft was to correct spelling errors. So basically, the reason why we have a discrepancy with what we're having as a hearing today was because of communication between you and Cindy.
Well, it's a work in progress. Whenever you draft something
Sure.
this complicated, it's going to take some time and some back and forth.
I know. I've been through that. Yeah,
We've done
I've been
that a few
through that.
times, yes.
And sometimes it doesn't read exactly like you thought it would the first time, and I completely understand that. I just want to make sure that the reason we have three, so the rest of the council members know, is because sometimes it takes a while to vet out those changes. I know that I've been through that process, but the discrepancy of language is not necessarily an issue of what the policy is. It's just because of the back and forth between the city attorney's office and the council member.
Yes.
Thank you.
Jane?
Well, I loved all the public comments we've heard thus far this evening. I do appreciate it. And, I too would like to go out to a vote of the people, but only once we understand the consequences of changing this 50-year-old charter that has withstood the test of time. I don't think any one of us on the dais right now could say with 100% certainty we know exactly all the consequences, the good and the bad and the ugly of what this document has. And so I have a lot of questions, and I would just like to run through, and then I would probably like to ask staff to come up and try to tackle some of these questions. And I'm sure if somebody else has more questions, they could vent those in front of everyone. So, for example, I wanted to know more about the process of review. How did this all come about? Did the Citizens for a Better Lincoln help craft this amendment? Who were the directors or individuals that Cindy worked with on drafting the amendment? I think someone else raised that question as well. The other is, have we researched and reviewed the code changes that trickle down through the rest of the charter? Have those been made? If not, who should be doing this? And how much time do you think that would take? One of the things I noticed that there was the language that says to strike the public hearing on the budget, and I wondered, how is that being transparent? Do we want us then to rely on the citizens engagement questionnaire that is online, the citizens taking charge? Is that the appropriate course to solicit public testimony and their opinion? One thing I noticed, it seems that the 4 members of the city council in the draft that we have before us can control the whole process or stonewall a process or even determine the process. And I'm wondering, why is that a good thing in this? I know that this last budget season was very, very contentious, and I probably shouldn't take the time to clear this up, but there were 3 opportunities where we could have compromised, and we have to compromise. I think Doug Emery said that very clearly. In the language that we are looking at, it cites the mayor's right to veto in one section, but then it stripped the language that codifies and gives the mayor the authority to do that. And I'm wondering, was that an oversight or was that a mistake? I think what this is designed to do is to give the council more power. I think that is what I've been hearing from some of the testimony. I think the council's always had the power. Doug Emery said it very clearly. It's the power of 5 votes. We need to collaborate and cooperate. And I'm afraid that the way this is crafted is it really doesn't force us to compromise. It just forces 4 people to take charge and push forward their decision making.
If I may,
and I have a few more. I have a few more.
But you're editorializing here, and I don't think this is the appropriate time to do that.
I'm hoping that everybody on the staff can come and address these questions.
John, please let her finish. Jane, if you could direct some questions to the staff that you have questions for.
Well, Don, would you mind coming forward? One question is, how does this amendment change our pension plan funding obligations if the markets have another tumble and we're faced with maybe a larger contribution to meet our pension funding obligations?
Don Herzen, Finance Director. I'm assuming what you're referring to is the fallback provision. If the fallback provision has a an amount that doesn't meet what we expect we should be putting into the pensions, that could be problematic, and that you would further underfund your pension. If it's not a dramatic underfunding, maybe that's not too big a deal, but if it's significant, perhaps leads to questions from rating agencies and other people. So I guess maybe that would be my response. I'm assuming it's primarily dealing with the fallback provision that's in this.
I know we haven't had a chance to approach bond council to get their take on it, but how does the bond market view this type of municipality where they can yo-yo from an annual budget to a biennial budget? How do they look on that in terms of rating us and our consistency of financial management?
Wish I knew the answer.
When
I guess maybe I should mention that just from the bond rating perspective that, and again, it has to do with the fallback provision, and that, we focus on the 15 funds that are in our property tax dollars, but as I understand this fallback provision, it affects all 70 or 80 funds that we have, not only the tax funds, but all of our enterprise funds and some of the funds that are unique to the CIP. So I think the fallback provision would apply to everything, and you would have an official budget that across all of the city government is inadequate in about every way that you can describe a budget. And so I struggle with how that would be viewed. I suppose maybe a more specific example would be if the proposed budget included some revenue increases for our enterprise funds that may not get taken care of, and we're dealing with the need to issue bonds for whatever reasons and can't do that for a 2-year period perhaps, that could result in some consternation on their part, but it's hard to predict. I think there's just an example that I gave.
So if you have the fallback for an annual budget, could you explain how that works? How does that process evolve? If you have to fall back to the previous year's budget, and then could you explain what happens if you have to fall back to the previous 2 years before that, I guess, or if you're working in a biennial budget, how is that compounded, or how is that worked out?
Well, I think again, this is the fallback provision. We would revert to the prior year's revenues, and we would have to balance our budget on those revenues within the various departments that, in proportion to what the departments received in that prior budget. Now, that's where some of the complications come in with respect to the police and fire pension and the amounts that are budgeted for debt service, which are separate levies. So I guess, I don't know if that helps answer any of your questions.
Well, how does that reduction get dispersed? Can we safeguard, public safety initiatives or roads, or is it an equal percentage that is offset, or how is that?
Well, I guess as I read it right now, it would be proportionate by department. So each department would, it's not like we can make one department equal to what the proposed budget was and take it from another. As I read it right now, that would potentially impact every department.
Every department at a flat percentage regardless, it would be.
Yes, it
Proportionate
probably would be in a negative or a reduction. I suppose there may be scenarios that you could think of. I maybe have thought of one where potentially you could see revenue increases, but.
So how would a revenue increase be handled then? How does that impact our property tax rates? If we have a grant come in, or additional funding, or our 27th paycheck, I know these are complicated issues, but it's kind of the nuts and bolts. You have to dig down into the document itself to determine is this an appropriate course of action to take, and how impactful it is?
I suppose, just using the 27th pay period, we have that's occurring in this current fiscal year, we had to allocate additional fund balances to deal with that. So we have a budget that is a little bit larger than what we would typically see. So if we had to fall back to this year's budget next year, there might be a scenario where you might have more revenue than needed for the next budget. That might be one scenario. You may have the opposite, where you had a one-time revenue in the current budget and it's not going to be the next year, and so you're dealing with a more significant shortfall in revenues.
So if we determined that we want an annual budget one year and then we go to biennial budget the following year, how does your staff adjust to something like that?
Wow, that's a tough question. I mean, I would assume that that's certainly not the intent here, is to be bouncing back and forth between annual and biennial budgets, but to do so would be very disruptive in our whole budget process, let alone trying to deal with, the state file. We have to deal with the State Budget Act, and we have to provide them with a lot of information at the conclusion of the budget, and I'm a little concerned about that.
With going to a biennial budget, what benefits do you see of going to a biennial budget that I think we had to go out to our voters to vote on, and they approved that? What benefits to your staff do you see of a biennial budget?
Well, there is some benefit to our staff, and that they have some downtime, but I think more importantly is it's for the rest of the city staff that have a little bit more time to think about things strategically during the off budget year. I see that as a major benefit. Obviously, we would be back in the same mode that we were 5 or 6 years ago when we were doing the annual budget. We're able to do a few more things internally, looking at various aspects that we probably wouldn't get to if it was an annual budget. Again, when I left as city finance director, was right at the time that we adopted the biennial budget. So, I don't know. I don't have the history of dealing with the biennial budget that maybe Mr. Hubka had, but that's my perception.
Okay. Could I call Rick Hoppy up to talk about the benefits of the biennial budget versus an annual budget, and staff time that it may have saved? Or
Rick Hoppy, Mayor Byler's Chief of Staff. We have had a lot more time to work on efficiency, areas of efficiency, to try to improve the operation, since we haven't been consumed with the budget every year. And one of the things that we're concerned about, as this proposal is currently written, is if we put that date back too far, we essentially have a de facto annual budget, and much of the gains that we've been able to put in other city issues would be lost.
Can you explain a little bit the fallback provision in terms of other cost increases? I know that health insurance increases about 3%, but what about roads? Aren't we trying
the fallback provision from our initial research seems to indicate there's a pretty good flaw there that we think we need to have addressed. For starters, it does create a situation where there could be both either a property tax levy increase or a property tax levy decrease without a specific vote of the council, without a public hearing, and without a budget that the public can review that is funded by those areas. And that happens because the language is geared towards the revenue. And as we've talked about, you go back to the prior year's revenue. Since we can't keep in pace with inflation, we have to make cuts in the range of 3 to 5% to maintain current services. Okay? If 4 council members decide that they would like to see the levy fall, they don't necessarily even have to propose that as part of their budget. They simply have to put forward a budget they know the minority and the mayor would not approve of, and then simply do nothing. Because there is an automatic provision in this charter amendment that would kick us back to the previous year's budget. Now, keep in mind that the base, the valuation base, grows every year. If the same dollars are spread across a wider base, the levy comes down. Vice versa, if the case is we have that 27th pay period or an unexpected state or federal grant where the dollars would be more, then theoretically the levy would have to go up in order to cover that situation. And forgive me, but being chief of staff makes you the chief paranoid in the city of Lincoln. We're worried that if 4 members decided that they simply wanted to do that levy decrease no matter what, there would be a path for doing that and virtually no public input or discussion, because a budget would be adopted, or I should say no budget would be adopted that was ever brought up at the public hearing that occurred that got us to this situation to begin with.
That's going back to one of my original questions. It seems like this is a reverse, that the city council may have too much power in the power of 4 to be able to dictate the terms of the process and what budget goes forward, or if we do a biennial budget or if we do an annual budget. What are your thoughts on that, the crafting of that language?
Well, I guess what disturbs us is the mayor introduces a budget. The city council can modify that budget and make it their own. And yet, under what's being proposed in the fallback provision, neither one of those budgets could go into effect, but a third budget that no one had any input towards. And I'd point out that if that goes into effect, it will be up to the mayor to put in place whatever spending plan he or she wishes to do for each department in that circumstance. They do not have to follow the budget that they submitted under this.
So the mayor could make changes
Yes,
without
fairly unilaterally, except that the mayor could not move, or nor the council could move funds from one department to another. I think we talked about that a little bit. There's some limiting language in here that suggests the cuts would have to be borne equally by each department. Thus, the police department would get the same cut as the Parks and Rec department.
In the last version that we have is the capital improvement program funding. Was that language stricken, or
I
how
believe that
was-
language was struck, and we are sort of interested in that particular one. One of the things that also concerns us is the CIP is part of the budget. If you go back to the previous year, essentially you're going back to the list of projects that were already in progress or completed. In short, we don't think the CIP could move ahead and our infrastructure program go forward into the next year. Or at least it seems unclear to us at that point. And I need to make that point very clear on my end here too. This has been kind of a rough-shod look at this. We'd like more time to examine this. Keep in mind here 2 major proposals were introduced at the same time. One of them we thought was really egregious, so we spent most of our time on it. In the time allotted, we spent most of the time this weekend trying to get you at least something to work with as you considered what to do tonight, and that's the memo that we sent to you and was finalized today around noon.
I'm going to recognize Trent.
I don't want to quash the rest of the council's ability to ask questions, but it's almost 8:30 and we have 13 items left and a lot of people that are out here. We get a second bite of the apple at staff questions during the voting section. I think that would be appropriate. And I know other people might have questions, but we have people that are waiting to testify on other items. Out of respect, I would like us to move along and save our questions for the voting session, do the staff questions at that time before we do the delay. I don't want to break this up, and I'm not moving to quash the ability of council members to ask questions, but when we get going on questions, and we keep going. And out of respect for the people that are spending most of their evening with us, I'd like us to, if we can, move along with the public hearing and ask our staff questions during the voting section.
I appreciate you offering that. We typically do our staff questions during this public hearing process, and I don't believe there are very many more. I know Carl wants to ask a quick question.
I have one more.
Okay.
Sorry.
I mean, we also we have a long night. We're committed to being here. We're committed to hearing testimony. We'll keep this moving. But I think this is so important. This is so significant. This is a potential change to our city's constitution. Out of respect for the people here tonight and those watching, we need to flesh out these issues because the delay is, we've been told, won't bring back substantive changes in the proposal. So understanding the changes in this proposal tonight is very important.
I get that, but what I'm recommending is that we ask those substantial questions. We're not taking any additional public testimony on this item. If we could ask those staff questions during the voting session, which we also have a staff question and debate procedure, because I think that's what we're going to do here, is continue to ask questions. I just would like us to move on to the next item out of respect for the people that are here to testify on other items.
When you say voting session, do you mean tonight's voting session?
Tonight's voting session. I'm not saying let's not debate this, and I'm probably taking more time to debate it than the questions that were going to be answered. But I want to respect the people that are here this evening.
For the second time this evening, I think I'm going to agree with you too.
Carl, are you willing to
Absolutely.
cede your question?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
Please call the next item.
All right, next on our public hearing ordinances second reading. I'll call items 32 through 37 together as they are all related to agreements with Verizon Wireless. Item 32 is for the purpose of installing small cell wireless technology on city-owned street light poles. Item 33 is for the purpose of installing city-owned conduit from the right-of-way to the city-owned cell tower at Beal Slough Drainage Basin. Item 34 is for the purpose of installing city-owned conduit from the right-of-way to the city-owned cell tower at Van Dorn Park. Item 35 is for the purpose of installing city-owned conduit from the right-of-way to the city-owned cell tower at State Fair Park. Item 36 is for the purpose of installing city-owned conduit from the right-of-way to the city-owned cell tower at Holmes Lake. And item 37 is for the purpose of installing city-owned conduit from the right-of-way to the city-owned cell tower at Northwest 56th Street and Fletcher Avenue.
Councilors, Madam Councilwoman, David Young, Public Works, thank you for giving us a few minutes on this very busy schedule. In honor of Councilman Fellers, I put my most serious slide up front.
Hey.
So, as many of you remember, in 2012, we started the Lincoln Technology Improvement Program. Fast forward, we're installing fiber all over the city. Business broadband. All 800 buildings in downtown are now able to be serviced by competitive fiber optic systems. Last year, residential broadband. We have 2 carriers currently overbuilding the city, Allo and Windstream. What's next, you might ask? Mobile broadband. Couple of terms. Macro towers. Some might think they're ugly. Some think I am ugly. Some might say I resemble these towers. Small cells. A macro tower can cover 5 miles. A small cell can cover just under a mile. Lincoln small cells. Our success in the broadband infrastructure arena has been through partnership. We are proposing to continue that model and connect several of our street lights, not traffic lights, street lights, around town and allow private carriers to install their equipment on them. Those small cell poles will be connected to the broadband network provided by others that is connected to the conduit system. The other 5 attached agreements are to connect major macro sites in the city to the new proposed small cell network. The design is sleek. Most of the radios at the bottom will be hidden by banners. In downtown, outside of downtown, they will not be hidden by banners. We propose 30 locations in the spring. Why do we want this? If you are in the coverage area of one of these small cells in our most densely populated areas year 1, you'll see your speed go from 12 megabits a second to over 100 megabits a second. Verizon will not promise that, but as the technical guy on your behalf, I will explain that technology to you. We are working with Planning Department. Planning has adopted a small cell review process, which we will not go into detail tonight. But planning will review every location for any historical impact, historical poles, sensitive locations in the community. Once they approve it, Verizon will come to Public Works and get a regular right-of-way construction permit and begin the construction. Partnership. These are our partners now. We would like to add Verizon. Mary with Verizon is here to give her portion of the presentation.
Hello, council members. My name is Mary Julius. I am with Verizon Wireless Network Real Estate, 10801 Bush Lake Road in Bloomington, Minnesota. And I am here tonight to talk to you about the partnership that we have been working on with your city. It is a small cell technology in the city of Lincoln. We come to you at this wonderful time of the year, and I need this slide because it is the holidays, and either you probably are receiving or are likely purchasing maybe a device for friends and family. So this is, again, just kind of an indication of where we are in the world and what our world is looking like with devices and tablets. So it's a great time of the year to talk about a capacity need for wireless services. So let's talk about capacity. You are familiar with our macro towers, and our macro towers are not serving us any longer because technology is changing. So when our macro sites become exhausted, users may experience an inability to make or receive a call, which I'm sure many in the audience and here city council members have had these issues where, yeah, my call didn't go through, you hang up, maybe try it again. Maybe you've tried to load an internet page and it's just not working, so you go out and try to go back in. Maybe you're trying to download or stream something and it's just taking too long, so you get frustrated. Well, our small cells are here to enhance those services for you. So why small cells? So the RF need is not just even based on the number of users in any location. It's also based on the type of data utilization. So if you have a number of people taking selfies or downloading music, those types of users are going to put a demand on our network. Small cells will be a significant factor in the Internet of Things, the machine-to-machine communication that we're seeing in the future. This provides vital enhancements for events and venues, of which you have many in your great city of Lincoln. This provides that office anywhere lifestyle where we all like to maybe go sit at a coffee shop or, attend an event but still be able to communicate with friends and family and coworkers. This service will also enhance and ensure that public safety and emergency services can get and receive calls and texts. Landlines are becoming obsolete, and this is also a seamless handoff from Wi-Fi systems. I'm sure you can probably also add your own list of reasons why you can see that these would be beneficial. So benefits to the city of Lincoln. The city of Lincoln, state of Nebraska, we are supporting your broadband initiative. We are enhancing the city's infrastructure. We have been working with David and Valmont on a custom pole design for you, which is exactly what this photo here is, our custom pole design. As you can see, it's got the antenna. The antennas are up at the top, and then hidden behind the banners is our 2 radios. Obviously, a light will be on the end of that arm. More wireless capacity, adding more wireless capacity will minimize the need for traditional towers. And this will absolutely enhance your citizen, visitor, merchant, and public safety experience in your city. That is our small cell technology that we're bringing to the city. We're very excited about this partnership with you. And do you have any questions?
John.
Yes, Ms. Julia, thank you very much for coming from Bloomington. I assume it's as cold there, if not worse, but regardless.
I came south. It's a lot warmer.
Look, you made the comment that the macro sites are not serving us well. And I'm kind of confused. You almost
The
said
ma-
they're obsolete. And
No, the macro sites are absolutely not obsolete. Sorry if I left that impression. The small cells absolutely need those macro sites. The small cells really home back to those macro sites, being fiber connected, so we absolutely need the macro sites. It's just that adding more macro sites is not going to give you the experience that the small cells will. We're really trying to get the antenna, the signal right down to the people, the handset, the sidewalk, right down to those pedestrians, to take the pressure off that macro site. So that macro site will do what it does best and cover a big, broad area, and the small cells will hit people on the sidewalk.
And did I hear you say then that the small sites will still be connected directly by fiber to one another?
Yes, we're fiber connected. That's why fiber is so important, because these are fiber connected back to a macro site. So that's why we don't need the equipment at the small cell site. We can utilize just remote radios and the antenna and not have any ground furniture or other appurtenances that are unattractive.
Thank you.
Carl?
Question probably for David more appropriately. This is one company, Verizon, but there are other providers out there. So what if one of those other providers wants to do something similar?
We will offer them the exact same agreement.
Okay.
This is non-exclusive. It is designed to attract other providers to the community as well.
And if there were other providers, would there be other poles, or could they utilize the same pole?
This is the Lincoln Standard pole, which it will be approved by you in a contract and will be what we require going forward in any instance.
But the other providers, could they have their equipment on these same poles? Okay.
It is very generic design. Actually, the inside of the round, what we call the cantenna at the top, is 2 flat panel antennas, which we see regularly. Any carrier can put their antenna in there, and then we limit the equipment behind the banner with a cubic space volume calculation. So any equipment can be behind there. So it's not carrier specific.
Thank you.
Jane?
Just to follow up on Carl's question, we own the poles, the city owns the poles, and it is to our design and spec, and then basically Verizon is just maybe leasing the space on the pole? Like
Verizon, yes,
or-
exactly. But as part of our Make Ready, we call it a Make Ready fee, Verizon is providing the pole, the new pole, replacing your existing pole with a new pole, because the new pole will be constructed so that there's the ports for the cabling will be already there. They won't have to go aftermarket, drilling and welding and doing anything. This will be just a nice clean installation with a new pole designed just for this purpose, but will still just look like your existing light pole.
And then just another follow-up question, so I understand the technology. Are these devices acting as a booster to our reception that we get on our phones and other devices, or so that there won't be these dead zones or dropped calls, or is that the wrong way?
These definitely enhance the wireless service that we have, so they will, you can, I guess, think of them as boosting our macro sites. I think that's.
Verizon has to be very careful. They don't want to overpromise. The engineering side of it, if you add 4 small cells to a macro cell coverage radius, it increases the throughput capacity of the macro cell by 75%. The small cell, if you can think about it, you are going to be within less than a mile to pick up that connection. You could be as much as 5 miles away from a macro site. So just the latency difference. So you will get much more bandwidth capacity on a small cell because it is directly connected to fiber within a mile of you specifically.
Okay, Trent?
So we're leasing the poles out to put these up. Verizon's leasing the use of the pole. Where does the revenue from the lease go?
Right now, the administration has not decided where to put the revenue. I understand that they are considering putting it in the Broadband Enterprise Fund because this is part of the LTID project.
And what would those funds be used for?
The Enterprise Fund, which was adopted in December of last year, is very specific to what it's used for. I don't have the language right in front of me, but specifically technology improvement programs for the city. That's all.
Thank you.
Right.
Talk to us a little bit about how much revenue that is with this proposal, and if we add more, what are we talking about? if we add more and people build all the ones that we might want to build?
So, right now, Verizon is proposing 30 sites in downtown. Overall, Verizon and other carriers will expand to about 400 of them over the next 10 years in the city. That will cover our core center and growth areas. The reason this projection was put forward, you don't want me standing in your backyard, you don't want a macro cell in your backyard either. But having a small cell put on a street light in front of your house to service an entire neighborhood, very little impact on the community. So it's a much easier deployment. The way we set this agreement up was Verizon or any other company could come to us and say, we would like this pole or that pole based on their own engineering. And we say, as long as you're putting in the standard pole, no problem. So they get to make the business decision about where they lease the poles. Other carriers do too. The money is about $2,000 a year, $19.95 specifically per location. And that increases 3% a year, I believe. So at 30 poles, we're talking $60,000 a year. At 400 poles, we're talking $1 million a year.
John.
Okay, 3 quick questions. Who pays for all of this?
Verizon.
Verizon.
So all the fiber,
It's our
the
capital
poles.
investment in the city, yes.
2, how does it work? Say Verizon puts on a pole, I assume there may be an encouragement that ABC company also use that pole, so how does that work out where you expended the capital?
We don't co-location of poles right now, and while the technology will eventually get there, I would argue. Right now it is not there. In order to co-locate facilities on a pole, another carrier would have to put this same equipment up, which would not meet our aesthetic standard for this design. So we would offer to the other carrier the pole on the other side of the street, one pole down, 15 foot away or 50 foot away. It would be their choice. We specifically say first come, first serve, one carrier per pole.
But a moment ago, you talked about you could have 2 carriers on the same pole.
On the same block, not on the same pole.
But you're talking about behind the
Someday, I
banner,
believe
there's
you will
cubic
that
feet.
have.
I guess I misunderstood you then. Okay. And then, so potentially, you're talking about 400 poles. Would that be the Verizon goal in 10 years?
No, I think that's multiple carriers.
We're not projecting that far into the future at this time.
Right. But many of us have been to a public meeting where somebody was proposing a macro cell site. And that's very difficult to get approved unless you're in a very rural area. This path would be a much easier path forward. And that's why we think it will be adopted by the other carriers as well.
Will there be common routing of the fiber? Because I know right now, there's a lot of tearing up of the right-of-way, and it's got a lot of citizens concerned.
It will be common just through the fact that for AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, for them to run their own fiber network would be very expensive. They would use the conduit system model, leasing capacity from one of the existing tenants, because it will be far cheaper for them to do that.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have 15 pages of engineering study if you would like, and we could go through that. No?
Read them out loud.
Thank you very
All
much,
right, thank you
Councilors.
for your time.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item, these items? Seeing none, please call the next item.
All right, next is item 38, change of zone 16036, application of Lincoln Federal Bank Corp. for Hills Commercial Planned Unit Development for a change of zone from B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District and O3 Office Park District to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business District PUD for a Planned Unit Development District designation of said property, and for a development plan which proposes modifications to the zoning ordinance and land subdivision ordinance to allow for a mix of commercial and residential uses on property generally located at the southeast corner of 27th and Yankee Hill Road.
Good evening. How are you all? Brett West, 3042 Sheridan Boulevard. Good to see you all again. Proposing some changes down at Wilderness Hills. I've been involved for the last couple of years trying to get that project jump-started, which was started over 10 years ago, believe it or not, and trying to get the right mix down there. And so this amendment is helping us kind of get the ship moving in the right direction, we hope. And the primary thing that we're proposing is this back corner, which is located here, Lot 16, which in the previous plan had over 50,000 square feet of office space. In the back corner, in the furthest south, another 30,000 square feet of retail along 30th Street, as well as the ability to do a 111-room hotel or an additional 30,000 square feet of office, and then up in the corner, 15,000 square feet of office. So if that doesn't shock you, knowing how the office market here is in Lincoln, it's just a project that we frankly could not get off the ground at any point in time. And so we've come forward with this proposal for a lot of reasons. We want to get more people down to the area. It enhances the mixed use with a use that actually will have people there. A couple of small adjustments that we have made at the corner. We are proposing retail because we do know that we've looked at this project as being retail centric. So if you drive down 30th Street, we would complete the roundabout with retail. I've met with the HOA, the lead of the HOA at Wilderness Hills, met with their leadership once, and then met with the whole group a second time, and generally positive comments. I don't know if anybody is here. I had one person at Planning Commission that I tried to discuss with the HOA, and I haven't heard back from them. So I think generally positive from the neighborhood, and we're very much looking forward to doing another development in the area. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right.
Would anyone else like to testify on these items? No? Okay. All right, great. Please call the next item.
All right, next then is item 39, change of zone 05054E as in elephant, amending the Prairie Village North Planned Unit Development by expanding the boundary of the PUD by approximately 7.37 acres, approving a change of zone on said 7.37 acres from AG Agricultural District to R5 Residential District PUD, and designating said 7.37 acres as a planned unit development district on property generally located at North 89th Street and Fremont Street.
Good evening, Mike Eckert, 8535 Executive Woods Drive, Suite 200. I'm with Civil Design Group, representing Fremont at 84 LLC, which is comprised of the Schleich family and some of their partners that do a lot of multifamily projects in town. Prairie Village North was like the previous project before you, a PUD approved nearly 10 years ago. And this is the last area that is converting from agriculture to the zoning that was shown in the approved PUD. So in this case, B5, pretty straightforward, little donut hole that's left, and for the second phase of a multifamily project out there.
Any questions for Mr. Eckert? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to this item? Seeing none, please call the next item, Teresa.
All right, next then is item 40, text amendment 16014, amending section 27.61.090 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to the continuation of non-standard uses to automatically adjust the setback for existing buildings and uses when the city obtains property for right-of-way, and repealing section 27.61.090 as hitherto existing.
Good evening, David Carey with the Planning Department. This is an item that is pretty much a cleanup of the package of zoning code changes that we brought forward back in August of this year. This is to be clear that we want to maintain the flexibility of these lots when some right-of-way has been obtained by a government agency. The intention of the original change was to allow flexibility, and this additional change is to make sure that existing buildings on those properties actually maintain the flexibility that they have despite the reduced setback. So this really is a cleanup item, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? John?
If I understand you right, Mr. Curie, you're saying that from last August and so forth, if the city purchased more right-of-way, that would automatically force the property owner to move back the building?
No, so I guess that's the point of the change in the code, is so that that situation would allow for a continuation of the building wall that is, if it is an existing block phase, let's put it that way, so that you don't have that kind of odd setback adjustment in some existing areas, as well as just allow for where it can happen to allow for some extensions of the building if it's not encroaching into that new setback. It's just really meant to make sure that there's that flexibility and we don't create a problem for those lots.
So that would apply to existing and future. They would all be able to maintain that same setback, even though the right-of-way has expanded.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Would anyone like to testify on this item?
Thank you.
Seeing none, please call the next item.
All right, next then is item 41, approving the transfer of funds from approved appropriations into the Golf Course Irrigation System CIP project for replacement of the irrigation pump station and wet well at Pioneers Golf Course.
Good evening again. Len Johnson with Lincoln Parks and Recreation. The image that is before you is of Pioneers Golf Course. North is up on that map. The golf course is irrigated out of a pond in this location. There is some oversight drainage that comes into that pond. We also pump Lincoln City water system water into that pond. The irrigation water then is distributed throughout the course from a pump station in this location. And that is the only source of irrigation on that course. That pump station was constructed in 1981. It's 35 years old, and it's failing at this point. And the the CIP amendment that's before you this evening is some kind of reapportioning of funds within the Golf Capital Improvement Program to prioritize this project so that we can get this pump station replaced and operational by spring. We had some challenges with operating the system last summer, and we had a significant failure of the system that happened in September. If that same failure that happened in September were to happen in July next year, we'd have significant loss of the turf on the greens and on the fairways, and we would lose revenue, and we'd have significant reestablishment costs. So we're trying to proactively, although this probably should have been done a few years ago, go in and replace that, both the wet well, which is essentially, there's a pipe that runs from the lake to a standpipe that is below the pump station, and then the irrigation pump system pumps out of that standpipe, and that's essentially the wet well. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. One note, I should note that I know that we have talked for a number of years about the need to replace this irrigation system. The entire irrigation system and the existing pump station are the same age. So this begins a phased implementation of replacement of that system. This is the first step in that process. Again, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Trent.
This was a fairly old irrigation system, if I remember correctly, right? I mean, this is like 1950s or something?
Yeah, this is the original irrigation system. Yeah, this is from the 50s. And
I have no idea why I remembered that, but I remember that. And can you move the green a little bit closer to the tee box? It's kind of hard to get over the water right there.
We'll see if we can work on that.
All right, thank you.
John.
Two questions. What, when you're moving these funds, especially like the $178,000 from the golf course cell tower lease to the irrigation, what programs are you shifting it from?
Essentially, we've identified a whole series of improvements that we intended to make this year, and it may be easier to explain what we would be able to do rather than all the things that we were planning to do. The other major project that would remain funded, I guess really two projects. One is we need to replace the HVAC system in the clubhouse out at Highlands Golf Course. That is 25 years old at this point, and we're starting to have some problems with it. It needs to be replaced. We do have some funding left in the capital improvement program after these transfers are made. There's about $22,000 of funds remaining. We plan to talk to our golf advisory committee and get their advice. We either need to replace the carpeting in the Highlands Clubhouse, which is again 25 years old, or one of the things that they've recommended is that we continue to implement additional forward tees on the courses. So we want to get some advice and guidance from our golf advisory committee.
So you're saying this was in the CIP, you just never allocated it?
Yeah, this is essentially, there is about $70,000 of existing funds that were in the golf irrigation line item. And then this is reapportioning other funds for this to become a priority project. So things that would be deferred is we had hoped to do some additional cart path work. We had hoped to do some additional parking lot work. We had hoped to do some additional landscape work. So we are essentially delaying a number of projects, prioritizing all of those funds to this project.
Why wasn't this in the CIP?
Good question. As you probably know, we've been working very hard to get the golf program to the point where we have adequate funds to fund the capital improvement program. Last year, at the end of last year, we had a positive cash position of about $364,000, if I remember right. So this really put us in the position that we actually had some funds that we could put into capital improvements. We had really, for the last probably 15 years, because of the lack of funding, we had a lack of essentially projects. We didn't want to put projects into the capital improvement program that we didn't have the cash to support.
But you found you had some of this 300 and some thousand over a year ago, and I guess I'm just disappointed we didn't have this discussed in our budget hearings 3 or 4 months ago.
That's a good question. Until we got to the point that we knew where we were at, well, 2 things happened, to be perfectly honest. One is, until we got to the end of the fiscal year, we didn't know where we were at from a cash standpoint. And we knew that we had been struggling with the pump station. We actually had this project budgeted in the 2nd year of the biennium. And then when we had that significant failure that happened in September, it told us that we really needed to kind of move this up in priority so that we could get it done ahead of the upcoming season. Like I said, we're trying to avoid a failure at this point and significant impact on the golf course. The other thing I think that's particularly important about this course, this is the course that is the cash cow in the system. So if Pioneers Golf Course goes down, it'll have a significant impact on the revenue that comes into the program.
Any other questions? Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? All right, please call the next item, Teresa.
All right, next then I'll call items 42 through 44. They are Comp Plan Amendment 16004, amending the 2040 Comp Plan to change the future land use map from public and semi-public and residential urban density to commercial on property generally located at the northeast corner of South 14th and Pine Lake Road. Change of Zone 16030, application of Lincoln Memorial Park Cemetery Association for a change from AG Agricultural to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business, from AG Agricultural to R1 Residential, and from R1 Residential to B2 Planned Neighborhood Business at 14th and Pine Lake. And use permit 16009, application of Lincoln Memorial Park Cemetery Association for a use permit to allow up to 177,000 square feet of new commercial floor area, including a retail warehouse and motorized vehicle fuel facility at South 14th Street and Pine Lake Road.
Is it possible to focus that a little more?
Could we get the Elmo? I believe you can twist one of the dials on the machine if clerks could help with that. If
Kids for this stuff. You can do that.
Oh.
Oh, yes.
Okay, we have 2 council members who are going to step out. They've filed conflict of interest forms and it was ruled by the Nebraska Accountability and Disclosure Commission that they would not be participating in the discussion. Jane?
I'd be, Teresa, would you mind clarifying? I think we can stay and listen to public testimony. We may not ask any questions.
No.
And Teresa, I had asked you before, and
that was my belief, was that you could stay during the public hearing, but no. Okay.
It's just this too bright.
Thank you.
Good evening. We're going to work on focusing a little bit. I'll go ahead and start. My name is Brian Whalen. My address is 2311 West 22nd Street in Oak Brook, Illinois, 60523. I'm here representing Costco Wholesale Corporation. We have been working with city staff for approximately 6 months on an application to try to bring Costco to Lincoln. As part of that process, we've had 2 neighborhood outreach meetings. We've had a public hearing with the Planning Commission, And as you may know, the Planning Commission has recommended approval of an application that we have before you today. What I'm planning to do is just give a brief overview of Costco. We have other representatives of our development team here who are going to play different roles in our overview. Also with me is Ted Johnson, who's the development manager with Costco. He will be giving us details of the specifics of our plan. Mark Hunziker, who's a local attorney here, is helping us navigate through your process. And then we also have Mark Palmer with Olson Associates, who's available to discuss any engineering or technical details of the work product that we've produced. Before I start, let me just say we are prepared to move forward with this project based upon the conditions that were recommended by the planning staff and approved by the Planning Commission. We do have some ideas and comments on one of those conditions related to access at 16th Street. We'd like to share those with you. If you're in agreement with our thoughts, we have an amendment to put forth relative to our application for your consideration. But again, if you are not in agreement with our suggestion, which was born out of feedback from the neighborhood meetings that we had, then we are prepared to move forward with the conditions that have been placed upon us by planning staff and the Planning Commission. I've attempted to put this aerial up to just kind of give you an overview of the area that we're talking about before I get into too many details. As you may know, the application is for a proposed project at the intersection of 14th Street and Pine Lake. On this particular drawing, this is 14th Street right here. This is Pine Lake. For context, this is 27th Street here, South Point Pavilions, Scott Middle School, and Lincoln Southwest High School here. This area to the north of our site is a vacant parcel that is currently owned by Lincoln Memorial Cemetery, which they have indicated they plan to retain for expansion of their cemetery. The nearest home to our project is approximately a quarter mile away in this direction here. Across the street from our site exists currently approximately 150,000 square feet of multi-tenant retail. Just real quickly in terms of what Costco is all about, as you may know, we are a membership-based merchant. The name of the company is Costco Wholesale. We were originally started to be a wholesaler to the small business community, and that continues to be a big part of our business today. We have both individual memberships and business memberships. While our building is big, we have approximately 150,000 square feet. And we have a lot of different types of products. We have a lot of breadth in what we sell. We sell food products, diamonds, fine wine, tires. We have a lot of breadth in what we sell. We don't have any depth in any one particular product category. The whole business philosophy is to pick the particular product in any one category that our buyers think offers our members the most value, buy as much of it as we possibly can, and then leverage that buying power into reducing prices to our members. To give you a little context, because of that philosophy, we only have approximately 3,000 or 4,000 different products that we sell within our facilities. A typical 40,000 square foot supermarket would have more than 40,000 products, and something like a Walmart Supercenter would have over 100,000 products. So it's a much different type of merchant than some of those other entities, and it really differentiates us within the market. In terms of our employment practices and the employees that we would plan to hire at this location, we would expect to hire approximately 175 to 200 employees. Am I okay? Is it okay if I have an extension?
Absolutely. This is a very big project. We want to hear your full presentation. Please continue.
Thank you. I'll try to go quickly. We plan to hire approximately 175 to 200 employees at this location. The very minimum wage for our cashiers is $13.50 per hour. Costco's taken a leadership role in employment practices and how we compensate our employees, and we're quite proud of that. Not only do those employees have great starting salaries, but they have built-in advancement programs and bonus programs such that after 5 years, our entry-level service clerks are making over $50,000 a year. Currently, that average is about $54,000 per year. This is not just altruistic, but it's good business practices for our employees that are with us for more than 1 year, which we think those are the folks that are looking for a career and a long-time job. Our turnover is approximately 7%, which is really a great statistic for any business, but it's a particularly good statistic when you compare it to other retail operations. And these jobs, both our full-time and part-time employees, and I should say that we run approximately a 50-50 full-time, part-time ratio. Both of those, both the full-time and part-time employees are eligible for benefits, and we're most proud of the statistic that of those employees that are eligible for benefits, 98% of the employees actually take the benefits. The last kind of macro thing I want to share with you, because it does speak to several of the planning and public works evaluations that we've gone to, are operating hours. Our current our operating hours, Monday through Friday, are 10 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Saturday, it's 9:30 to 6 p.m. Sunday, it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we're not a 24-hour operation. We have more limited operating hours than most retailers. Opening late in the morning really limits any impact that we would have to AM peak traffic, and kind of differentiates us from an evaluation perspective. We do have a fuel facility. It's fuel only. It's only available to our members. That is open a little longer than the traditional warehouse. That facility is open from 6 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. On weekends. So unless you have any specific questions about Costco and some of the things that I mentioned, for now I'm going to turn it over to Ted Johnson, who can give you a little more specifics about our project, the layout, and some more of those details. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Brian. My name's Ted Johnson. I am Costco's Development Director for Midwest Projects. My address is 2211 West 22nd Street, Oak Brook, Illinois, 60523. So the development we're proposing is a Costco development with an outlot on roughly 22 acres on the east side. We are joined in this application by the cemetery. The existing funeral home is going to be part of the rezoning package, and then the open area to the south of the funeral home, that's being proposed for outlots that the cemetery will own. Costco will perform all the mass grading, all the development work, but as of now, there's nothing proposed for those 3 outlots. So access to our property is, access to our property is from Hazel Scott. That's our eastern boundary. That's a limited access. That is left turn in and right turn out. Between that drive, there's a 2-acre outlot that Costco will retain, and there's our detention pond to handle stormwater management. Along Pine Lake, I have a right-in, right-out, limited access at this location. At 16th Street, what we're proposing is full access. And then there is a right-in, right-out access off of 14th Street on the north side of those outlots. This plan has gone through a number of variations, and what Brian referred to with respect to 16th Street is that in the resolution, the staff is recommending and the Plan Commission recommending that this be limited to a 3/4 access intersection, meaning no left turns out from the south side to go westbound on Pine Lake, and no left turns out of Costco to go eastbound. And an amendment, which our attorney will go into more detail, what we're proposing is to initially allow full access, as it is today, and at such time we show that a traffic signal could be warranted through a traffic study, Costco would be allowed to install that traffic study at its expense. If the Public Works Department, through their own analysis, determine that the left turns out are causing a traffic issue, Costco would then be willing to place that barrier median that would prohibit left turns out from the south leg and left turns out from Costco. So that has to do with our access to the site. So on the Costco site itself, there are two buildings. Our main warehouse, roughly I think it's 155,000 square feet. The 45-degree angle, that is our main entrance. That's where all members can enter the building or exit the building. This area here, this little notch out, that is our loading dock. So what we've done with that is we positioned that loading dock where you will get the backup noise from the trucks. We've positioned that as far away from our closest neighbors to the east. With respect to the fueling facility, that is strictly a canopy over gas pumps. There's no C-store, no other sales associated with that area. One of the things we've worked with staff and the cemetery is to suggest a heavy landscape berm on the north side of the property. And these two sections represent how that berm is going to look based on the final grades of the property. On the east side, the Costco parcel and cemetery parcel are at about the same elevation. So in this area, we are proposing to build up a berm, approximately 4.5 foot tall, and plant on top of that. So we'll effectively have probably in the range of a 10 to 12 foot berm. As you go farther to the west, the Costco property will be lowered. I've got a cut situation, meaning when we grade the site, this area of the site is going to be lower than the cemetery. So at this particular area, you can see that the cemetery land will be higher than the Costco parcel. And in this area, what we're proposing is intense plantings on the north end, the closest area to that lot line. So by doing that, again, we'll have an effective 10 to 12-foot high berm. At the neighborhood meeting, there were questions about, well, how are the trucks going to get to the property? Trucks, I'm showing a red dashed line for Costco semis, and then a yellow dashed line for the fuel trucks. The Costco trucks will be coming to this warehouse from a cross-dock depot that we have in the Chicago area. So they'll be coming from the north, coming down 77, cutting over, and then coming down 14th Street. So they will make a left into the site, maneuver in the parking lot, back into loading. When they're through loading, they will exit the site to Pine Lake and then head back to the interstate. The fuel facility, or the fuel trucks, will also enter the site from Pine Lake, and they will go around the building, around the fuel facility, or around the parking area. They'll drop the gas load at this location and then exit behind the building back to Pine Lake and go to where the supply depot is. Now, as part of our application, we prepared a traffic study. It was initially scoped out by city staff. We used our local consultant, Olson, to prepare the study. So Olson met with staff to decide which intersections needed to be counted, what the ground rules were for the study. And the elements from that study include double left turn lanes on Pine Lake, or excuse me, on 14th Street, going to eastbound Pine. There will be extended turn lanes along Pine Lake for people making a left onto southbound 14th, or people making a left into the Costco development. There'll be dedicated right turn lane, this location going into the Costco development. Dedicated right turn lane going into Costco at this location at our right and right out. There'll be extended left turn lanes on the west side of west of Hazel Scott on Pine Lake. That'll be for the turning motion onto Hazel Scott. There'll be a road widening to 4 lanes and restriping on the south leg of Pine Lake and Hazel Scott. And there'll be a road widening to 4 lanes and restriping on the north leg. There'll be a dedicated left turn lane on Hazel Scott to eastbound Pine Lake. Those are the improvements suggested in the traffic study. In discussing some other off-site improvements with staff, what we've agreed to do currently, there's a sidewalk on the north side of Hazel Scott, which ends at the rear line of the house that's on Hazel Scott and South 22nd Street. And what we're proposing is to extend a sidewalk on the north side of Hazel Scott from the Costco property up to meet that existing sidewalk. This is our detailed landscape plan, which we shared with staff. All the perimeter landscaping either meets or exceeds the current landscape requirements in your ordinance, as well as all of the internal landscaping within the parking lot. The other item with Costco is typically the city ordinances allow 2 or 2.5 inch caliper trees to be planted, and our minimum trees, we go with the 3 inch caliper. As far as the building, this is a perspective of our front entry where that 45 degree angle I showed you. And within the resolution, there's a condition for additional architectural requirements. For buildings the size of Costco, it requires that 20% of the facade be masonry, and that's CMU brick, brick or stone. And in addition, half of that has to be brick or stone. And the perspectives, the elevations I'm showing you tonight meet those requirements. So in the front, this darker color, that is brick. The base of our building is also, and then in this area here, this is the tire center, and we're showing that area also as brick. So we're focusing the majority of the brick on the east facade, basically facing Hazel Scott, and the south facade facing Pine Lake. Here's a view. Here's a little icon of the building. Here's the 45 degree angle. So we're looking at that east side. The tire center is right in the middle of that facade at this location. And you can see where we have a mixture of masonry, architectural, textured metal, architectural ribbed panel. The only signs Costco proposes are on the building. We do not have any freestanding pylon signs or monument signs. It's just on the building and on the canopy itself. And then lastly, this is a southwest view. The loading dock, that little notch in the building, that is just off this elevation. So this is the main facade that you would see when you're entering off of Pine Lake into the Costco parking lot. With that, I'll right, as part of our meetings, both with staff and the two neighborhood meetings, we are proposing a pedestrian sidewalk behind our building and to the west of our building. So students wanting to come from the neighborhood northeast of Costco going to the high school could easily do that route without having to go over to Hazel Scott and cross this driveway and these two driveways off of Pine Lake. We initially were proposing the trail to do the same thing, but when we met with your sidewalk and trail committee, and I probably don't have their name right, they just suggested no, leave the trail along Pine Lake, but do the pedestrian sidewalk at the north and at the west. And then we're making improvements to that trail system. All the conditions in the resolution this plan has incorporated. We've moved the trail 10 feet from the right-of-way at the location of the trail crossing at the right in, right out, and at 16th Street. It's hard to see, but the trail actually goes a little farther north. So it's no longer a straight line. So when you put the little skew in it, you're having people slow up. There'll be signage across our drive. There'll be a traffic table, and within the drive heading towards Pine Lake, there'll be signs alerting our customer, our exiting member, that there is a bike trail ahead. I think that's, yeah. So with that, I'll ask Mark to kind of summarize our application and answer any questions that you may have.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm Mark Hunziker, excuse me, appearing on behalf of Costco. At the Planning Commission hearing, we had several points of disagreement with the staff, but left us with really insufficient time to properly address the location of this project and its relationship to the surrounding area. It's actually ideally suited to be a commercial project. It's on the intersection of two arterial streets, and we have very large buffers from nearby residential areas. We also have significant buffers from the schools. Pine Lake, as you know, is a 4-lane divided roadway and presently carries substantially less traffic than it was designed to carry. Likewise, 14th Street is the same and has plenty of capacity for additional traffic. The distances from the proposed Costco store to nearby residential property lines and school buildings are much greater than similar developments in this part of Lincoln. For example, from Costco, the building itself to the nearest residential dwellings is over a quarter of a mile. It's actually over 1,500 feet. And it's over 600 feet from our property line to the nearest residential. Those three closest homes along South 22nd Street are the only ones that even have a direct line of sight to this project, and those will be screened along the rear yards at Costco's expense. For comparison, the backside of the commercial project on the south side of Pine Lake Road is 50 feet off the property line of these single-family homes behind it. From the Shopco building at 27th and Pine Lake Road, it's 85 feet from that building to the property line of the single-family homes in the Ridge Point development. From the new Shields store, recently approved by you, it's 100 feet from the back of the new Shields store to the back property line of Williamsburg single-family homes. Also, you might note, this area right here is the truck dock for the new Shields store, 100 feet away. So the proximity and whatever detrimental impacts might be associated with it, noise, lights, and general activity,
should not be considered a drawback for this site. The site itself is very well suited for commercial use, as the planning staff and planning commission have both recommended that on an 8-to-1 vote, and also in an 8-to-1 vote in favor of rezoning the site. The traffic has been a focal point of some opposition here. One of the things that we have discussed and what Ted raised with you earlier is the 16th Street intersection. I have prepared an amendment the amendment that I prepared will do as Ted suggested. Actually, it will allow for the intersection of 16th and Pine Lake Road to be a full access intersection. It would provide that if we do another traffic study and it shows that warrants for a signal are met, that a signal could be installed at Costco's expense. It also provides that if the Public Works Department does a traffic study prior to installation of a signal that indicates that the left turning movements coming out of both the north and the south are problematic and that left turns should be restricted, that Costco would be required to construct medians to enforce those restrictions. It would also retain a traffic signal at the intersection of 20th and Pine Lake Road at the west end of the Scott Junior High. That way you will end up with, at a minimum, the signal that exists at the east end of the Scott Middle School, and we'll have a 20th Street signal at the west end, so that students who are crossing Pine Lake Road will have signalized controlled access across that road at both ends of that school. And again, once they get down to, excuse me, I'm pointing at the wrong drawing here. Both ends of the school. And also at 14th Street for the Southwest High School students to have a signal controlling their crossing of that street. It's a little bit instructive to put the access management policy into some perspective by looking at an overall view of this area. Obviously, the current access management policy was not in place when Pine Lake Road was built. It was not in place when the South Point Pavilions was built, not in place when Shopko was built, not in place when either of the schools were built, actually. But the signal, if you look at the intersection of 27th and Pine Lake Road, just to illustrate, there is a signal at 29th and Pine Lake Road, which is about 900 feet east of 27th, on a curve. There is a full access in and out of South Point at this location, which is not signalized. And at 32nd Street, which is just off this photograph at about this point, there's another signal, which gains access to South Point on the east and on back into Williamsburg. So we have 3 points along Pine Lake prior to getting to 27th Street that are full access and signalized. Then to the north of 27th and Pine Lake, there's a full access and signal that's 750 feet north of Pine Lake Road. And to the south, at this location, is another full access and signal, which is about 640 feet south of Pine Lake Road at Porter Ridge Road. The distance from 14th Street to 16th Street, where we would like to have a signal, is about 750 feet. Very, very similar distances, and we think workable in this context for this project. Again, we appreciate the cooperation that we've had from the staff. I have given the proposed amendment to Lonnie Birkeland, who is reviewing it. I think it's likely he may want to suggest a couple of changes to it, but I think that probably by the time you are called upon to vote on this, there may be there's a pretty good likelihood that we would be in agreement on that. We are in agreement with the staff as to the issues we disagreed on at the Planning Commission with respect to the landscaping and the building design elements. We think we have done a lot to make this project better and to bring it into compliance with all city requirements. And we appreciate the Planning Commission's 8-1 vote in favor of our comp plan amendment and our rezoning, and their 7-2 vote in favor of the use permit. And we would request that you do the same. We think Costco will be a fine addition to the city of Lincoln, and I'd try to answer any questions you might have.
John.
Thank you, Mr. Hunziker, and also Mr. Johnson and Mr. Whalen. And this may go for Mr. Johnson. You had up there a receiving and delivery overlay or aerial view. And my question goes somewhat to the amendment Mr. Hunziker was just talking about, just so I understand, because it sounds like there are 3 tiers of what could occur. And perhaps if you had that on the screen there. But anyway, and I'm specifically addressing the 16th and Pine Lake area, of which and you have your delivery trucks coming in there and then also returning at that point. So if they're coming down 14th over to Pine Lake, making a left turn north onto 20th, or whatever that's designated there.
16th.
Pardon me, I'm sorry. Yes, that's what I meant. Thank you. 16th Street. So they can do that currently because it would be, you're saying, a full access, but no traffic light. I also heard, I think Mr. Johnson say that if the city ever wanted to keep that a right turn in, left turn out, or right out, that Costco would construct a median there. And then a third thing is also the concept, maybe another traffic light goes there. Let's go to the second option. If you constructed a median, what does that do to your delivery trucks coming down 14th over to Pine Lake? How would they get in?
Nothing, because the median that we would construct is to prohibit anybody coming from the south leg to make a left turn to go west, or anybody from Costco making a left turn to go east on Pine Lake. So people coming westbound on Pine Lake will still be able to make a left turn into this commercial area, and people coming eastbound on Pine Lake will be able to make a left turn into Costco and these 3 outlots.
So under any given circumstance, that would be where your delivery trucks would go?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions, John?
Oh, out of all this, this might be Mr. Hunziker, if you could enlarge it a little bit and show the cemetery retained land north of Costco's proposal. A little bit north there. The undeveloped area that the cemetery retains. First of all, is that being rezoned at all, or does that stay zoned for a cemetery?
If I'm not mistaken, that's already zoned R1, John?
Right, there's a small sliver of land that's going to be north of Costco, retained by the cemetery, that's zoned AG. And what the staff want us to do with our zoning application was do housekeeping on this entire site. So all of the cemetery land north of Costco and north of the funeral home would be R1. And then Costco, the funeral home, and the 3 outlots would be B.
B2.
B2.
So my question gets to that big square area there in the top of the screen that's not being used at all. What are the yes, please. What are the guarantees that the cemetery wouldn't sell that? Or what would happen in the future?
Yeah. Want to answer that?
Good evening. I'm Dan Narveson from, I live at 5703 Bermuda Dunes in Houston, Texas. I represent the cemetery and as a co-applicant here on the rezoning and whatever is going to happen through the process. To get approval to sell this land a number of months ago, I went to the board, and part of our review was what kind of inventory we would have left after the sale. And my most important concern here is as this zone change went from ag to R1, that I was confirmed by the city and the planning department that we would be able to do an administrative change to maintain it as cemetery land in the future, and that is our intent. It's not to take it to residential. We fully intend to be a viable cemetery serving the needs of the city of Lincoln for many, many years to come. We estimate that we probably have over 100 years of inventory, including that acreage over there. Thank you.
Other questions? I have a few.
Okay.
Thanks. Forgive me if this has been asked already. It's been a long night, but did we get any information about what the applicant envisions as the future occupant of Lot 1?
When you say Lot 1, you refer to this
Yes.
outlot here?
Yes.
No. We anticipate that it will be a commercial use, probably a multi-tenant commercial building of some sort. It's allocated under this current plan for 7,500 square feet of space. We think there are restrictions that are included in the notes to the site plan, which prohibit things like drive-through fast food restaurants, off-sale liquor stores, automotive-related uses, a number of things like that that were suggested by the staff and agreed to by Costco as uses that would be less than appropriate near both the cemetery and the residential uses.
A lot of the traffic count information has been of great interest to people involved in this project for good reasons. And part of the question I have has to do with the fuel center. And I understand from our conversations, we've had a briefing before this, which I was happy to have. Thank you for that. That a number of customers who come to fuel up at a Costco also go into the store. I think Mr. Whalen had told me 70%. But do we have a sense of the number of people who just come to fuel up? Because it seems to me that's also a traffic driver, and I'm trying to get a handle on how that affects the number of cars heading into Costco.
While there are some who do that, a lot of those come during hours when the store is not open, because that's why our fuel station is open early in the morning.
What time does it open again?
I believe it's 6:30 or 6 a.m. So a lot of that traffic comes during hours when the store itself is not open. But regardless, we've got confirmation from both our engineers and the city traffic engineers that the fuel trips are included in the ITE manual projections for facilities of this type. So the traffic analysis that was done using the ITE manual is valid with respect to those trips, as well as the trips where combined fuel and store transactions take place. As
a membership-based wholesaler, though, you're able to count the number of people who go in your doors to the store, and presumably also the number of people who fuel up. Do they not?
Actually, we don't have those numbers. I mean, it conceivably is possible by doing cross-checking of which cards have transactions at both during the same day, I suppose. But those numbers are not readily available, and we don't. My understanding is they're not even really projected, because that piece of it is not that narrow slice of customers who come only for fuel is not a huge driver of the success of the project.
Well, I mean, you're saying it's a narrow slice, and I can appreciate that, but I don't have any data to show me that, and I assume that if it's membership-only fueling, is that correct?
Yes.
So they must have to prove that they're members when they fuel up somehow, and presumably you would enter in a Costco card that would then help you track how many fueling up transactions there are.
Mm-hmm.
Do you not track that data?
Honestly, I think Brian probably is better to answer that.
Thank you.
Yes, I mean, it would be possible to track that data, but it's not projectable. The problem is that the fuel penetration that we have in our various buildings varies dramatically. And the types of trips that you're asking about also vary depending upon the competitive environment. In some states, we have much higher fuel penetration than we do in other states. Here in Nebraska, actually, we have below average fuel penetration in our Omaha facility, for example, than what would be typically found in other places. But projecting how many trips would be for the actual whole number of trips that would be for gas only is not something that we do, and not something that we could translate to this location without it being a guess.
Do you think you could provide some information on the below average figures in Omaha then?
Well, I guess maybe you could help me by saying what you're trying to get to, and maybe I can try to solve your problem.
I'm trying to understand if we expect a certain amount of traffic related to shopping at Costco, and then a certain amount of traffic, people coming in just to fuel up, which may happen at hours when Costco's not in operation, that's helping me get a bigger picture of the total amount of movement on and off of the property, and that's all I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, and as Mr. Hunsaker stated, those assumptions are built into the ITE numbers, and I think as we've gone above and beyond anything that we've ever done relative to sharing proprietary information on a project. We have shared transaction data. We've shared door count data. I know of no other retailer who has opened themselves up to try to answer questions, both in neighborhood meetings, planning commission meetings, and public hearings. At some point, something is proprietary to us.
Okay. I understand.
If
it's proprietary, you don't need to share it.
If I could give you a number that was actually projectable, that I was comfortable with, we would do that. But that's also proprietary to us, relative to our business model.
That's all you have to say. I'm not going to ask you to produce proprietary information if that's what it is. I didn't understand that.
Thank you.
But I am trying to understand the traffic impacts. One of the other questions I have is about your stores. Maybe you want to stay up here, Mr. Whalen. Across the country, you're a very popular store. We're very excited that you want to be in Lincoln. And I'm wondering if you can give us a sense of, in other spots around the country, how many of your stores as a percentage typically have like an access road that helps with diverting traffic into your site because you are so popular, versus ones that might be a site like this without that extra sort of separate access road.
I guess I'm not sure exactly what you mean by an access road.
Well, something coming off a major road that allows you to have traffic move within your site.
So, for example, in this particular situation, 16th Street, our 16th Street access point provides an access drive into our property. Is that what you're...
I meant something that might be parallel to the main road, something like parallel to Pine Lake Road, that will allow people to get off of Pine Lake Road and then drive into the site.
Hazel Scott is an access road
Okay.
in this particular case. I'm not trying to avoid the question, I just don't, it's not clear to me.
Not sure I'm using the right terminology then, so forgive me. I did email these questions to Mark last week. I didn't hear back, and I'm trying my best to get this information now. How many Costco's would you say fall into the regional shopping center locations versus a commercial center across the country?
Well, our desired location, and I guess help me out what you mean by a regional center. Would we be in a mall per se?
Something like what we see at 27th and Pine Lake, which is a larger site with multiple stores. In this case, you're kind of the big box and that's it.
Yeah, I think that what you see here is what our desired real estate strategy is. If you're familiar with our Omaha location, it's a very similar kind of situation where it's primarily us. We just opened a second one in La Vista in Sarpy County. It's a very similar thing where it's just us. It would be our desire to have the retail surrounding us be limited and just for the operation to be standalone Costco.
Can you discuss, going back to the fuel, just the peak times that you have people fueling up, unless that's proprietary?
Yeah, we've shared this already. Because so many of our fuel consumers also go in and shop, the peak times for fuel mirror the peak times in the building, which we've shared is noon to 2 primarily, Monday through Friday, and then more like noon to 4 on weekends.
Okay.
May I, just to go back to your question about access roads, I mean, just for the purpose of clarifying what we've done here on this site, one of the purposes, as you've pointed out, of having a separate access road is to get traffic off the main thoroughfare and into the site. What we've done here, particularly at 16th Street, for example, is we've got penetration into the site of almost a full city block. It's 250 feet before you actually get out of this drive that comes off of Pine Lake Road. So there's a fairly long area that enables people to get smoothly off on a right turn, dedicated right turn lane off of Pine Lake Road into the site, and 250 feet into the site before they turn off into the parking areas. So it really does serve that kind of purpose of getting traffic off the main thoroughfare in order to slow it down once it gets in the site, rather than slowing it down out on the main thoroughfare.
Okay. A lot of the public conversation to date about this proposal is not whether or not people want Costco. We all apparently want Costco in this community. We've heard testimony to that effect through emails, and we've seen some of that in the Planning Commission reports. But it's really about weighing the benefits of a new business versus the safety of school children. And so can you talk a little bit about where else in the country your stores are located between schools? Do you have sites like this? Are you located with this kind of proximity to schools elsewhere in the country?
You know, I've actually taken quite a few body blows for answering this question previously. This question was asked at a neighborhood meeting. I gave an example of a project in La Habra, California. As you may know, the local newspaper called the community in La Habra and said, hey, how's it going? They called the school district in La Habra and they said, what do you think? And everyone said, it's not a problem. Costco's a great neighbor. We're operating for over 10 years next to each other. It's not something that I brought up. It's not something that I used as a sales tool to say, hey, look, we're doing it here, so it works here. And honestly, it depends upon the situation. I mean, yes, we're very cognizant of the fact that the schools are here. And we do have successful operations where there are schools near us. But the fundamental question comes down to what does the existing infrastructure do that allows us to provide a safe environment here? I can tell you that we're not going to risk the reputation of our company. We really want to be in Lincoln, Nebraska. We've been trying to be in Lincoln, Nebraska for 10 years, but we're not going to risk the reputation of our company by doing something that we don't think is safe. The founders of Costco have been here to see this site. The CEO of Costco has been here to see the site. They've seen the analytics. They've seen the research. Every professional that has touched the data relative to this project has agreed and recommended approval on this. Olson, a local traffic consultant, we made a point to get someone local because we knew there were going to be a lot of questions on this and we wanted someone with vast local experience. They have reviewed this and found the environment to be safe. The planning department has reviewed our traffic analysis and our operations and has viewed the operation to be safe and recommended approval to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission has reviewed this and recommended approval. And most importantly, your local traffic engineer and traffic consultant has reviewed this and found it to be safe. I understand all the questions relative to the safety of the students, but the reality is every professional that has reviewed this has found our analytics to be appropriate and the conclusions to be valid.
And then I guess I would just, my last question would have to be with the motion to amend. Do you want to share with us why you want the signal in this location from your perspective, given that we've got this not being recommended? There's a conflict between what the city's recommending, what you're
Once
recommending.
again, we're prepared to move forward without the amendment.
Okay.
The reason that we're suggesting the amendment is we did have 2 neighborhood meetings. At our neighborhood meetings, particularly the residents that live south of Pine Lake came and said, please don't restrict that access. We really would like to have a traffic signal there. In addition, the ownership of the retail that is south of Pine Lake came to us and said, if there's any way that you can not restrict that access and get a traffic signal there, please move forward and try to do that. So in response to that, we're trying to put forth a solution or a proposal that at least allows that to happen in the future. If the planning department and or the public works department determines in the future that a traffic signal is not warranted there or not appropriate there, we do not need to put a traffic signal there. But if we can pay for a traffic signal to accommodate the needs of the neighbors and the adjoining property owners that they expressed it as a result of our outreach meetings, we're prepared to do that.
Thank you. Right. We're prepared to, go ahead and sit down. We're prepared to take public testimony.
Thank you.
Would those in favor of this proposal please come forward and state your name and address for the record?
Good evening, members of the council. Danae Kalkowski, appearing tonight on behalf of Pine Ridge Retail LLC, Pine Ridge Plaza LLC, and Pine Ridge Office LLC, which are the owners of the property south of Pine Lake Road that extend all the way from 14th Street east of 20th Street. So we extend along the entire southern boundary of the area. Principals are Tom White, John Brager, Dominic, and Sean Pines. This area encompasses over 184,000 square feet of retail, office, and service uses. Over the past 20 years, the Pine Ridge owners have made significant financial investments in both public and private infrastructure to develop this area. When the property was annexed and zoned and the original use permit approved back in 1996, they paid for over 75% of the construction costs for the north 2 through lanes of Pine Lake Road from 14th Street all the way to the east, as well as improvements to Pine Lake Road at 14th Street and at 16th Street. When the use permit was amended 10 years later in 2006, they also paid for additional improvements at the 20th Street intersection. So since 1996, over 20 years, they've invested over $25 million in the construction of 160,000 square feet of private improvements within these developments. They have about 24,000 square feet yet to build, and so they're anticipating another $4 million yet of investment. So the result of these public and private improvements over the last 20 years is that we have really quality developments that are home to over 30 national and local tenants. Many of them are small businesses who have started their business here in this location or are expanding their businesses here in this location. We have some tenants here to testify tonight. I know at least I have one. I lost a couple about an hour ago. But they're also circulating a petition among all the tenants out there, which I plan to provide you before the vote in January. But these investments were all made, both the public, from my client's perspective, and then also the tenant's perspective, in reliance upon full access to Pine Lake Road at both 16th Street and 20th Street, which were approved by the city with these development plans clear back in 1996. The Pine Ridge owners are supportive of the Costco development on the north side of the road and feel it will be a positive addition to the area and to the community, provided, however, that the conditions of approval for that development do not penalize the already existing users on the south side. And the condition we're talking about, obviously, is the access point at 16th Street. Nor should keeping full access at 16th Street then put into jeopardy the full access point at 20th Street, which is also one of the conditions from the Planning Commission. One of the main reasons that the city cited for not supporting a signal at 16th Street and full access is because it doesn't meet the access management policy standards. And the traffic study that Olson's put together is required to put forth recommendations that meet those standards. So obviously they're not recommending a full access because of the spacing. The Pine Ridge development and its access points were put in place in 1996, way before access management policy standards were adopted. When the city's considering additional commercial development in an area that already has existing commercial and residential developments, the standards cannot simply be applied without taking into consideration the impact that they will have on the built environment and the reliance of the existing property and business owners on these points of access. At the time the 16th Street intersection was originally approved, the city was well aware of its proximity to 14th Street and its distance to 20th Street. Allowing full access and a potential for a signal when warrants are met at 16th Street will not unreasonably impact the flow of traffic at Pine Lake Road. We're supporting and requesting approval of the amendment that the Costco has provided with respect to the access at 16th Street. However, we're not supportive of the last sentence on the amendment, which would bring it back to the city again, taking away the left turn access out and restricting access at the intersection. Let me just kind of conclude by saying removal of the full access at 16th Street would cause detrimental impacts to the Pine Ridge commercial developments. And we think force more traffic into that neighborhood to the south of us, to the residential neighborhood, as people will look for alternative routes to reach their full access points. The city needs to protect the needs of the existing users out there, and the investments that they have made both in public and private improvements, and keep full access at 16th Street and at 20th Street. And with this, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
I think we got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify in favor of this item? Please come forward. Good evening.
Madam Chair, council members, Richard Rice. I'm appearing today on behalf of Midwest Slims LLC, which owns and operates Slim Chickens, which is in the development that Mrs. Kalkowski was just talking about. And I'll keep it brief. I would echo what Ms. Kalkowski said. One of the critical issues to our client is the access on 16th Street and keeping that access open as a full intersection. And I would go further to say, Mr. Hunziker provided us with the motion to amend, which I believe you've all been provided, motion to amend number 2. I would again echo that we're okay with the amendment with the exception of the ability to change that intersection at a later date to a limited access intersection based on something that Public Works might determine. Our client has spent approximately $1.3 million in establishing this business, and obviously traffic flow and the ability to get in and out of their location is of critical concern to them, as I'm sure it is to other tenants in that development. So we would, again, we're supportive of the Costco project. with just the caveats of not penalizing us on the south side of Pine Lake Road by limiting access to our client's business and then causing damage to them. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
No, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify in favor of this item?
Hi, my name is Curtis Campbell. My address is 8109 South 16th Street. I am on the board of directors for the Vavrina Meadows Homeowners Association, which is on the south side of Pine Lake. And we are, for the most part, supportive of Costco coming in with the access of South 16th being fully accessible with stoplight. Our main concern is traffic. If this here is Pine Lake, this is 14th. If restricting access on 16th from these businesses here and these businesses here for people to go back to the west or get onto 14th to go north or south, our main concern is the flow of traffic coming down South 16th into the roundabout and through Garrett Lane. This road, South 16th, just past the businesses, is not very wide. If you are familiar with the area during any type of busy traffic hour, with cars parked along the curb, it's a one in, one out. You have to wait for one car to go by before you can get down 16th. So funneling more of that traffic through obviously is going to create a bigger problem, especially for the neighborhoods. During times of, after school is out, it's a busy time, but a lot of students cross 14th on the south side of Pine Lake, cut through the businesses there, and then start diagonaling through into the neighborhood. You get that extra traffic through there. You never know what's going to happen. So, like I said, we're in favor as long as the amendment goes through, because we believe that full access on 16th should continue. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Question from Cindy.
Yes.
Thanks for coming tonight. So we heard two people before you talk about not being in favor of the tail end, the last part of the amendment. Is it my understanding that you do not have reservations about that?
No, we do have reservations. We want full access on 16th forever.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify in favor? Okay. We'll take testimony of those who are opposed. If anyone else would like to speak. Could you please let us know your name and address, and you can fill that out after you're done. That'll just help us keep this
You
long
bet.
meeting going a little
You
bit
bet.
faster. Just a little bit
Jason
faster.
Albers, 6101 Rolling Hills Boulevard. Good evening, Chair and members of the council. I've lived in Lincoln for over 25 years and owned a small business here for the majority of that. My wife and two girls, ages 3 and 5, live about 12 blocks north of the proposed Costco. I really enjoy our neighborhood. I enjoy its close proximity to schools and feel like we are wonderfully located less than a mile from Hill Elementary, Scott Middle School, and Lincoln Southwest High School. Our oldest daughter just started kindergarten, so she's still 6 years away from going to Scott Middle School, but at that time, our family will have at least one child at Scott Middle School or Lincoln Southwest from 2012 through 2022. I join you today to speak in support of growth. I join you today to speak in support of smart development. To that end, I also join you today to ask you to make the right decision on the location of a big box store, whether it be Costco or others. 14th and Pine Lake is not the right location for a big box store. Directly between two of Lincoln's highly populated schools, it is not in the best interest of our community as a whole. Hopefully, there has been significant consideration and recommendation that Costco and other big box stores locate at the site already prepared at Highway 77 and Denton Road. I believe the city made a significant investment in streets, waters, sewer, and utilities at that site 10 years ago with the expectation that Walmart, Home Depot, and others would fill that development. As we all know, we had a financial downturn in 2008, and I believe the majority of that site fell through, except for Lincoln Race Course directly to the south. At the second community meeting at Scott Middle School a few months ago, I had a brief conversation with a couple of the individuals from Costco or their site selection committee. I posed the question to them, and I quote, "What if the city of Lincoln would give you land to develop at Highway 77 and Denton Road?" I want to repeat that because I think it's important. What if the city would give you land at Highway 77 and Denton Road to put your store on? His answer, and I quote, "We are aware of that site and it wouldn't work. It's not the right location for our business." I did not push the issue, but I think it's worth careful consideration. Costco is willing to spend millions in buying and developing the land. And right now, you guys are on a man-to-man defense. There's 5 of you, and there's 5 highly paid professionals back here trying to push this thing through. It's man-to-man. They're gonna pepper you with all the
We have
data.
2 women, if you didn't notice.
Thank you, John.
Mano a mano, whatever you want, however you want to say it. I stand corrected. He threw me off my mojo. So all the professionals back here that are trying to push this through, because in their opinion, 14th and Pine Lake is that much more valuable than Highway 77 and Denton Road. I think it's also important to note their reaction indicates to me, and hopefully to you, that Costco wants what is best for them, not what is best for the city of Lincoln. If they are here, which they are, and would yield to a few questions, I don't think they'll yield to me, but Larry and I appreciate your questions, and I'd like you to continue with that. Since the majority of Lincoln lives north and east of 14th and Old Cheney, how far is it from 14th and Old Cheney to the site at 16th and Pine Lake? And how far is it from 14th and Old Cheney to the site at Highway 77 and Denton Road? I think you'll find it's almost identical, within a half a mile. One is 1 mile, one is 1.5 miles. One has 1 light, the other direction has 3 lights. If you were to get from 14th and Old Cheney down through 16th and Pine Lake. On their slide of job creation, obviously that's on the pro side of the equation. How many jobs are really full-time though versus part-time? And how many are permanent versus seasonal? I'd encourage you to follow up on that question. And then the third question would be, are all the access points truly necessary? Larry, you were starting to go that direction of, I think you're indicating the 87th and Highway 2 as an access point to Walmart, Sam's, et cetera. There's one primary access point there. Why can't Costco, if it ends up here, why can't they have one primary access point on Pine Lake and potentially a secondary access point from 14th Street? Is that my timer? In closing, I ask you, the members of our city council, what value do we put on the safety of our kids walking, biking, and running on the bike trail on the north side of Pine Lake from 14th and Hazel Scott Drive, from 14th to Hazel Scott Drive? I trust that you will think about all ramifications and you will make the right decision. Costco is good for Lincoln. Costco and big box stores are bad for 16th and Pine Lake Road. Thank you for your time. I'd answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Okay. And if there are others who want to testify, I'd urge you to just come forward and be ready to get up, and that'll help keep things moving too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Debbie Stewart. I live at 3617 Potomac Lane here in Lincoln. And I'm going to just continue on with his dialogue. Costco's proposal to build on Pine Lake Road is contrary to our city's usual strategies pertaining to the development of commercial centers. Limited accessibility, lack of principal arterial roads and schools makes this location an undesirable choice for a Costco. Here, okay. So the only principal arterial road on this entire site is 14th Street. Pine Lake Road is a minor arterial, Hazel Scott Drive a local street. As was already mentioned, the only lighted access.
Do you want to move the microphone closer to you? That would help us hear you.
Is that
Thank
better?
you.
Sorry
That's
about
great.
that. The only lighted and full access to this entire development is here at Hazel Scott Drive and Pine Lake Road. Move that a little closer. The primary access to and from the fuel station and Outlot 1 area is located on Hazel Scott Drive, a local street. This entrance also serves as an access point to and from the Costco store and will be the only point of exit for those wishing to head east onto Pine Lake Road. Essentially locating the most intensive area of use nearest the residential area and farthest away from the principal arterial road, which is almost exactly the opposite of what is defined by our strategies for development. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here and show what those strategies look like in real life development in Lincoln. I'm going to start with this one. This is the location at 84th and Highway 2, home to Sam's Club and Walmart stores. Major arterial roads access from all four sides of the development. 7 points of access on the exterior road surrounding the development, and as Lyrian was asking about earlier, the access roads, 9 points of access along these smaller inner roads to the location. This is the site at North 27th and Superior Street. Once again, principal arterial roads, access from all four sides of the development, 9 points of access along the exterior perimeter, and 7 additional points of access along these smaller inner roads. Once again, ease of access, arterial roads, exactly the way our city intended for such use. I'd like to share with you, and I'm going to read this so I get it right, a comparison of numbers found in the 2016 annual reports of Costco, Walmart, and Sam's Club. Costco had $116 billion in annual sales during the 2016 fiscal year. With 715 stores, they averaged about $159 million in annual revenue per store. The total for both Sam's Club and Walmart stores together, $152 million. Sam's Club stores averaged $87 million and Walmart around $65 million per store annually in the U.S. One single Costco store, on average, generates higher annual sales than both Sam's Club and Costco combined. Obviously, from a financial perspective, this is great news for the city, but let's look at it from a standpoint of sheer volume as it pertains to this precious and very limited location at 14th through 20th and Pine Lake Road. If we were standing here today talking about a request to build both a Sam's Club and a Walmart Supercenter at this location, given its limited accessibility, would we even consider it? I mean, obviously, from a square footage standpoint, it wouldn't work. But from a volume perspective, I think that may be what we're talking about, or something very close. If we wait to learn the lesson, the hard lessons, until after the Costco store is up and running and this little corner of our world is busting at the seams, how and where do we plan to expand? One additional light on 16th Street may or may not solve the problems. There is no space to develop in any direction to correct the potential mistakes that might be made by building the country's largest warehouse retailer at a location that is so ill-equipped to accommodate it. I have a lot more to discuss, but I think I heard beeping, so I'm probably out of time. Please keep in mind that it's difficult for us, the opposition, to compete with paid attorneys, traffic engineers that have been retained by Costco to present only the most favorable information. I genuinely believe we, the opposition, are right about this one. We live here, we attend the schools, we travel along those roads. This is not a scenario of something might go wrong. I think this is really more of a when, how often, and how bad will it be. Lincoln wants Costco, and Costco wants Lincoln, but Costco does not belong at this location. So I'm asking you to please encourage Costco to find another location, a suitable location, and say no to Pine Lake Road.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to ask a question? No. Okay,
exactly.
that's all right. Thank you.
You can ask, but we don't answer.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Is it a procedural question? I guess okay.
I
All right,
don't.
We'll bring the next person up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I need to sign this?
Yes, please sign and address. Welcome.
Thank you.
You just let us know your name and address.
You bet. Good evening, council members. My name is Brenda Seaman, and I live at 6730 Ridge Point Road in the Ridge South neighborhood, east from Scott Middle School. I have lived in my home for about 11 years and have children that attend Lincoln Southwest and Scott Middle School. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to this location for Costco. There are many reasons I am opposed. Some have already been mentioned, and with 5 minutes, I do not want to be repetitive or go into too much detail. But I'm going to focus on my perspective as a resident in the neighborhood and on the perspective of over 300 families that signed a petition against this location for Costco. Frankly, I am sure that some people will argue that I do not want this in my backyard. I would state that I already live with a view of Shopko, the mall, Super Saver, and other commercial developments. I am saying that we are saturated in this area. Trying to squeeze a big box store into a location that is between 3 schools in an area that is meant to be a neighborhood and is already experiencing a traffic dilemma is just a poor decision. This is not the usual neighborhood issue about not wanting commercial development on land that was zoned for such use already. This is a request to change current zoning as well as adjustments to our future comprehensive plan. The people that live in these neighborhoods and attend these schools are most familiar with what it means to travel back and forth along these roads each day. Pages from a traffic manual do not necessarily demonstrate an accurate picture of the reality experienced by those of us that live in this area. For instance, those of us that live in this neighborhood know that there are times of day we avoid leaving or entering our neighborhood already, due to school traffic, whether for arrival, dismissal, or special events. We have students that are released early from high school, or they will not make their sporting or school events in their own city due to traffic. It can take up to 30 minutes to get out of the parking lot of Lincoln Southwest. We see the track teams utilizing the bike paths, as well as our middle school students at PE. Their safety is already a concern without the possibility of a store that is stating it will attract people from over a 1-hour radius to our corner of Lincoln. People that come to the store might not know that they are entering a part of town highly frequented by children, including middle school students that sometimes do not make the best choices when crossing the streets, inexperienced drivers, and community bike paths. We endeavor to keep our kids safe at school from outside dangers, but want to add a business next door that will attract people from all over our city and portion of the state. But don't just listen to me. What I would like to focus on is that there is much more opposition than what you see in this room today. Many people feel like you don't care what they think, so they didn't spend their time the week of Christmas to come and speak. But more than 300 families have signed a petition, yes to Costco, no to Pine Lake Road. Please listen to some of the comments posted on that petition. I am a parent of a Scott Middle School student. This is by Ann Goldie. Schools are for neighborhoods where children and families live. I see little kids, young elementary, who walk across Pine Lake alone. Coming from Adams School to home, I can't imagine a Costco next door to any other high school, elementary, or middle school anywhere else in Lincoln. Please don't do this. Yes, traffic is a nightmare there, but our kids don't need the constant distraction of Warehouse Superstore next to where they are learning, spending recess time, running PE laps, and playing sports. I don't understand how this is even a consideration. This will affect Adams Elementary, Scott Middle School, and Southwest, 3 schools. We talk about our kids, our schools, improving education, safety, test scores, etc. Who came up with this idea? They certainly don't have the well-being of our Lincoln, Nebraska students in mind. We think of Lincoln as being a great place to raise our kids. Let's make an active decision not to change that for the kids in these schools. This next one is from Deb Swan. I love Costco and am very much in support of opening a store in Lincoln, but 14th and Pine Lake is not the appropriate location. The car traffic and high volume of students biking and walking between Adams Elementary, Scott Middle School, and Lincoln Southwest already make for a very congested and dangerous traffic flow in the area. In addition, consider that the student drivers attending LSW are fairly new drivers with 1 to 2 years experience driving at most. Adding such a large commercial retailer will bring in not only a large volume of shoppers and delivery vehicles, but with Costco's exceptionally low gas prices. In Omaha, the rates are typically 60 to 70 cents per gallon lower than stations here in Lincoln. I would imagine that the gas pumps at Costco will have a very high traffic flow as well, and very likely people will stop to fuel their vehicles on their way to and from work each day, which would also coincide with school arrival dismissal time congestion. Even though Costco representatives are focusing more on reassuring everyone that their busiest shopping times do not overlap school arrival dismissal times, I think they would be remiss to think that the gas station portion of Costco, which will undoubtedly have the lowest gas price in Lincoln, will not only draw a large volume of traffic as commuters leave home each morning. The safety of our children has to come first. There are other locations for Costco to look at that are near other retail and not schools. There's like 16 pages of comments that I have from the petition, and obviously I don't have time to read them all, and you don't want me to at this point in time, which I appreciate. But I would be happy to leave them for you if you'd like to look at them. And just know that I think there are a lot of people that really do have concerns, but don't feel like their voice really wants to be heard. So please just consider the safety of our children, the congestion of our area. Those of us that live there have to try and find ways in and out into the places that we need. We really are feeling very saturated with commercial development right now in that part of town. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you have, and I will leave my extra comments for you guys to review if you would like.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
My name is David Martin, 2925 South 25th Street. I am not from Lincoln, but I've lived here for about 9 years, and what I love about Lincoln is the quality of life here. And I think that putting a Costco at 14th and Pine Lake will put a dent in the quality of life in Lincoln. And that part of town will become an aggravation to drive in, we'll be stuck in traffic. And when the Planning Commission voted in favor of the proposal, members concluded that the plan was consistent with the municipal code and would promote the public health, safety, and general welfare. And I disagree. I think it does none of those things. I don't think it promotes the public health, safety, or general welfare. I think students driving to school at Southwest will be competing with tractor trailers and fuel trucks making deliveries in the morning. And when they leave school, they'll be competing with shoppers at the peak business hours. In short, I think it'll be, as the other people have testified, it'll be a nightmare in that part of town. Lincoln is not desperate for jobs. We don't need jobs at any cost. Last I checked, the unemployment rate for the city was around 3%. So the city's not in a position where we have to surrender our good judgment to a corporate ultimatum to approve a certain location or else. I think there are plenty of other good locations for Costco nearby. And as the gentleman from Costco said, the delivery trucks will be heading down 77 so they can save a little time and just put the Costco over there. I think that would be great. I urge you on the City Council to show your leadership and oppose this plan for the Costco at 14th and Pine Lake. As you know, Lincoln's quality of life is the product of good planning, and it's not something we should take for granted, and it's not something that should be given away carelessly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah McCurley. I live at 6600 South 21st Street. I am here today to ask you to say yes to Costco and no to Pine Lake Road.
Would you pronounce your last name again, please?
McCurley, MCCURLEY. I'm here, yes to Costco, no to Pine Lake Road. The city, in my opinion, is making too many concessions for this project at the expense of our communities and mostly our children's safety. I believe that Costco can and will find another location in Lincoln. Costco wants Lincoln as much as we want a Costco. Lincoln has other locations where Costco can be just as successful as they plan to be in this neighborhood area. Lincoln has little reason to make as many concessions as they are making for this Costco. See how I'm a millennial? I'm doing this on my iPhone. I got you. All right. This is a neighborhood and a school zone, and is no place for a regional draw store. I say we protect our children. We put their safety first. Say yes to Costco, no to Pine Lake Road. We want Costco. It's a good employer. I give you that. And it will bring tax dollars, but we do not want to sacrifice our children's safety, and we don't have to. We have other places Costco can go, other locations that meet Costco's requirements to be within a certain tax bracket area, while also maintaining our city's standards for big box retailers. You should see, if this proposal, I think it's convenient that it's December and freezing. If you could see the amount of bikes piled up on that Scott Middle School bike rack from the first day of school in August till, this year it was November. Remember October? Nobody could wear their Halloween costumes. It was so warm. And then again starting, for lucky in March, and going to the end of school. If I could get you a picture of what that bike rack looks like, you would believe that it is unsafe, no matter what an engineer says, but what a mom says. Why compound, the other thing I want to bring up is why compound the issue of traffic from South Point with the traffic of this regional draw store? There's already a regional commercial center, and that's at South Point. This is not South Point. This is a neighborhood. This is a school zone. This is an already well-served area. Other sites are available within the income area that Costco so desires. If you want to see where a big box store should go and where it is needed, it is not here. There are several million square feet of commercial property available in this area that is not next to any school. We are setting a, in my opinion, dangerous precedent if we allow this to build here. Some of the City Council are passionately committed to making roads a priority, saying roads need to be a first priority or a primary responsibility, yet if you vote yes for the Costco at Pine Lake Road, you are voting against putting our roads first and voting for increased congestion in an already congested area, adding lights where the city disapproves, with a total of 6 lights between 14th and 27th. This is a complicated point for me to bring up because I do actually think that there is a light needed at 16th if the Costco goes, but I really don't want to go there. I want to believe that you are going to stand up and vote no for this in this location. There was not unanimous approval from the Planning Commission because there are real concerns on the Planning Commission and within our community. Please listen to your voters. This is not the right location for Costco. It is a dangerous location for Costco, and we should be growing our city thoughtfully. I would also like to say in rebuttal to some of the things that Mr. Hunsiker said about this being an ideally suited location for Costco. One, it is not a significant buffer between Costco and Scott Middle School when you're sharing the road. Especially one of the only, and it's certainly in the beginning, that first 100 days or so, the only lighted access area. I would also say this area wasn't zoned for commercial property when I built my home. Did I think it was going to be a cornfield forever? Of course not. Did I think it was going to be a Costco? No. Did I think it was going to be any big box store? Absolutely not. I would also say that Shields, that was the other thing. Shields is replacing an existing Shields. Not like we're just building the Shields and these homeowners that are behind it didn't know that it already existed when they had built their homes. So that's what I would just say in rebuttal to some of the things that he was using to state as an ideal location. So thank you.
Hi, Lori Miller, 6830 South Ridge Drive, and I'll be brief. I just have a few numbers I just wanted to highlight in support of the few people that were talking before me. There's been talk about these 3 schools and they're impacted, but I don't think we really have talked about the numbers involved with these 3 schools. Adams is the 2nd largest elementary school in Lincoln with 840. Scott is the largest middle school in Lincoln with well over 1,000, and Southwest has 1,800. We're talking about 4,000 students within a 1-mile radius. That is 10% of the Lincoln Public School population concentrated already within a 1-mile radius. So the thought of adding 5 more cars to that, as any parent who's been driving through that can testify that that is very difficult. So I just wanted to highlight those numbers, that although 3 schools is a lot, we're talking about 3 of the largest schools in Lincoln, and so that even makes a greater impact. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kara Plichinich, and I live at 5909 Woodstock Avenue, and I've been sitting here for almost 5 hours because I am concerned like everyone else, and whether it's Costco or whoever ends up developing what certainly can't stay cornfield forever, I also agree with what many people have said about the quality of life in Lincoln being so fantastic. I'm a business owner here in town, and I've lived a lot of other places. I'm from here originally, and I came back here, and I've been here now for many, many years, and our trails are a huge part of what makes this city so great. And to think that Costco or anyone, whoever develops that land, could just chop up the trail along Pine Lake and create all of these different access points without being required to, I don't know, somehow improve upon it. And they mentioned setting it back so it wouldn't be straight. I'm not sure how that solves it. But as someone who's been hit by a car while riding on a trail here in Lincoln, on actually 70th Street near Holmes Lake, I can tell you that it just doesn't feel safe. And what makes the trail so great is that you are protected and you are safe. And that trail is a main connection point between the Rock Island Trail and getting over and behind South Point. And you guys mentioned, I was happy to hear mention of putting some sort of a sidewalk behind the building, and I think that's awesome. I think if we were going to have a Costco here, I think it would be better to just move the whole trail behind something similar like what we have over behind South Point. And my fear is that a little sidewalk back there would end up like the little sidewalk that's north of the existing Shields. And if you ever have tried to walk from the pedestrian area of South Point over to like Trader Joe's or to get onto the trail that goes behind from within South Point, it's very difficult. And there is a little sidewalk, but I think it was someone just appeasing someone and they put in a little sidewalk to say that they put in a sidewalk. But it's not very usable. It's still intersected by a lot of access points. And I think if this were to move forward, I would really like to see that behind passageway be actually built up into a usable, nice trail so that everyone on the bikes could go, the students and everyone can just completely avoid all of the traffic.
Carl.
Your last name?
Plicanic. It's spelled like Placonic, Plicanic.
And you said you're a business owner.
Yes.
What's your business?
Kabloom Studios. I have been a photographer, professional photographer for many years, and a number of other related endeavors. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Dianasopoulos, and my address is 2421 Switchback Road. So a rash of difficult names here. I've lived in my home for almost 9 years now, and I have two boys. They both attended Scott Middle School, and one graduated from Southwest, and one is graduating in May from Southwest. And I just live north of Scott Middle School. So I'm really familiar with the amount of car, bike, and foot traffic that's in the area because I drove the boys for many years to and from school, so I'm very familiar with this. I did just a simple Google search, maps of the different Costco locations, and I thought I'd just point it out because I am astounded that this is even being considered because of the sheer volume of traffic that Costco's create. Well, let's just start with we all know there's two in Omaha. The La Vista one is located right off I-80, and of course the other one is on West Dodge, which is on major arterials. Here, Lenexa, Kansas has about 50,000 people, and they're located just off I-35. Wichita, Kansas, their population's about 385,000, located just off of I-35 and on 6-lane roads. Sioux Falls, South Dakota, population 165,000. Costco is located just off of I-229. This is a very consistent finding. West Fargo, North Dakota, which their population is 34,000 and it's located right off of I-94. The consistent theme, major roads, major intersections, multiple access points, major arterials. Planning commissioners asked Costco about potential other locations, and they said that they wanted to be in this location because they wanted to be in the neighborhood and not on the fringe. I think we've heard that they've been looking at Lincoln for a while, and the location they were looking at was out at 84th and Highway 2, which is the fringe. Interestingly, I learned that they can take years and years to find a good location. La Vista, Nebraska, quote, "The company is excited to bring a location to La Vista and spent a significant amount of time searching for the site. It's been a long time coming," their general manager. Palm City, Florida, Costco is going back to the drawing board for a third time now. Columbia, South Carolina, Costco had to resubmit new plans after being rejected by the county. Woodbury, Minnesota, which I'm sure they're all familiar, nearly 2 decades to find a location. So as you can see, Costco, they are both patient and persistent if they'd like to be in a city. And I understand that they bring jobs to the city, they bring tax dollars to the city. You know, it's going to be tough to vote against, but this area is really congested already. And I do want to show that the area where we live in this location, I live actually right there, that little blue dot on Switchback Road, and every single day, people in our neighborhood, we feel the brunt of poor planning. If you notice on this map, there's a direct route from 27th Street to Scott Middle School. And Scott staff and Scott parents and kids use it every day of school. This morning I went out to get my newspaper. 5 people drove by in front of my house. And I live on a residential street. I know what it's like to live with poor planning. This is a direct route. People can miss 4 stoplights when they cut through our neighborhood. It's really unfortunate. Now, granted, we had the advantage of being able to, the kids could walk to school every day. That was great. And you know what? It's before school, after school. I am concerned that Costco in this location, people will try to avoid the stoplights because there are a lot, as we've heard, along there. And it's just really unfortunate. Yes, we want Costco in Lincoln, but we feel that there is a better location for it. This area is congested. As we've heard, there are thousands of kids every day who have to get to and from school safely. There is a better location in Lincoln for Costco. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item?
Hi, I'm Bill Kubley, hoping to do your pump station over at Pioneer Park when you get that done. I live at 2417 Ridge Road in Lincoln, which is 4 blocks north of Scott School. I'm the CEO of Landscapes Unlimited, which is at 1201 Aries Drive, which is just immediately south of the high school. So I drive by this location 4 to 8 times every day. I'm also a land planner and a licensed landscape architect. I'm here today to speak against this proposal, not only as a neighbor, but someone that drives this area as often as I just said, between my home and my corporate office. I too am in full support of Costco locating in Lincoln and use many Costcos throughout the country, but not if it has to be at this location. Just today, is that up there? Just today, I went over and took some pictures of Scott School. This is a picture of all the mothers and fathers waiting to pick up their kids on the road that they're talking about, the Hazel Scott Road, Hazel Scott, and 70 cars are parked on that street, 35 on each side, picking up their kids from 2:45 until 3:15. Another picture of those. And then where Hazel Scott hits Pine Lake Road, this is what it looked like today. This is today, as I drove through the cornfield. 13 cars lined up to get out at that intersection at 3:15 today. This is before we have a gas station. This is before we have Costco there. In fact, in driving home, I've nearly hit bicyclers twice, where bicyclers think they don't have to stop when they're riding on a sidewalk. They just keep going. And a couple times, I've nearly hit a couple of them in the last few years. I was prepared to speak with my own words about this tonight, but determined that I could not write a better message than the chairman of your planning commission, Chris Hove, expressed before the final vote by the entire board some 21 days ago, the planning commission. I only wish I could speak as passionately as he did before he voted against this proposal. And as I think you know, another board member also joined him, so it was a vote of 7-2 on the final resolution. In Mr. Hove's own words, first of all, I support Costco, but do not support Costco at 14th and Pine Lake, as it is a very short-sighted and unintended consequence of approving this will be dramatic. Costco says their location decision is based on space, access, and location. Access to this location is poor compared to other locations. Pine Lake is a busy minor arterial, It's not even classified as a major arterial road. And there is enough space to build a commercial center and there is not enough space to build a commercial center of this magnitude. The only reason to select this site is location with proximity to high-end consumers. However, most of the neighbors are not supportive and have said so through their communications with the planning department. There are many letters and emails in opposition to this, with most living close to the location. The traffic along Pine Lake Road is already busy, and this development would only add to that congestion. As others said, Costco should not be so concerned about being close to population density as much as about easy access and more space. And he talks about the location on Denton Road. Costco is a regional attraction, will bring customers from throughout the city and region. Pine Lake Road is a minor arterial that cannot and should not support regional traffic. I believe we are desperately trying to accommodate Costco by making many unnecessary compromises in traffic, design standards, and landscaping in order to shoehorn this project into an area that cannot support the traffic and has consistently shown higher design standards. The applicant consistently called this building a warehouse and is asking for significant accommodations and standards in building material and landscaping. All of the buildings around South Point have followed specific design standards for brick and landscaping. In fact, most of the major boxes are 100% brick. The bottom line is that this is a huge company from out of town that is throwing its weight around to get what they want. And this is coming from your planning board director. I can imagine a Saturday afternoon where Lincoln Southwest has several supporting events as well as a theater program. Scott Middle School is holding a music program and the routine YMCA basketball or volleyball activities, and Costco has a bumper-to-bumper traffic in between, jamming the entire road. One last paragraph. The unintended consequences of this development will be enormous. I hope that the City Council here today is ready to shoulder the responsibility of this decision, as it will be closely watched. What I really hope for is that Costco will find a different location. And in my words, as a trained land planner and licensed landscape architect, if I had sited a Costco at this location while in college, I would have flunked the class. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify?
Mr. Kubley?
Yes.
Thank you for coming, and thank you and Myrna for waiting so long, all of us. As you concluded there with your credentials, looking at this parcel, other than a golf course, what would you recommend? Well, maybe you'd recommend a golf course.
Well, actually, 20 years ago, we were negotiating with the cemetery group. They own property, the holding company owns property for additional cemetery space all over the United States. So we were trying to find space, what they could do with that space, and one of my employees' brothers worked for the company. So we were talking about building a par 3 golf course on that site and a driving range, and also looked at some sites, I think, in Chicago to do the same. So, I mean, it was just a way for them to maybe pay their tax burden by having us lease the property till it was time to bury people there. So it will end up being a commercial space of some kind, but hopefully a lot lower density and possibly some apartments. But that traffic is miserable if you're ever down there at when school's getting out, from 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock with the high school and the kids coming out of those high schools. If you've ever watched them come out of that school, it's really impossible. But again, and if the thing does get approved, you have to have that 16th Street full access. So, thank you.
Would anyone else like to testify?
My name's Richard Halverson. I live at 6311 Inverness Road here in Lincoln, Nebraska. Make sure you write that down, Santa. Lexus can be either red or white. I don't care.
How's your chimney?
Like I say, here on Pine Street, we look to the south. That's kind of development I like to see. It's small, fairly small businesses, rock, brick buildings, but I suppose Costco probably came into town, made an offer that people like that couldn't meet. But the main thing, again, like the other people, is a traffic issue, I think. Somebody said 14th Street could have more capacity. Not much. I mean, if you you go out there by the high school for about an hour, the left turn lane is backed up to the top of the hill every day. And like I say, then on 14th Street, well, I mean, that's another part of the area too, but they say it's backed up every day up to the top of the hill, and other lanes are pretty full too. So I don't know how much more capacity, because then unless you get backed up all the way to the library, then this is during rush hour, but then that's when most of your traffic is during rush hour, and and you have to plan for the maximum traffic capacity. And also there for the semis turning left on Pine Lake, lots of luck to have a slow turning semi. I mean, I've been there and I've seen cars when I turn left, and I've been stuck behind cars for like 5 to 10 minutes waiting for them to try to turn left on there. And I can't see, especially without a stoplight. Even with a stoplight, I don't know how you'd have to arrange it to, I suppose you have to, even with a stoplight, I think it's hard to, and again, cars would be back up behind the semis while they're trying to turn. And unless these people come in at 3 o'clock in the morning, there's going to be a traffic jam where you're going to have traffic backed up to 14th Street heading east on account of the trucks turning. And like it says, the gentleman made a good point with the picture. At school time, that road is really packed. And again, I think they said they wanted to make one of the lanes left turn only, from what I understand their testimony. So that means people are going to, right turn only into the access. So that means that lane's going to be clogged because people are slowing down to turn right. So the other people are going to have to get into the left lane to travel on. Again, I just think it's going to be meshed traffic-wise. And again, we're not allowing for other growth. I mean, there's going to be more growth in that area, more apartments, more homes. And I know Costco, doesn't want to have an accident. They don't want to harm kids. But unfortunately in Lincoln, there's a certain percentage of drivers that are just lousy drivers. I don't jog. I jog on the bike trail. I don't jog on the south side anymore, the sidewalk, because there are people there. You'll be coming jogging up. Guys, the stop sign there, and you're coming up, and you're thinking, he's going to stop, right? Oh, no. He's going to slow down. So you have to look out for them. I mean, now I'm, hopefully old enough, wise enough to realize that now. But some kid might think, well, yeah, I'm just going to walk across here because that guy's going to stop. Again, it's not everybody, but it seems like a lot of people will come to like a rolling stop. So again, I know they don't want accidents, but again, there's just certain amount of people that are not good drivers. So again, I would join with the rest of the people to turn this down and wish Costco the best of luck in finding another location here in Lincoln. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak to this item? The applicant like an opportunity to speak to rebuttal? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you coming to speak, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, apologize.
Just very quickly about the La Habra comparison.
Can you please tell us your name and address?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Janice Parker, and I'm at 2501 Ridgeline Court. And just quickly about the La Habra comparison. There's been a lot of mention about Costco's being located on major arterials in other cities. And this is a picture of the La Habra Costco that the Costco reps mentioned, and this is the one school here and the other school here. And if you'd notice two things, one, there are two major arterials. I have a close-up of it, but these are 6-lane divided roads here and here. And there is no shared access with this school. Unlike what they're proposing to do in Lincoln, it's a very different situation. The access to this school is made around here, and Costco's access is here. So it is not shared at all like they're proposing to do in Lincoln on Hazel Scott Drive. It's an unfair comparison, And I think it was addressing your question about access roads. Normally, in other cities, Costco has built a close distance off major arterials. So why in Lincoln would we have to be the one guinea pig in the country to allow our children to be endangered? That one access road, Hazel Scott Road, is the only drop-off point for sixth graders attending Hazel Scott Middle School. And that would be the main access to and from Costco. So I would beg of you also, like many others did before me, to consider the welfare of our children and the safety of our children and not endanger them. This La Habra comparison is no comparison at all. And that's it.
Any final testimony before we give the applicant a chance to have rebuttal?
Madam Chair, members of the council, Mark Hunziker again. I think we want to just remind you that sales volume does not equal trip generation. Both our private engineers and the city traffic engineers have reviewed and studied the existing traffic on the street and projected new traffic for this project and concluded that there is adequate capacity with the street improvements proposed by Costco. Hazel Scott is not a residential street. It's built, it's not classified as a collector, but it's built to collector street standards. We have made no compromises on design standards for landscaping or building design. This project exceeds both. Now, the last point I want to make to you is with respect to traffic. Once again, in your packet, there is a memorandum called Memorandum Number 4 that was prepared by your city traffic engineer. I recommend you take a look at it and review it, because basically what it says is that they projected traffic for a development on this site under two scenarios, one being a similar mix of uses as exists on the south side of Pine Lake Road. In that scenario, the average daily trips are approximately 20% greater than the project that we're proposing to you with Costco. The morning peak hour trips under that scenario are nearly triple what we're proposing to you with the Costco project. So the greatest point of conflict with children going to those schools in the morning will have triple the number of trips if it's developed as the property to the south of Pine Lake Road is developed. The second scenario they developed was a combination of residential and commercial, some multifamily and other commercial. In that scenario, the morning peak hour trips were nearly double what we're proposing to you with the Costco project. They were slightly lower in the PM peak hour, but that's substantially, that's long after Scott Middle School is let out and gone, and after most of the high school students are well on their way as well. So as far as traffic is concerned, I think it's clear that we have probably a best case scenario, not a worst case scenario, having a project like this that really does not generate trips at the peak hours. And finally, one last point about pedestrian traffic. Scott Middle School and Southwest High School do not draw just from this area. They draw from the area reaching out into Williamsburg and beyond. And all those kids who are coming from over in Williamsburg and elsewhere are coming down through here and managing to get by all the traffic that's generated by South Point and Shopko before they ever come into this area. It's not as if there isn't traffic already on the street in this area. There is. And it's safe to get there. And it will be safe to get there. We will have controlled access points for them to cross Pine Lake Road on both the east and the west side of Scott, and on both sides of Pine Lake to cross 14th Street for Southwest. And if you have any other questions, I'd try to answer them.
Questions? I think we're
Okay.
good.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, you only get your one time up at the mic. Staff questions. Does anyone have any staff questions? Okay, I do. Just a few. Sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. Thank you. Lonnie, could you come up? Thanks. I guess one of the big, oh, sorry, you can go ahead and identify yourself.
Good evening. Lonnie Birkland, Public Works Department, Traffic Engineering.
As we listen to the testimony on both sides of this issue tonight, it does seem like there is some conflict about whether or not this signal goes in at South 16th, and we've had a proposed amendment. Can you outline for us the issues as you understand them and why the city's recommending what it's recommending?
Sure. Traffic study has been conducted by the applicant's traffic engineer. We had several meetings with them months ago in the upfront stages, planning that effort, identifying study area intersections, and as the applicant mentioned, looking at the street network that would be impacted. You know, the consultant that was involved in that work was done by licensed professional engineers, professional traffic operations engineers, which are sort of the heart surgeons of the traffic engineering world. I think they did a good job with their traffic study. They've identified the impacts that the site will cause. We had some follow-up and requests, requesting additional data from them, scrutinizing the numbers and the analysis. I think we're at a comfort level with the recommendations and what the applicant's traffic engineer has proposed to mitigate to the best degree possible the traffic impacts of this site, similar to, you know, commercial sites or residential sites or any kind of redevelopment really that we typically look at. And so what they recommended was several of the turn lanes that were pointed out on those exhibits to you all at the outset of the meeting. They recommended a traffic signal. Those traffic volume projections show that a signal would be warranted at Pine Lake Road with 20th/Hazel Scott. That's the intersection there by the school. I think that traffic signal would serve residential traffic, school traffic, and certainly the impacted site traffic. The applicant's traffic engineer did recommend 3/4 access, so again, allowing lefts into the site off of Pine Lake Road, but basically eliminating the need for a traffic signal by restricting those left outbound movements, and that is in conformance with the city's access management policy. Certainly, as we look at the site and the traffic volume projections, we did have them run some additional analysis. They submitted some follow-up memos on, you know, what if we left that intersection open? What those volumes indicate is that there would not be a traffic signal that is warranted at 16th Street. Thus, some of the commentary you've heard tonight about, you know, maybe we could leave that intersection open as it is today to full movements, kind of evaluate it in the oncoming months, years, to see if it would satisfy, you know, warrants to close those movements due to any kind of safety issues or a crash history. Just down the street, if you're familiar at all with about 25th and Pine Lake Road, there is a full movement intersection, kind of a similar scenario at Super Saver there that allows, again, full movements, but it's never triggered signal warrants. It hasn't had a huge crash problem, and so again, it's kind of maintained. You know, there's been a lot of reference to spacing and things that we've done elsewhere. I would tell you that if the access management policy were in place when we were doing South Point Pavilions, we probably wouldn't have ended up where we did with access points and full movement intersections and traffic signals, and I think you're all well aware of that. You know, as the the person who kind of leads the team, who at the end of the day is ultimately dealt with managing and operating these types of signals and these intersections. We take that job pretty serious. You know, the data doesn't show, the technical analysis doesn't show that a signal is warranted there. And so we don't anticipate a signal ever being there. You know, there's probably a question on median closure day one versus, you know, kind of wait and see and evaluate. Again, the applicant's traffic engineer has recommended, probably for safety reasons and longevity, to go ahead and do that day one, and we're supportive of that recommendation. You know, if there's a fallback scenario to that, it's probably leave the intersection open, you know, and evaluate it as needed in ensuing years to see if traffic volumes or a crash history definitely, you know, satisfies us recommending to go ahead and put the medians in later instead of day one. That's really kind of the only fallback, I would say, and probably to just give you I don't envy your position, I guess, in getting all this data and things thrown at you tonight. But to give you a little bit of context, just if you think about several of the other big box development sites and things around the city of Lincoln, I think there's this question of, again, one signal, two signals. If you look up north at 27th and Superior, in that area, we've got Super Savers and Sam's Clubs and Walmarts and lots of those types of stores. If you look at the map, they pretty much all have one traffic signal and a couple other unsignalized intersections. If you go down to 27th and Cornhusker and you look at Super Savers and Menards and Home Depot and Gordman's, I believe it is, again, multiple big box developments, one traffic signal, a few other unsignalized locations. If you go out to 87th and Highway 2, if you go to any number of locations, 48th and O with the Target and the Super Saver and the other big box stores there, again, kind of one traffic signal, a few other unsignalized locations, some with three-quarter access. And so it's no surprise to me from doing this work over the years and in working with the consultant that this is kind of where we've ended up with recommendations. So we're supportive of those recommendations and the turn lanes to mitigate the impacts as best as possible. The other thing I would probably add is there's been a lot of discussion on traffic volumes. Pine Lake Road in that east-west section today carries around 17,000 vehicles per day. Kind of the trigger, what we look at for capacity of a roadway segment like that, if you're familiar with East O Street, east of 48th, in that area where we've gone to 6 lanes, those volumes are north of 35,000 vehicles per day, or almost double. So again, that kind of gives you a little bit of a context on where we're at with the ability to move traffic. Now, if you told me, hey, we're going to put a traffic signal at 16th and another one at 20th and Hazel Scott, I'd say we're probably going to struggle a little more. There's issues there. You all have been along the ride with us and supportive of our Greenlight Lincoln initiative. Again, we take signals pretty serious and replacement of detection and equipment. We spend about $5,000 to $7,000 annually out of our precious general fund to maintain every single signalized intersection that we have. And so again, we don't sort of throw those up willy-nilly. They definitely take a lot of technical analysis and data. And so with that, I guess I'll shush and let you ask me some other questions.
Thank you. Lonnie, thanks for coming today. So the full access intersection that you were talking about down by 29th, that's, you can turn, if you're headed west, you can turn left into the Super Saver and Runza and kind of Pinnacle Bank. And if you're headed east, you can turn left into the Shopco, the back of the Shopco Center. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to make sure that I had my geography right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Carl and John.
Okay. Lonnie, there's also been some concern about the ability of South 14th Street to handle the traffic going north particularly. And then there's a proposed major intersection change there at 14th and Pine or Old Cheney and Warlick. How does this work with the existing issues on North 14 or on South 14th Street going north, and also at the proposed interchange.
Yeah, well, certainly there's going to be, traffic continually to grow on any of these arterial roadways, and I think the current count on 14th Street is somewhere in the neighborhood of 21 or 22,000 in terms of that average daily traffic on 14th Street. The project that you mentioned that we're looking at, the proposal up at Warlick and Old Cheney, those projections for a project of that magnitude have been looked out to kind of the 25-year planning horizon. So we take model traffic volume information from our future transportation plans to incorporate into that. So that kind of a major improvement has a lot of capacity left over, so it wouldn't be something that is greatly impacted by this specific site. In theory, the traffic volumes that are generated by, it doesn't matter if it's a Costco or residential with some commercial or kind of more strip center type uses that's on the south, those numbers would be incorporated into those projections. So probably not as concerned about the world further north of here if that project gets implemented.
Thank you.
Yep.
I would appreciate, Mr. Berkland, if you would address what Mr. Kubley showed on some of the current weight stacking there by Hazel Scott Middle School.
In terms of the pickup and drop-off areas?
Yeah. Did you see those photos that he?
Yeah. It's probably not unlike most of the school sites that we have in the city. We've been working pretty recently with Scott Wieskamp to do some more citywide studies at a lot of the middle and grade schools. It's kind of a phenomenon that twice a day we have lots of stacking issues, on-street parking issues. It's kind of the nature of the beast of schools. I would think that the picture that he showed with the cars stacked back from the stop sign would be greatly improved with a traffic signal at the intersection. Certainly that would improve egress of those vehicles that are headed southbound under a traffic signalized scenario. There's probably some things to consider with where do those vehicles stack today in relation to the proposed access point that's just to the north. We've talked with LPS a little bit about maybe some on-street no parking restrictions for a block or two to the north alongside the sports fields there. And so with any type of re-striping or a marking effort on that sort of strip of that section that would be a collector roadway to serve the site, we definitely want to take some things like that into consideration, I think, to address some of that.
I want to go back to the signal issue because I want to make sure I understand, because we have a decision point with this proposed amendment.
Sure.
When we come back to this next week or next time we meet. We've heard a lot of support, community support, both business and neighborhood support for the signal. Costco would like to have the signal. You were just talking about this signal and saying that you would struggle with having two signals, one at 16th and 20th. Obviously, the council could force this signal if we wanted to. Help us understand the consequences of making that decision. I just want to understand our decision point from your perspective.
Yeah, well, I think if you look at the analysis that the traffic engineer has provided, they did some follow-up with that as an unsignalized stop-controlled location. They looked at three-quarter accessed. They looked at a traffic signal. Basically, under any scenario, the level of service and delays were the best. I think level of service B and better under the three-quarter access scenario. As a traffic signal, even the side street movements were shown to operate at level of service D. Of course, a current unsignalized location as there is today, if you're trying to make a left turn movement out of that location, it's got significant delays, level of service E or F, which again is why, as in any of those unsignalized locations along a major arterial, that's a pretty typical phenomenon. Folks make right turns and they don't make lefts. That's just, again, during peak periods, that's going to be a movement that you struggle with. Now, during middle of the day, off-peak periods, is that easier to make, just like down the street at 25th and Pine Lake? Sure, you can make that movement. Is it ideal from an access management location and being an open median? We don't think so. The applicant's traffic engineer doesn't think so. I don't think so. I think the amendment that you have before you is an attempt to say, hey, day one, let's leave that intersection open like it is today. We realize that movements will probably struggle. There will be some higher delay during peak periods out of there, but let's evaluate it and kind of see what happens. So I think that's the amendment that's been proposed before you. Again, that would not necessarily be our recommendation or the applicant's traffic engineering recommendation, but certainly as a fallback, you have that before you. In terms of the traffic signal itself, again, I would probably reiterate with the other developments that we have across the city, a traffic signal will not satisfy warrants there. That's what the volumes tell us today. That's what the traffic volume projections would tell us for tomorrow and for several years into the future. I think you would struggle to find a licensed engineer that would be willing to stamp and sign and seal plans that would say, go build an unwarranted traffic signal that violates federal guidelines and standards. So that's kind of the scenario that you have before you.
Cindy.
Thank you. Excuse me. So do you know if the signal that's at 29th and Pine Lake, would that be something that was warranted, or was that just made at the request of the developers on both sides?
I don't have the history on those locations. I would guess with the increased commercial square footage that's at South Point, probably those left out traffic volumes would indicate that a signal was warranted there if you had a full movement intersection and a median opening, which is why it was probably planned and then ultimately implemented.
And then I understand the one on South 27th and Porter Ridge, that was not planned and actually was lobbied for by the businesses there and paid for by them. Was that process, was anything built in violation of federal guidelines or?
Again, I probably don't have the history on that one. Some of my cohorts here might, but it's a fair question. I can't answer that, unfortunately.
Could you get me some information on that?
Sure.
Thank
sure.
you.
This guy might know.
The information's right here.
Yeah, Randy Hoskins, Assistant City Engineer. The signal at Porter Ridge did meet warrants, and we had that meeting warrants before we put a signal in there. So
It was deemed warranted?
yes, it was. That's
Okay, and so the business owners indicated to me that that was not the case, that in fact the city was not going to put in a signal.
I don't know that we initially expected a signal to be warranted there, but I think as the area built out both on the east and west sides of the road, that it did ultimately meet warrants for a traffic signal, and that's when we put it in.
Thank you.
Can you stay, Randy? Sorry. We've had some conversation about the access management policy. Can you just briefly explain the purpose and I'm trying to understand again, like what would be the downside of putting in this signal other than warrants? And I mean, I understand that, but what would be like the practical impact to that in regards to our access management policy? I assume you've been talking about the relationship between the two, but I'm trying to understand it in a practical terms.
Yeah, probably one of the big things when we look at the access management policy, what we've been trying to do is to limit access points to quarter miles. In this situation, we did have 16th Street there, which is roughly an eighth of a mile or something, give or take. The 20th Street is pretty close to the quarter mile. It's not exact because none of the streets along this mile really line up to our half quarter. But, and so from that standpoint, looking at the signal at 20th or Hazel Scott, it does make sense because not only will it serve this development, it serves the development to the north. It also helps the school empty out after school. So that one we are definitely in support of. We believe that it will meet warrants, and so we are willing to allow that one to be put in day one. Again, as Lonnie said, I don't think the 16th Street, which again is roughly an eighth mile, probably will never meet warrants for a traffic signal. It's not a location, again, if you look at ideal spacing for signals, that's where we kind of come up with that quarter mile spacing. When you start getting lesser spacings, you know, you heard people talking about the issues of trying to avoid signals because it's hard to get through them. Well, those are the ones that are too close together on 27th, the ones that are too close together on Pine Lake Road. Those are the ones that we're trying to avoid putting in, so we don't have more situations where people are complaining about, I can't get through the signals. Yeah, that's because Lonnie can't time them, even if we do have, you know, the green light program up and running. Just sometimes the spacing is bad, and it makes it very difficult to keep traffic moving on those major streets.
And just briefly, could you address this? Ms. Kalkowski made a point about applying the access management policy, which is more recent, to the built environment. And so, I mean, I think that's an excellent point. Can you just briefly summarize your response to that? How do you reconcile the competing priorities?
Understand there. Yeah, and we do, in the access management policy, we talk about the built environment and how we look at things differently. We try to be more flexible with access in those types of situations. I think what we're looking at here is, you know, it is a competing interest in that there is some existing development out there that has had this access for a long time. And so what we've tried to do is we want to make it safe out there. We want to make the street efficient, but we also, you know, need to look at how can we best do that. And so all we're proposing is to take away the left turns out. We'll still allow the left turns in, which will allow people to get into all the businesses out there. They'll just need to either go out and make a U-turn at the signal at, say, 20th Street, or you know, they do have internal access through the site that they could use to get over to 20th. So that's sort of the things that we look at.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Okay. Please call the next item.
That concludes our public hearing. We can move into the voting session.
Oh, yeah. We're going to bring back two of our colleagues back into the chambers. So thank you, everyone, for your patience this evening. It's been an exceptionally long night. Okay. Okay, there's been a request for a 5-minute break. We will resume in 5 minutes, just restroom breaks, etc. Okay, 5-minute break, guys.
Oh, good. Thank you.
welcome back to the city council meeting that just won't quit.
County board's meeting pretty quick. We better hurry up.
It's good to be back.
Teresa, you were
All
going
right.
to take us to the voting session.
Absolutely. Public hearing resolutions. Item 24 is the report of claims for the period of November 16th through the 30th, introduced by Fellers.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb? Motion carries 7-0. Item 25 is the cooperative agreement with NDEQ, introduced by Fellers.
So moved. Second.
Seconded by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 26, use permit 26A for 200 South 68th Street Place, introduced by Fellers.
So moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 27 is the advertising agreement with Benchcraft Company, introduced by Fellers.
So moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Can I make a comment? I'm sorry you went so fast there, if I may. You
sure.
started the voting, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Yeah. I'm concerned that we've been going at $20,000 a year income, and I guess I'd either like to delay this or I'd make a motion to amend that, make this just a 1 year, and that way we get the new individual under contract.
But, can I just comment on that? But they are actually paying more because they're providing benches, ball washers, and those other amenities at no charge to us.
Well, I would respectfully suggest they've already done that, and those will be in place for a while. I just think for that many years, I mean, I've been around for quite a while, and stay at this 20,000. I just think that we ought to be having a little bit of adjustment. I'm not saying drastic, but, so I guess my motion amendment would be go to 1 year contract instead of 3.
If, I don't completely disagree. My recollection, though, I've been on this council since this contract came into being. I don't think this is as old as maybe Lynn indicated. It seems to me, these benches are 2-3 years old at the most. I think there was a change 2 or 3 years ago, and somebody else different was doing this. I don't think this is long a term. I could be wrong, but that's my recollection. Being out there a lot. Things changed. Maybe Len could clarify it.
This did used to be a year-to-year agreement, and it did change when we went to a multi-year agreement with this, where the city council approved it 2 years ago, and it was at that time that the provisions about the benches and the ball washers and the course information guides were provided.
Thank you.
But it's been with the same people, has it not?
Correct, yeah. This has been Benchcraft for a number of years.
Any other questions for, don't go away, Lynn. I have a question for you if no one else does.
Did someone second my motion to amend?
No.
Sorry.
I'll second it.
Moved, can you restate your motion?
Motion's to amend the contract to 1 year instead of 3 years.
That's moved by John and seconded by Cindy. Do we have an understanding of the fiscal impact of changing the nature of the contract? Obviously, sometimes when you have a lengthier contract, you have lower prices. If we were to amend tonight, would we be changing the cost to the city in any way? Do we know that? Trying to understand the implications of the change.
Good question. We would have to go back to Benchcraft and make sure that they would agree to these terms. Obviously, their desire is for a multi-year agreement. They're reaching out and they're establishing advertising agreements with vendors on an ongoing basis. And so if it was amended to be a 1 year agreement, we would have to go back to Benchcraft and seek their approval as well.
think one of the concerns you may have heard me allude to is with this new person you're going to get to look at different elements of business manager for the Golf Enterprise Fund. I think that's a good step. I fully support it. And I think if you go with a 3-year, you have taken that person's ability to look at some of the program elements. And I just think by doing 1 year, you get the person on board. Heavens knows what would maybe be discussed and could come about.
I guess I don't feel totally clear on the implications. Can you just restate again the arguments for it, and are there
Yeah,
any?
but we have a business manager coming on board. If you do a 3-year contract, that business manager cannot do anything with regard to this contract. And I'm just saying, if we're getting a business manager, and one of the concerns we've had is generating additional funds to help support the Golf Enterprise Fund and so forth, you've locked this in for 3 years, and I think there might be some creativity there that could be beneficial to all parties, you know, in a win-win deal. And so I'd like to give that person, where we've done 1-year renewals in the past, let's do one more renewal and see what happens, and then after that, I'd be willing to look at some other long-term commitments.
Okay. Did you have a comment?
I do. Lynn, the existing contract expires, when did you say?
It actually expires in May 31st.
Okay.
And like I said, we were trying to get this to be on the calendar year because May 31st is an odd time of year to switch a contract, particularly with the golf business. So these are people who have set up advertising agreements, and it made more sense to do it on the calendar year so that you're switching it at a kind of a lower use period of the year, obviously.
What if we just delayed? Because we've got 6 months before the contract's up.
That'd be fine with me. I just want to give that new business manager an opportunity to review whatever he or she thinks would be conducive.
Okay.
So put it on pending for a couple months.
Yeah, I can certainly get back in contact with Benchcraft. They've been pushing to get this one moved forward. We can get back in contact with them. If the city council's direction is they would like to see if we can get an escalator provision in the compensation, we can certainly discuss that possibility with them as well.
When do you anticipate having the business manager on board?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we've got to get through interviews yet, and I anticipate that probably will happen early January. I'd very much like to have that person in place by late January, early February.
Well, I'd withdraw my motion amendment and instead, if the seconder agrees, and go with.
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, put it on pending for 2 months.
Do we need a second on
Second.
that? Okay, moved by John and seconded by Trent. Any further discussion on putting this on pending for 2 months? Do we have a date we want to bring this back then? Or do you want to?
If Teresa can suggest, late February?
We could do February 27th?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Teresa, please.
Or
to
delay.
delay, sorry. Any further
It'll be
discussion?
on the pending list.
Yes, it will be on the pending list.
All right, so we're calling the roll on the motion to put this on pending.
Yes.
Till February 27th.
27th.
7th.
Yep.
Please call the-
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 28 is amending Resolution A-79056 to allow additional use of public right-of-way along P Street for an ADA accessible ramp and entrance, introduced by Fellers.
So moved. Second.
Second by Jane. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen? Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 29, Comp Plan Amendment 16005, amending the 2040 Comp Plan, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second?
Second by Jane. Discussion. Cindy.
I have some motions to amend language, and I spoke with Dave Carey about a couple of these and passed on information to everyone. So basically, I had it broken up into 5 because I didn't really take a poll of who would, if we had the votes to support each of them. So if you see at the bottom of each motion to amend number 1 is to amend the language on Chapter 10 of the Transportation Plan 10.2, and at the end of the text, in the planning process to read as follows. While this plan is intended to guide future decisions regarding the city's transportation systems development, it is merely a guide and is subject to changes to meet future community needs. And my feeling was that we need to make it clear that the LRTP is to maintain our roads, make clear that the fiscally constrained means that City Council is not attempting in any way to compel future city leaders to act in any certain way with regard to funding sources and so forth, or amounts. And that's really is my reasoning in all of these, so I won't reread that each time. So I'd like to move motion to amend number 1.
Second.
Okay. A motion to amend number 1, made by Cindy and seconded by Trent. Discussion? Jane?
I have a question for David Carey on staff. I'll ask my question while you're walking up. You know, periodically when we do the revisions to the comprehensive plan, everybody likes to insert the word guide. Does it really matter?
I think the answer to that is basically that it is a guide. That is the purpose of the comprehensive plan.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? I would just add that, right, this makes sense in terms of the fact that it's a guide. As a planning commissioner in the past, if I had $1 for every time a planning commissioner said, this is just a guide, often they'd say, this is not a Bible, just a guide. You know, I'd have a full wallet, so I'll support this. All right, any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0.
I would bring motion number to amend number 2. And this one I talked with David Carey about, and we had a general understanding. Basically, it starts out saying, as fuel costs continue to rise, the need for more transportation options as well as lifestyle options becomes more urgent. And at this point in time, fuel costs really aren't rising, and so I felt that it was important just to clarify that language. And then basically it talked about, however, as fuel costs rise, the option of using alternate modes such as transit, bicycles, and walking for some trips may become more important to, instead of everyone, to some. So what I basically did is I changed however until however as to however if, and then from everyone to some. So I'd make the motion to amend number 2.
Second.
Motion made by Cindy and seconded by Trent. Discussion. Carl?
Yeah, I don't have a huge problem with this, but the percentage of cost of driving a car for fuel is probably pretty low. I mean, you're buying the car, you're servicing the vehicle, you're paying taxes, you're parking the thing. I mean, so transportation costs, and those costs are going up. I mean, the car you bought last year is going to be, significantly higher next year, and all the other costs that go with it too. So fuel costs, you can argue one way or the other if they're going up or down, but transportation costs certainly are going up.
I would respond that could very well be the case, but they were addressing fuel costs, so that's what I was addressing.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? Please call the roll on motion to amend number 2.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have passed this out already, I apologize. My mind is kind of lagging right now. So I'm going to offer a motion to amend number 3, and what this is, it changes page 10.25, just to read, instead of the major responsibility of the long-range transportation plan is the primary responsibility of the long-range transportation plan is the operation and maintenance of the new and existing street and roadway system. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Cindy and seconded by Carl. Discussion?
And I would just say, for this one in particular, this is really important in my district. Every door I knocked on, maintaining our roads was number one. So I felt that, and I think that it's agreed that is the primary responsibility anyway. And so just a minor change in language.
Discussion? Well, I would just say that, yeah, this doesn't seem like a significant change. I think the numbers bear out what you're saying. In the LRTP figures, the transportation figures, we're looking at spending nearly $2.5 billion over the next 24 years on transportation, and of that amount, 80%, almost $2 billion of it is going to roads, streets. So I would say that the numbers bear out this claim, and if you want to clarify it, I'll support it. Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Motion number 4, motion to amend number 4 is a little more detailed. Basically, it's amending the text on pages 10.35 and which flows over into 10.36 to read increased trips using alternative transportation modes such as bicycles and transit, and adding may theoretically reduce the number of single occupant vehicles on the road, and so might therefore is added reduce congestion. The streets of our city and county are important parts of the livability of our community. Then striking most streets should be designed and maintained for, and in replacing that with, it makes sense in select areas of the city to develop roadways that can serve all users, not just vehicular traffic. Complete streets are designed and operated to enable safe access for all users. Pedestrians, bicycles, and motorists and transit riders of all ages and abilities should be able to safely move along and across a complete street. And then it adds, however, complete streets do not make sense in all cases. The city should selectively develop complete streets only in those areas where such development is both cost-effective and likely to provide direct benefit to users who frequent the area where the complete street will be built. And I guess when we were in our pre-council and we heard the gal say, hey, Lincoln, we love our cars, and that we don't have, we do love our cars here. I mean, that just happens, and we've heard that over and over again. And so I think that they're theoretical in number, and so I think that it's important that as we maintain our roads, that we place emphasis and priority on these complete streets where they're going to be most cost-effective and used. So I so moved.
Second.
Moved by Cindy and seconded by John.
Would you accept a friendly amendment? In the line that says, however, complete streets may not make sense in all cases. I think it's a little bit softer by saying it you know.
Instead of do not, you would may not?
May not make sense in all cases.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
I like the do not. I'm serious. This has gone on for several years, and we've given a directive actually in the past that they do make sense, and so a lot of the design is going more toward complete streets, and that's a very expensive process. And with this old plan, it's very cost challenging as it is. So I'd rather be more affirmative on that.
I think she
So I won't
accepted the
accept it.
friendly amendment.
Well, I seconded it, and I do not accept it.
Okay.
So,
I'm sorry, so I'm not sure does this mean that it costs me your support of your support if I don't accept the amendment? I'm not sure what we do with it.
well, I mean, I'm just saying I don't agree to the friendly amendment.
Okay. So you like the language do as it's in there now?
Yes.
I think it's up to
procedure.
the introducer of the amendment to accept a friendly amendment, although we do this kind of haphazardly.
I don't actually like the concept of friendly amendments because
We've done this before.
once they're made, it should be the ownership of the entire body.
Well, maybe I could just clarify something about complete streets, because saying complete streets do make sense or don't make sense in all cases. Complete street isn't an actual street, or it isn't an actual single change. It's an approach, so that whenever we go to a roadway project, we go through kind of a checklist. So it's more like a checklist. So if we're here at this particular juncture and we're considering some improvements, we go through a checklist. Are there any other needed improvements? Are there any other things we ought to be doing for safety? Or do we, depending on what the public transit system is, do we need to make a cutout for a bus stop that we didn't used to need but we might need now? It's more of just basically trying to be efficient, so that if we're going to tear up a road, we don't come back and tear it up again to do something we need, an improvement we need in the future, in the near future. It's an attempt to be efficient, both from a dollars perspective and labor perspective. So, it always makes sense to go through that checklist. It doesn't always make sense to act on implementing an additional project at that location. I just want to clarify approach versus action.
Well, I'd give you
Complete
Old
streets.
Cheney as an example that's been a real disaster, and so and there are figures that show all these elements and make it some people have said, a German Autobahn, and I just think we're headed more inclining that direction rather than not making it the norm. And I just think with the ever increasing costs of infrastructure and all, I'm just not in agreement, so I may just, whatever.
But I just want to clarify, complete street doesn't mean that at an intersection, you're going to put in a bike lane, a bus stop, sidewalk improvements for ADA accessibility. It doesn't mean it has to have everything but the kitchen sink. It means when you're doing some road improvements, you're going to assess your needs in that particular area, go through that checklist, maybe decide to do something, maybe not. It's an approach to, it's like a strategic business approach to managing our streets. It doesn't mean that we're going to put everything in, because we may not need everything. So
Madam
I
Chair,
just want to clarify that.
I have reconsidered and will not accept the friendly amendment.
Okay.
So I would just like to go forward with this as offered.
Any further discussion? I had a friendly amendment too, and I emailed it to you earlier today, but we have not had a lot of time we didn't get a chance to touch
You
base
think?
about this. Yeah. Yeah. These came in at midnight. I tried to respond as quickly as I could, and what I did do is type up what I was going to propose, just to make sure it's really clear to my colleagues what I'm proposing. And this is a minor edit. And it's a minor edit because I think it clarifies something that I don't think that was the intention of this amendment. Basically, in this line where it says, it makes sense in select areas of the city to develop roadways that can, that was your new language, Cindy. I was going to request you consider saying, it makes sense in select areas of the city to develop complete streets, period, eliminating roadways that can serve all users, not just vehicular traffic. Because I think when you say that, that proposed language implies that roadways in most areas of the city, not the select areas, but most areas of the city, won't necessarily serve all users. And all users, we have to remember, means cars and bicyclists and pedestrians and people on public transit. So I think that's important. And I don't think we would mean to suggest that the rest of the streets wouldn't necessarily need to serve all users. I mean, in some cases, the ADA is going to come in and tell us that we need to provide some level of service for those with disabilities, or I think we all support sidewalks in most areas of the city, and that helps support another kind of user. So I'm just asking you to consider this minor edit that I think avoids that kind of an interpretation. What do you think?
Well, my initial thoughts on this were that that it made sense to me, select areas of the city, to develop roadways that can serve all users, not just vehicular traffic. But
I mean, it just suggests that in most areas of the city, not the select ones, it doesn't make sense to serve all users. And I don't think that's what you mean. I'm just trying to clarify, because I think that can be interpreted in a way that you don't intend. But tell me.
Well, I don't think that there are areas of the city or specific roadways that that are conducive to that. So it makes sense to select areas of the city to develop. I'm sorry, but my mind's a little bit on numb right now. We've had a lot of stuff going on tonight. So I would just maybe welcome discussion before I make a determination.
Trent?
I appreciate this. I think language is important as we put these things forward. I really think that the language that Cindy has here is more inclusive to everyone when it says all users, rather than just stating a policy. I think it probably intends to go further than even what a complete streets policy might say, and is more inclusive in its whole to everyone that's using the roadway. But that's just my sense.
I don't really follow. I'm trying so hard. I just thought if it makes sense in select areas of the city to develop things that, roadways that can serve all users, kind of, you could also interpret that to mean that it's only in these select areas. But
yeah,
we of course want to make our roads serve all users. I mean, not necessarily all at the same time, but we aren't trying to limit our roadways just to cars. I mean, we have sidewalks and ADA.
Yeah, I think it's separating separating areas that the select areas might be more inclusive than anything else. In areas where it may not work, I don't know. I really like the all users language in there. I think that was put in there by the Planning Commission for a reason. I like that language. I think it flows better.
If I could, if I might, because now I have my thinking cap back on. As a writer and a writing instructor, I like to know why what comes next matters. And to me, this was the way that it was, that it's written, that it makes sense to select areas of the city to develop and then go into roadways that can serve all, then it goes into complete streets. So the complete streets becomes important because it does in fact serve those areas. So I would, I'm not in favor of accepting the friendly amendment, I'm sorry.
Well, and just to Trent's point, we do talk about all users in the next sentence, as Cindy just pointed out, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may too, your amendment would have complete streets there, and from a legal vernacular, when you capitalize letters on a word like that, that gets very specific, whereas, and so I can't agree with that. I think Ms. Lamb has just developed roadways, and then as she just mentioned, then she does talk about complete streets, so.
So do you want to amend the rest of her language where she used complete streets?
No, I want her language.
No, but I mean, their capitalization of complete streets is her
Well,
her
she
language
did that,
too.
but yeah, no, and that's fine. I mean, she's.
But you just said it wasn't fine in mine.
No, you changed roadways to complete streets.
Right, but you were taking issue with it being capitalized, I thought.
No. It has significance. No, I disagree with changing roadways to complete streets and cutting off that sentence.
Okay, we can agree to disagree on the intention. I don't know about the capitalization, but okay.
We're there. We're there. It's past all our bedtimes.
Okay.
I hope so.
So I have my motion to amend number 4 forward. And did someone second it?
I seconded it.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Did you want to say one more thing?
Okay, so just to be clear, I didn't accept any friendly amendments. Correct. I'm trying to be friendly, but but I didn't accept any. So if anyone wants to make any amendments official, I guess you need to do that at this time.
Okay, well, I'll just, is there any further comments on this before we vote? I would just say, I mean, of course we always need to carefully consider the cost effectiveness of any projects, including our complete streets. I just would say the reason I put this forward is I believe it's important to provide for more opportunities for walking and biking and taking the bus, in addition to providing a great street for cars. Not everyone can drive a car. But they still need to be able to get to jobs, school, the doctors, and grocery stores. Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, my last one's a really short one. And this one is just kind of in response to some concerns about the different taxes and stuff that are, the expectations are stated in the LRTP. And as you all know, we got a memo basically breaking down wheel tax as a for instance. And all I wanted to make clear, and basically is what I made clear below, that expectations contained within the LRTP technical report do not in any way compel members of the future city government to raise revenues to meet said expectations. Make it clear we weren't becoming some kind of a compelling force on future councils, future
Second.
mayors. Moved by Cindy and seconded by John. Discussion? Carl?
I just want to be clear, because, you know, the recommendation or suggestion, I guess, was that wheel tax be raised every 5 years. In order to do what we need to do with roads for our future, we got to have more revenue somewhere. So you aren't saying that we don't need any more revenue, are you?
I'm not making that at all. I'm saying that the expectations contained within that do include certain revenue. We're not tying the hands of any future city. We're not saying they have to raise wheel tax. For goodness sakes, if we end up on hoverboards, we're not even going to need a wheel tax. We're not even going to have a wheel tax. I don't know what the future's going to hold. So I'm just saying that we are not tying the hands of any future council and requiring them to, or any way compelling them to raise revenues to meet those expectations.
John?
Yeah, I would agree if we have that in, and that's been one of my big concerns of the LRPT, or LRTP, that it's just an automatic wheel tax increase. And I heard during testimony and discussion that we'll look at different things. And I've asked a couple questions on the transit system, on StarTran fares, and even had riders say, they would agree to something. And I think we put too much burden there, and we don't have the right to designate what future councils would do on that. So this, I think this is reasonable.
It's definitely reasonable because it's, oh, go ahead.
Well, I guess the question to staff is, certain things that we say or do here have complications or consequences for funding sources. Does this anyway jeopardize any future funding sources or grants from the federal government or the state by saying, hey, we're not necessarily committed to raising revenues?
The short answer is no, it doesn't risk that.
Okay.
Because the plan is intended to represent a reasonable future. The reason why some of the revenues are shown in the plan to increase is because it's based on historical precedent and trends of that having happened, and to try to create some of those revenues to meet the needs that we have in the transportation system. But by having this language in there, it does not put it at risk, because the reality is that the plan never is directive on making those. Those decisions still have to be made outside of the plan for them to happen.
Okay, thank you.
The biggest risk is what the feds will do.
I think that's right.
Well, I was just going to say in closing that, this is perfectly reasonable language, because as John says, this is already true. We can't legally bind future councils to raise revenues. We don't have that authority. So if you want an amendment, I'll support it. It states the obvious. Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge? Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
I have no more amendments, but I know that the county board is meeting tomorrow on the comp plan, and so I would just ask that they receive copies of all those amendments. I did send them a summary too, but
Can I just leave them here? They get it in the morning?
Yeah, they'll be here in a few hours.
Yeah.
I'll leave them right there.
Yeah. Deb Shore.
So we've had our motions to amend. Now, let's have a vote on the main motion. Discussion on the main motion? John and Jane?
Well, just, I appreciate what Ms. Lamb has brought forward here. It is a planning document. We're trying to forecast down the road, and as long as we keep in mind these are planning ideas. And I know several times we've wanted in the forwards of some of these comp plans and so forth to put in there, this is a vision or whatever. It's not dictatorial or mandated, and that's always been a concern, even though, as Mr. Carey said, the documents talk about the flexibility, but we just need to keep in mind, this is a plan. It's not a dictate.
Any further discussion? Jane?
Well, and I do appreciate the fact that it is a plan, and I do like the dialogue. I think we all agree nobody likes the wheel tax increases as a popular mechanism to fund our road improvements. I think we have to continue the dialogue on looking at other alternative revenue sources. Maybe a dialogue about reviewing a bonds issue again. That's not likely to be any more popular, but we've got to start engaging in these discussions about alternative revenue sources, or perhaps we look at the sales tax that we voted on by the taxpayers for our 911 improvements or the radio system, and when that sunsets, maybe that could be redirected towards roads, but of course that would have to go out to a vote of the people for their consideration. If they think that this is something that we need to really reinvest in our roads again, but I really don't know what the answer is, but it should be a discussion, a dialogue, and we should keep that dialogue going, because this problem's not gonna go away, and in fact, it's an old problem that keeps coming around and around, so I know that a good future dialogue looking at and assessing and analyzing the cost benefits of different approaches is what we need to do. And I think we always have to look at the actual data. You know, the data shows that we are spending more money on roads than we have in the past, 58% more. And we all know that the biggest chunk of that pot goes towards roads. So I think that's the direction we're going, but I think we need to look at other revenue sources and try to be smarter about it. Are we going to be any more popular about it? I don't think so, but you know, if we want a functioning city with high-quality roads and great infrastructure, that takes investment. So I will support this, and I appreciate the amendments.
Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Next is item 31, directing submittal to the qualified electors of the city, a proposed charter amendment, amending Article 9, Sections 25, 25A, 26, and 26A, relating to the annual and biennial budgets, introduced by Lamb.
So moved.
Second.
And I would like to also offer.
Seconded by Roy.
Thank you. I would like to move for a delay of the vote on this and public hearing. I'm sorry.
With staff questions.
We were going to do some
Remember, we
staff
were gonna
questions. We
continue
delayed
staff
staff questions to now, as you recall.
Can we
That was-
delay them till later?
We can delete. It's
Okay.
just one. I have one more.
Jane
If you
and
ask
then
more
Carl.
than one, we're gonna say
Jane
I
and
something.
then
promised
Carl.
I had one more.
Now, you know that when we vote on this, we'll be voting tomorrow and not today, right?
That's true. This is a question for Jeff. The question, Jeff, is that we've heard a lot of testimony tonight encouraging us to refer this matter to the Charter Revision Commission. Is that, do I have to make a motion, or is that something that seems like we have a team again on the Charter Revision Commission, that we can just direct it to them? Does it have to be an official motion, or?
No, you could, but I don't think the lack of a motion or lack of action by the city council would prevent the Charter Revision Commission from considering an idea.
Wait, I didn't get that.
You don't, there's no motion needed, they can just take it up.
They can just take it up?
But you could make a motion. I mean, that would officially signal to the commission that the city council as a body wanted to consider an idea. I mean, they could take up an idea that comes from anybody.
So, I mean, if we don't direct.
That's one question.
No, but this is a follow-up.
Oh.
You didn't, it's all on the same topic. So if we don't direct it, or if we vote down that motion to refer it to the Charter Revision Commission, can the mayor do it?
Yes.
The mayor has the executive authority, so we don't even need to direct it at this point in time.
I would agree.
Okay, thank you. I don't have more questions.
Did Carl have a question?
That was my exact question.
Trent.
Jeff, I have one question. Does the Charter Revision Committee have any statutory authority that would say that any charter change has to go through their committee?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I never really got a chance to ask Cindy a couple questions, so I want to ask her a couple questions. And one is just, you've talked about this proposal being intended to provide incentives for compromise. Can you just help me understand that?
Certainly.
How that works?
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure I got the whole question. Basically, what we saw this year was a inability or unwillingness of the mayor to, or disincentive of him to negotiate or compromise in any way with the majority, because knowing that full well that his budget would become the budget. And as Councilwoman Raybold pointed out earlier, that she believes that at least at some level that the proposed charter amendment could incentivize 4 members of the council to somehow believe that if they stonewalled their proposal or their budget would become the budget. I would say that no one wins in that situation, and certainly 4 people elected by the citizens of Lincoln approving of something might be more attractive to the citizens rather than one person deciding what the budget is. I think that the people have felt what we saw from what was introduced last week, or what the people brought forward for Citizens for a Better Lincoln, was that there is a frustration on the part of citizens in this city, and we saw the testimony tonight too, that do not feel like their voices are heard and that they're getting representative government in their taxation. And that's why there was, even on social media, I kind of followed people saying, I want to vote on every tax. So I feel like the charter amendment, the desire is to have a situation that allows the city to go forward. So the citizens are going to be served. But it would not be the ideal result for anyone. And that's what we're working on in order to make sure we've crossed the T's and dotted the I's. And maybe in the end, the citizens will decide that's not what they want. But at this point in time, I feel like it takes everybody to the drawing board. Everybody will need to do some kind of collaboration and compromise, no matter who's in the mayor's office or who's on the city council or what the makeup of the city council is. Just trying to create a level playing field where everyone has incentive to collaborate.
I'm glad you brought up Citizens for Better Lincoln, because I guess when this first was brought forward, it was talked about as your proposal, and then in the paper, it was reported that Roy was a drafter as well, or had a role in participating in bringing this to council. And I guess the question then is, given what happened with Roy's amendment and what you just mentioned about Citizens for Better Lincoln wanting more of a voice, did they have any role in drafting or pulling together this charter amendment that you brought forward?
They did not.
And it was not my amendment. It was Citizens for a Better Lincoln's amendment. I just put it on the agenda.
Nor did they approach me about introducing that.
Okay. Staff questions. Rick and Dawn, can you please come up? Because in your memo, you've discussed this issue of compromise, and what happens with this, what happens if there is a failure by the council or a failure by the mayor and the council to compromise. This fallback provision or default provision, depending on what you want to call it. My understanding from this memo that you sent to us is that it doesn't necessarily incentivize compromise. Can you please speak to that and why you're...
Briefly, to go over what I said earlier, it does set up a situation that if four of the council people were determined to, for instance, lower taxes, they wouldn't even necessarily have to introduce anything to do that. They would simply have to introduce a budget that the other three council members and the mayor didn't accept, and then just wait it out. Because at the end of this, the levy would fall in light of the fact that the base valuation would grow and be spread, and dollars, the same amount of dollars would be spread over that larger base. That would have the effect of lowering the levy. And I think that's a very real possibility here, and something we need to think about, whether that's the approach that we want to be able to have if this goes to a fallback.
Okay, I'm not done, sorry. And so if that default provision happens, according to Cindy's language, there's a proportionate revenues. Revenues are doled out in a proportionate manner, which means everyone takes a cut.
Yes, there'd be no way to shift between departments.
Okay, so public safety takes a cut.
Yes, LFR, LPD, 911 would all take the same amount of cuts.
Okay.
Or same percentage of cuts.
And that's your
That's
understanding of how it works.
consistent with what I had said. You know.
Okay, and if we were in a year like we were, if we were making a budget for next year and we were falling back to the previous year's revenues, in this current year, we've got this 27th pay period where we've had an additional expense that's not going to be necessary next time around. If we had to default back to the previous year's revenues, we might be looking at a situation where we had to meet those numbers even though we didn't need those dollars.
Possibility, yes.
And that could affect our levy, our tax
budget,
rate.
The budget
in the other way,
for this year
reduction.
is higher, so the revenues to support this year's budget is higher. We fell back to that higher revenue amount. Perhaps we wouldn't need all of that next year.
Okay, John, and then
Some of this discussion you just had is not correct. It doesn't mean a pro rata cut. We have, the mayor has the ability to unilaterally divert monies within a department without any of our approval. Always has.
Not between departments.
I said within a department. I'm not done, sir. Those funds can be shifted from department to department with the city council approval. And so it's a mistake to say it's across the board cut. And we need to be factual.
But, sorry.
Well, I mean, so, you know, it's just, we're kind of going down to some scare tactics. I mean, it's putting, I think, as Ms. Lamb said, an impetus, an encouragement to collaborate. And that's the whole idea. When the mayor, after he did all this, he did private meetings with us, and I know there are a couple of us with him, and the word kept being collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. This is a strong inducement to collaborate. None of us wants to get there. I mean, I think it's factual, the fact that some of us didn't appeal the court decision because we wanted to work in the system. We said, we're going to change the charter amendment, and that's what we told the people. And so it's a situation that this is a very unlikely event to occur. And by the way, it hasn't occurred in 54 years, but we had a major charter change in the 80s. So it hasn't been a 50-year, 54-year charter like people are talking today. So if you want to get some facts out there. But it's an inducement to do that. There is an impetus on us generally that we should collaborate, but we didn't see that this year. And in my 18 years, it was very disappointing. I mean, there was just no movement there. And when I met with the mayor, he said, well, you know, I said, you know, we need council staff. He said, well, put it in there. I said, we did. It was in our adopted budget. And he said, I didn't know that. I mean, that just revealed to me an intent from day one. He didn't like losing $2 million to spend, and so he was going to veto it anyway. And that's just not the right attitude. So I think that this presents more of a collaborative inducement, and that it's something that is long overdue for Lincoln. And we need proper checks and balances. We do not have that. We have, as Mr. Kirkpatrick wrote in his opinion a year ago this month, we have an autocratic mayoral form of government. And an autocratic, we heard people say, we don't want an autocracy, we want a democracy. Thank you.
I got to address the language. It's very clear. With each department allocated funds proportionate to the budgeted funds allocated in the department for the year immediately prior. That is charter language. You cannot simply ignore charter language and move money between departments. At bare minimum, it's ambiguous.
Cindy?
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to ask you, Dawn, if the word was not revenue but tax rate, would that make a difference?
If it reverted back to last year's tax rate?
Yes.
And you're talking about property tax, sales tax rate, occupation tax rates, all of those would revert back to those? Because there's more than just property tax.
Correct. And if we reverted back to those rates, I guess my question is that I believe that I read in the memo that there was an anticipated 3 to 5% cut in the event we went back to the revenues. And I think that we discussed maybe the fact is that it was the tax rate. And I went back and read 77-1601 today, and it seems to it was about the tax levy, and I believe that the rate might just be the word that if we put that in there, I understand that that's what we'll be seeing the 3 to 5% anticipation in, correct?
I think that the tax rate then would deal with the growth in the property tax, obviously the same rate. If the sales tax base goes up.
Thank you.
Carl?
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Cindy. That I've been looking for middle ground, okay? And I thought we've got to find some middle ground, some way that we can take into account, the value increases or different things that happen and not be tied to the actual dollars we received the previous year. And that may be a way forward. I still, so that could help. But we still, this is 11 or 12:15 at night, and we're trying to put this together, and this is the charter, for crying out loud. I know we've delayed it, but gosh, I guess we don't have to. We don't have to decide if it's going to the Charter Revision Commission. I guess somebody else can. So.
Trent?
I think what Carl just said there opened up an incredibly important dialogue that we should be having up here, which is we have a proposal in front of us. How can we make this work if we're going to send it to the people and have a discussion about that rather than picking it apart? And if it doesn't work for some people, you can come back on the 9th and vote against it. But in the meantime, I think it opens up the dialogue for us to figure out if we can make this work. And find some common ground there. I think Cindy might be open to that. We have a few weeks over a holiday to try to figure it out, and that might help us.
Do we have a motion on the floor right now?
The motion's to delay, right?
Right.
Thank you.
No, I don't think, did you make a motion yet?
I did. I made a motion to
Second
delay.
it.
Okay.
She did make the motion.
We waited because we were going to do staff questions and discussion.
Did everybody have a chance to ask the staff questions?
You want to go longer?
My understanding is we'll be able to have more staff questions at the next meeting.
Well, we can also contact staff in between.
Yes.
You bet.
Yeah. Who needs a Christmas vacation?
Yeah.
Right.
Jane?
Well, okay, so a couple of things here. I think it's important to, we all agree that we're in no rush now. We can take our time, we can digest it, we can dissect it, because I think that's very important to dig down to the fundamentals. What is this trying to accomplish, and is the language that you're proposing actually going to do that without having adverse consequences, unintended adverse consequences that will need fixes in the short term and long term? I think it keeps changing. It's a fluid document, and that's okay. We're going to give it time. I am a big proponent of turning it loose to the Charter Revision Commission. I think it's good. This past budget season was really contentious. It was, I think there was a lot of emotions going on, and I think it's great to distance ourselves from that and give it to a group that has that opportunity to critically evaluate it, because somebody has to dig into it and look at it from different perspectives, because sometimes I think we're a little bit tainted. Certainly by our past experiences, I really struggle with that 4 vote. I really do. Because of the baggage from this last budget season and the year before, there was a lot of people digging in their heels, and I know they keep blaming the mayor. You know, once the budget comes to us, it is up to us to work out the details. And I know you don't like me to talk about it, but since I have the floor and I'm going to be brief, we had 3 compromises. We brought it up 3 times to discuss it. And Cindy, please let me finish. We brought it up, and every single time it was rejected. And there was this real opportunity. It's not the negotiations with the mayor, it's the negotiations between us. Doug Emery said it. It's the vote of 5. And that's the story that went out to the people, and I understand their concerns. What they heard was a mayor forcing his budget on the city council. That's not the truth. That was the furthest thing from the truth. It was the city council digging in their heels and not compromising, not working collaboratively or cooperatively with each other and willing to listen to another approach. There was a game plan, I felt, long in the making about how this was going to go forward without that compromise that the council needed to work on together. And I am hoping that that is a lesson learned as we go forward, that it took a lawsuit to tell us all, you have to do your job. You have to do your job. And I certainly hope that we continue to work on this document, that we work with the Charter Revision Commission. And, you know, I want the voters to decide. I really do. But I think the voters need to have an understanding of what this change is to this pretty old document. You know, we took it out to the voters before to talk about a biennial budget. They supported that. So I don't want to backtrack on them. I want to keep moving the city forward. I want the dialogue. I want the study. I want the research. I want the analysis, because I want to make a good decision on behalf of a lot of people, and I want to be able to take whatever we complete this task of the charter amendment to them with full confidence that this is going to move our city forward. This is in the best interest of our citizens, and they're going to embrace it, because either we've equalized some relationship or we've made our government more approachable and able to do the task before it. I am concerned that we're taking a step backward by not thoroughly vetting it. I think tonight there were some amazing people appointed to the Charter Revision Commission. I would trust them to really sort through some of these issues. Certainly with some of the folks that have been city council members. I think that is the beauty of it. I promised one of our constituents that I would read her letter. It's brief, it's very brief, but it talks about her idea of changing the charter. She said, changing the city charter to amend the relationship between the mayor and the city council on budget issues and other city businesses is an issue that came before the people of Lincoln years ago. The League of Women Voters of Lincoln, Lancaster County, worked very hard on this issue in trying to understand which form of government would best serve our community. Ms. Lamb is advocating for a weak mayor system of government where the people of Lincoln would replace the mayor with a city manager, and the city council would tell the city manager how to run the city and how to set the budget. After reviewing various city management systems from around the country, the League advocated in favor of a strong mayor form of government. not an autocratic mayor, a strong mayor, and the people concurred. They voted on it and approved it. In more recent years, we have seen various communities around the country go bankrupt because of poor management using the city manager system. Our community has been well served under this form of government since the 1970s. Then she says the old adage, don't fix it, if it isn't broken, comes to mind. But she says under both Republican and Democratic administrations, the people of Lincoln have been well served using this form of government. I forgot to state the author. Her name is Karen Dinspire, and she's been on the League of Women Voters for many, many years and has this historical perspective. Changing the charter is a rare event, and we need to give it the full gravitas that it deserves and study the issue. Your charter amendments might be very heartfelt and genuine based on what the people have told you, but all the things that I've heard some of the people come forward, I don't doubt how they feel, but they have been told a storyline that is not accurate. And so I respect the things that they're saying, but I think it's important to keep it factual, and let's hopefully, with this delay, we can keep working on a document and improve it.
Just point of clarification, this is not advocating a weak mayor form of government, nor city manager. And I sent a response to Ms. Deansbury and clarified that. So.
Can we vote now on the
Well,
delay?
I'm going to ask for any final
Okay.
comments from council. Okay, then I will make my final comments on the delay. I also really think it's important to try and find some middle ground, and that was what I was focused on during our budget negotiations this summer. It was really important to me to offer a compromise because I recognized that we had the power to own the budget. If we could get at least 5 votes, we didn't have to worry about what the mayor wanted or thought. It would have been ours. That is the balance of power that we have, despite being in a strong mayor form of government. So, you know, when you are proposing this delay, you're saying originally you're saying you weren't going to make any substantive changes, just dotting the I's and crossing the T's, but it sounds like now you're entertaining some substantive changes based on some of the testimony we've heard tonight. And again, I would just say, I would really ask you to consider, rather than delaying till January 9th, when we really we'll have the holidays and almost very little time to make sound policy, that you utilize the process, the usual process that's in place for charter amendment proposals, and that is for you to direct this to the Charter Revision Commission so that we can have a sound analysis of any potential unintended consequences. We don't want to do something that will harm our city, jeopardize our bond rating. There are so many ways this could do something that you're not even intending it to do. Roy's proposal, or Citizens for a Better Lincoln, that proposal was only about 100 words long, but a few days cursory analysis revealed some fatal flaws. This proposal that you've brought forward is like 16 times as long, and that's just the changes and strike-throughs. And we're still talking about making substantive changes to it for the next meeting. So I guess there could be very, very much a potential for flaws that we're not even seeing tonight and that we might not see by January 9th. So I think that's a strong argument for following our usual process and going to Charter Revision Commission. The chief flaw that I think we've identified tonight is this default provision, what I would call a faulty default. It is harmful to our city and to our citizens. That seems clear because it asks, instead of letting us have a budget that moves forward, that moves the city forward, it's going to move us backward in time, and no city can operate going backwards in time. And I don't think you want that, Cindy. I really don't. And I think you're saying that will incentivize compromise, but we have something else that does that. We have something else that incentivizes elected officials to compromise, and they're called elections. When we have disagreements, if you're mad at the council or if you're mad at the mayor,
we shouldn't punish citizens. And that's what this faulty default provision does. It says, well, why would we design, I just don't understand why we would design our charter to, what did you call it, have a situation that's ideal for no one. That doesn't seem like a good way to govern. I don't know why we would design something like that. The thing about our existing system is that we know what we're getting. We're either getting a fully vetted mayor's budget or a fully vetted council budget. The faulty default provision gives us option C, which is chaotic, confusing, uncertain, and potentially catastrophic. So I don't think any of us want that. I don't think we want that kind of risk and uncertainty, not for our city and not for our citizens. That makes no sense. And I also just don't understand the rush. The very idea behind this significant proposal is to allow council members to have more time for thoughtful consideration of the budget, to analyze it, to give input, to hear from the public. And that's also what the Charter Revision Commission does. It allows a public process that is thoughtful and careful, analytical, and avoiding unintended it vets a really important document that is ultimately like the Constitution of our city. So I don't understand why you have one standard for what the council would like to have in terms of budget information and another standard for when we're changing something far more permanent than one city budget, changing the Constitution of our city. So this seems like a double standard. I'll absolutely support your delay tonight, but I want to be clear that the usual process and the appropriate process, if we want thoughtful consideration to avoid risks and uncertainty that could harm our city or citizens, is to send this to charter revision. There is no rush. We've heard that we've got time. And in the meantime, I want to address the other piece of your proposal that I think we've talked about, we all agree on, that we would like more information for that thoughtful review of the budget. And what I plan to do and what I welcome your collaboration on is to bring forward, after the holidays, the beginning of the year, a resolution that rewrites in a comprehensive way our budget schedule. I think that's the middle ground here. I think that's where we can get agreement on when the mayor releases budget information, when the departments give us information, when we get information that during updates, we could even put in there requirements about updates during the biennium, updates mid-year about our city's fiscal health. This resolution could be far more comprehensive than just moving up the mayor's budget release date, and I think it makes sense. I think it's a way of addressing this chief concern about how much information we get and when we get it. And we should do that in a thoughtful way that coincides with the state legislature's budget and coincides with the county's. I would be happy to sit down with you and with all the council members and staff to get that done. And the good news about a resolution is it can be done quicker than a charter change. We don't need a charter change to rewrite our schedule. I've checked with the city attorney and the mayor's office. We can do this via a resolution and have it done maybe even by spring. So that's what I plan to work on to help us find this middle ground to address one of your primary concerns. And then I would hope that with the other piece, the more uncertain piece, the part that we're trying to figure out how to fix, that we'd let that go to our Charter Revision Commission. We've got great volunteers who can help us with that. And now I'd like you to call the roll.
So the motion is to delay action.
With a public hearing?
No.
What?
Yes, with public hearing.
So
To remain open, delay action with public hearing, remain open for January 9th.
Thank you. Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Public hearing ordinances second reading are items 32 through 44. Ordinances third reading. Item 45, Street and Alley Vacation 16004, vacating a portion of the North 46th Street public right-of-way between the south right-of-way line of Orchard Street and the north right-of-way line of Y Street, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Carl and second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 46, change of zone 16029, for the change from R2 residential to RT residential transition, and from R2 residential to R4 residential at North 46th and Orchard, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Carl, second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 47 is the use permit for Judith and Harold Hoppy to allow for the construction of an office in the RT Residential Transition District with waivers to RT District parking lot setbacks and sign location at North 46th and Orchard, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Carl, second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 48 is amending the fiscal year 16-17 CIP to authorize and appropriate $320,000 in TIP funds for the VASH housing project, introduced by Eskridge.
Moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. 49, authorizing amendments to ordinance number 20261, approved October 26, 2015, authorizing tax allocation bonds for the Victory Park VA campus redevelopment project, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 50, consent amendments ordinance amending Chapter 2.02 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to governmental organization by amending Section 2.02.130 to redesignate the Traffic Operations Division as the Traffic Engineering Division, adding the Right-of-Way Management Division, and repealing Section 2.02.130 of the Lincoln Municipal Code as hitherto existing, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers? Gaylor Baird? Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 51, consent amendments ordinance amending Chapter 2.76 relating to the personnel system, introduced by Eskridge.
Moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge? Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 52 is a consent amendment ordinance amending Chapter 4.20 regarding the library board, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 53, consent amendment ordinance amending Chapter 4.24 of the Lincoln Municipal Code related to Lincoln Electric System Administrative Board, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Item 54, consent amendment ordinance amending Title V of the Lincoln Municipal Code regarding licenses and regulations by repealing Chapter 5.18 entitled Charitable Solicitations, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved. Second.
Second by Roy. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried, 7-0. Thank you. Item 56. Yeah, Merry Christmas to me.
Get a permit.
Fa la 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 la. Sorry. It's been a long night. All right, item 55. Consent amendment ordinance amending chapter 6.04 regarding animal control regulations, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Jane. Discussion, please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge? Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 56, consent amendment ordinance amending section 14.24.060 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to street number on curb of paving, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Roy, discussion,
Great amendment.
please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 57, consent amendment ordinance amending chapter 1758 of the Lincoln Municipal Code regarding regulation of wastewater discharge, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Roy, discussion, please call the roll.
Raybold? Camp? Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb? Motion carried 7-0. Item 58, technical amendments ordinance amending chapter 27.67 related to parking, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Jane, discussion, please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge? Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 59, consent amendment ordinance amending chapter 10.34 of the Lincoln Municipal Code regarding parking meters, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Roy, discussion.
Tie.
I have one question. Does this still give the ability of the city council to approve or disapprove parking meter rates?
It does. What I don't know is whether we do that independently or that's part of the budget process. But it is the council's decision to do that.
Thank you.
The recommendation comes, is to change the department, which has kind of already been changed. It's recognized.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Resolution for action only. Item 60, approving a multi-year CIP construction contract management system upgrade with Arujo Software Technologies, introduced by Eskridge.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Roy, discussion, please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge? Fellers?
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes.
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Our resolutions on first reading are items 61 through 66. Our ordinances on first reading are items 67 through 72.
Madam Chair, I'd move for
wait,
adjournment.
Wait, one more thing, it's open mic. Woohoo!
No one here to
12:40.
I think
discuss.
we've discovered a
No,
new way to
they're
We still
leave.
have a citizen, I just want to make sure.
There
Just-
is,
Pat
Oh,
is
no.
here.
Director of Public Works and Utilities, Mickey Esposito. I have one thing to say. I'm getting married Monday.
Oh, yay!
Congratulations. I think we've discovered a new way to limit open mic.
Merry Christmas to all.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Lincoln. I move adjournment.
Second.
I already did. You can second it, just
I
'cause you
seconded
copied
it.
my.
I'll second it, whatever.
All right,
Know my annual joke, why does Santa Claus have a garden?
So we
So you can ho, ho,
Ho,
ho.
ho, ho.
18 years of that, guys.
all right, seconded by, I'm not sure, Roy and John.
Go
Okay,
with Roy, yeah.
please call the roll.
Raybold?
Yes.
Camp?
Yes.
Christensen?
Yes.
Eskridge?
Yes.
Fellers?
No. Yes.
Yes.
Gaylor Baird?
Yes,
Lamb?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
we are adjourned.